Welcome to Homework Doesn't Matter.
Never did.
What?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
What? You can't say that to a teacher.
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter to me.
Oh, okay.
Your life
Like,
is a
you know-
lie, Allie.
Don't tell me that. Homework is the most important
Yeah,
to yourself.
yeah, to yourself.
But I don't have to see it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
Remember when I asked people their homework? It's
Yeah,
like
that was an interesting take.
I started getting it, right? And then I was like, that's too much. You know what? No more homework. Or at least
Now
keep
you
it
know
to
how
yourself.
you feel, how I
Wait,
feel,
you know
having
what
to
you don't
grade all
have?
this homework.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't have the stickers and the stamps that say "Great work." If you had those, it makes it more exciting to grade it.
Can you imagine if the best homework person got a prize of getting 1 month of Twitter Blue?
Wait, what's Twitter Blue?
Check marks. Being
Oh,
like,
yeah.
it's
Oh, just kidding.
correct in that.
I totally knew that. Poor Pete's asleep in this space.
Oh, poor guy. They spelled faux, you know, the French faux? They spelled it F-A-W because they're fucking Australian.
No, they were
Amazing.
saying "for," and they pronounced it
Faux?
"fa."
Fall.
The "fa."
Fall.
Like, you know, the "for." You know, the
What was
"for."
what was the thing I couldn't?
Oh, you know what that reminds me of? A friend of mine, she's Southern. And so we were talking about funny things kids do. And because they pronounce O-U-R, hour, as R, kids will write A-R as R in their like sentences and stuff. Like, it's so interesting, the phonetics of it.
What's going on?
Sorry, I switched screens. I agree with you on that, by the way. Hi, Dan.
So what's going on?
Yeah, you guys ready for that Good Morning Vietnam?
Good morning, Vietnam.
Good morning, Syndicate. Something like that's what it needs to be.
Good morning, good morning, good morning to you.
Dude, that's Manish now.
Good morning, good morning.
You're racist.
What? You asked me to.
You're
I
racist.
actually like when Allie does her like Jamaican kind of.
Bumba bumba.
Well, it's like a Jamaican Chinese kind of thing. I don't know. I don't think. What I don't know.
Chinese patois.
Yeah, I don't know how to say this right. What I want to say, what race are you? And that sounds terrible.
What race are you, Allie?
I'm Chinese Jamaican. No worries.
Okay. That just sounds weird saying that. There should be a better way to say that. What are you? No, I'm just kidding. Well, that's cool. But yeah, I love it when you use that word.
ancestry, whatever. 23
I just love it when she uses that evil kind of voodoo voice. Jamaican, now you come over here, you come on down, you sit down here.
I like it. It's kind of like Web3. Web3 on vacation.
Don't you know, my man, you can't be doing that. Put down the laser pointer and give me the microphone.
Now it's kind of like Manish as a DJ.
Yeah, that's kind of, but yeah. And then there's a little bit of like French. It shows up in the end of that. I don't know. It's weird.
Can you imagine as Manish as the announcer for the strip club? Welcome to this.
I can see him as like a morning radio host. Good morning. You are listening to the Wordley Map Remix. The next tune.
He could be like the BBC Indian correspondent. Just like delivering the worst news in this calming voice. But the world is over today. And in other news.
Yeah.
What are you up to?
Well, I noticed the homework doesn't matter on Fridays. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I once I started getting work, I was like, yo, this is too much. You know what? Homework's canceled. Market yourself. This is way too much to take on. Hang on.
Yeah, just the usual stuff. I got further in my Kabaji. Hello. Come on, use my Kabaji platform. It's quite amazing.
Kajabi.
Kajabi. I've been using Alak Akbar Baji for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I got that figuring out, and yeah, it's been good. How about you? Good?
Kajabi. So, have you looked into this Notion craze?
Oh yeah,
Notion is changing the world. Use it for everything. Have
yeah.
you looked at?
I have an account. It's kind of like a big. Kind of reminds me a lot of the original Basecamp when Basecamp came out from 37 Signals, which was like an organizer. Because
Yeah.
it's all sort of like its own code language that just kind of lets you organize notes and information. And of course, now everything's has AI on board, so
I've
you
used
know.
Notion before, Mike. Is that right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yay.
Any good?
I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah. Somebody gave it to me, and it was like,
For people who use Macs, I think it's a little bit better or
oh,
easier to
really?
use.
I have a Mac now. Maybe I should try it.
Well, that's
Thanks.
just a guess because I don't have a Mac. But once we moved to a different system, like I then saw the magic
How
of
you can be
Notion.
a startup founder with a PC? It doesn't
What?
work.
Well, maybe that explains
You,
it. Fuck.
you have to join the cool kids and get a Mac and go to a coffee shop and let everyone know that you're a startup founder. This
I
is
got a
the path.
Patagonia. It was cheaper. I'm just using that instead.
Patagonia. Can you imagine if you had the MacBook and the Patagonia? It's fucking over, right?
Oh,
Like,
totally.
bang. You just whip
But
it on the deck.
So
you need a Tesla and Crocs.
I saw a guy
A
at
10
Starbucks in a Techstars/Patagonia vest, and I said, "Is that Techstars? Techstars?" Because the logo had changed from the Techstars
Yeah,
that I recognized.
and
And
you're
then
sitting back in your chair and you're crossing your legs and you're putting one arm over one of the uh, backs of the chair.
no, this was a lean-in type guy. Anyway,
Yeah, that's why you lean back, right? Because most folks are lean in. So if you lean back, they lean forward more.
but anyway, he was. This is what you're saying is funny, but also doesn't apply at all to the actual situation. And I keep wanting to correct you, but that's kind of not the point. So I apologize. But I was going to say something. Oh, Notion. I understood the simplicity and like the cleanness of Notion once we used a different project management tool after my co-founder moved all of our shit to ClickUp. If you haven't played in ClickUp, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, ClipUp is supposed to be cool, but that's another super configurable one, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm reading code in the form of Harry Potter right now.
Hi, Ruckus. Long time.
Hey, Rich, how are you? I'm sorry, I wasn't able to. I'm sorry. It's hard having a conversation with Crow in the room. So
You did great.
I,
I think he was well
Welcome
behaved.
to the understatement of the century.
No, he was pretty good this morning.
he was good, but he wasn't
Yeah.
allowing you to finish your.
That was actually I finished most you wouldn't. That was nothing. Like I know Crow and he's improved a lot on that point. So and I wasn't really saying anything of substance anyway. I was kind of rambling when so but
No, I think you had. You look at something and I feel like if you had a chance to cater it to you more, what would you do? If you could take out this and add this, does that make sense?
yeah, so honestly I'd make it I would pay to have ad free all things. Just give me what I want because SEO ruined Google. You used to be able to find information. Now you find information, you find websites selling you the thing that you were looking for information on. That's frustrating. And that's been since they released the how to game the system, and then everyone was an SEO expert, and it's just obnoxious. But like, and your question was a good one. I mean, I like I like computers, right? I just don't think that we necessarily always have to be connected to the internet in general. Like, I think that the fact that you can constantly update, this is recorded, never mind. Because I made a statement in my negotiations class, and people thought I was nuts. But like, I don't like the idea that the encyclopedia, like whatever, Britannica or whatever, which one, it can constantly be updated with new information. Because then when you're making a reference to like a certain edition, like whatever, there's no point in time when you can go back and actually find that fact and like see where it was referenced because it's constantly changing.
Right.
Which means that like you could just like freaking make it up, and who's going to know the difference? Well, then they started doing that like page like pulled on, so Wikipedia figured that out. But at the time in my head, like, yes, it's great that you can have it constantly like updated, but at the same time, like we need to be all like, I don't know if that makes sense, but everyone thought I was nuts because I didn't like, I wanted there to be like a static copy of the encyclopedia. Like we got into like a whole course like discussion about how I wasn't, how it didn't make sense that I would want there to be like a set in stone, like this is the version that we're going with for this paper that I'm writing or whatever.
No, that makes sense. I believe Ahmed, I caught the tail end of this conversation yesterday, but he was explaining how you can actually have your own server and that, and I'm probably slaughtering what he was, but I kind of understood he was what he was explaining it. I don't know if you caught that conversation yesterday.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, because the server is really just what, like it's your own, like it's a computer hub, and it's honestly, it's so much faster if you've got the database and information and like a hard install on your like on your actual computer and you're working on like a local server. Like
Yeah,
the speed with which the information comes back, it's instantaneous. And so anything cloud-based drives me nuts.
yeah. I've always thought that the internet would, if it could get away from social media, it would be your home, a plot ID, you know, your own digital residence, and you could allow whoever to come in and out.
Are you willing to pay property taxes on that residence?
Well,
We already do.
we it's just like your digital space. That's and I can't remember the name of the platform that I worked on. Like, you know what it is. It's like Wix, but it was before Wix. I don't know if you're familiar with Wix.
WordPress?
Yeah.
WordPress. Yeah.
WordPress?
Yes. That. Like, I once saw, that was, I guess the concept would be you'd have your own digital plot in on the internet, and you could build it however you want it to build it.
And then all we got in exchange was domain squatters.
Well, we
Well,
kind of now, right? Like,
I've got stfulaw.com. Okay, nobody gets that but me. Anyway, no, good point. Remember when you could use Publisher to like create websites? Does anybody, or not? Is it Publisher? Yeah, of Microsoft.
yeah, I mean, you can look how far we've come from being able to create your own website.
Like in, Dan might know some things about this. You're awfully quiet right now.
He is.
Suspiciously so. It's as if he's a listener, but it says speaker.
But I think that's the direction we could go into. But it would hurt someone, social media,
Well, like,
right?
take social media out of it. Let's talk about natural language search.
Okay.
I feel like natural language search is a huge waste of our time. Like, because it's giving us what it perceives to be the right. Like, if we all learned terms and connectors and Boolean searches, we would be much more efficient in our actual searching everyday lives. I have to Google how I should put stuff into the new like Westlaw and LexisNexis quote unquote natural language searches because I get all this shit that I don't want because I think differently than like mainstream like linear thinkers. So like I'll Google what I think the legal issue is, and then it'll come back in a way that like Westlaw is going to understand as quote unquote natural language, but I'm not actually getting the answer from Google. It's just reframing the question. Whereas if I could say that I want to see, I want to see liability within 5 words of AI or like automated, self-driving cars or something, or within the same paragraph, I do a slash p, a slash 5, and I put those words together. Like that is something that natural language isn't going to give me. Um, and that's pretty important when you're doing legal research. And also, like, I, it's even Westlaw and LexisNexis, they send you down these, it's almost like Google rabbit holes that are a huge waste of time, which is a waste of resources. And they're always trying to sell me something else with like suggested things on the side column. And I'm just trying to look at these 85 things in front of me that may or may not apply. And before you could go to the books, you grab the book, here I'm looking for liability as related to self-driving cars. So I would go to try and find self-driving cars in an index, see if there was anything there, probably not. Okay, liability, automobiles, liability, yada, yada. But I would get 5 or 6 cases, right? Maybe 20, depending on the subtopic, like within a certain thing. So I would then go review those cases, and then I'd be done once I finished going all the different like the research tree. With Westlaw and Lexis now, I'm getting hundreds of cases that just happen to contain the words that I searched. And so the efficiency factor is just not there. And so it's annoying.
So I used to work for Alexis.
Oh, did you have access to like the good shit?
Well, so I worked in the military, so I would help military generals search for information.
Who are you, Raucus?
He's a coconut.
So to your point, what you're saying, you wanted to refine your search. We'd help. Our department would help certain branches of the military find it to refine their search. So we do the legwork for them, and it's very tedious, and you could be on the call for 8 hours with them. Um, but do you have is that an option for you to call in and have them like your own search partner? Or
So
is
if
that
I were paying for the LexisNexis or Westlaw, yeah, they have attorney research people
yeah,
that can assist, but
yeah.
I don't pay for that. So
Oh.
like because it became inefficient. Like the one thing that it was useful for back in the day was, and what it's known for is like the key site, and basically being able to know if it was still relevant case law, because the other resources available didn't have that. Well, now they've got that, like the negative treatment situation. And so fast case is included with my bar membership. It doesn't try to sell me something every 5 seconds. Like, so I could pay for a clause without being able to see if the clause is relevant. I would pay like $99 and I would just get one sentence, like, and not know whether or not that was one sentence is something I could use, as opposed to before, like if I had, it's really hard to explain the complete racket that Westlaw is. I don't know if Lexis is the same way now that I think about it, but I preferred the LexisNexis searches to Westlaw, especially after they switched to the natural language, like we're now Google thing, because honestly, you can't. I mean, it was just so much easier to have a static interface, click the sources with the checkbox, not. It's, I don't know. Look, I'm very frustrated by it, I guess, more so than I remembered. Thanks for bringing it all up, Raucus.
Sorry.
It's okay. But I mean, these are real problems that like people don't. I think they get in. get so go like they're so far in it they don't think about the everyday person that's getting frustrated with it.
Yeah, I don't. I guess I don't want you to be frustrated with technology and the internet. I could hear it in the conversation. So
Yeah. So,
it's kind of,
well,
how can we
so
make it you?
I think because of my like easily distracted, like trying to, if I could have like a, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of ExamSoft, but it like basically disconnected you from the internet and all you could access was the actual like word processor during the bar exam. If I could have that, like being able to use my computer without the ability to get distracted by these sticky things like Twitter and all that stuff, like that would be helpful, right? If I would pay to not be sold SEO bullshit on Google, like Google's useless and has been for a while. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I would just be really nice to have um, a distraction-free internet experience.
So I'll give you an example. I have someone we work with, and their distraction-free internet experience, the client, huge client, was Facebook. And once Cambridge Analytica happened, it disrupted how they collected information, data. It just disrupted that. And so I thought it was kind of, and so we had to really train the client in researching, and
Wait,
we
what do
did.
you mean?
So the bulk of their business, like 80% of their business came from Facebook traffic. And that was their uh, that was how they made their revenue. That's how they targeted users. Um, I don't know how familiar you are with Cambridge Analytica, and which is happened a few years ago. Was it 5, 6 years ago?
Yeah, I
7 years.
remember that it happened, and had to do with the campaign and election stuff.
So that's how they. If,
I don't pretend to explain it like I'm five.
so this company, based off user
We're gonna
traffic.
find out how center left or center right Raucus is right now.
This is recorded, so I'm trying to be careful.
Yeah, I know. Welcome to SNN.
Yeah, I know. So this is a media company. It's huge, and 80% of their traffic, their information came from Facebook users, and it was a lazy way of doing something, of getting data and information on people. So what I mean, the CEO had a meltdown. I mean, like a cursing fit. That, hey, Facebook no longer is going to Facebook has cut back on news. So because of the last 5 years, Cambridge Analytica, Facebook has taken a stance on we're going to censor our news. And because Facebook has done that, companies have suffered. Um, and I'm kind of struggling to where I was going with this, but you did say something that made me think of this guy and the company. But because of that crimp in the hose.
Yeah, it's a good. By the way, crimp in the hose, really great. I can back to center left, eh, Raucus?
I'm sorry.
Why are people so upset at Cambridge Analytica? Companies sell data all the time, don't they, Raucus?
That
No,
was
wait a second, wait a second. What did Facebook do in response to Cambridge Analytica?
Oh, so for about 2 years, that's all companies wanted was Cambridge Analytica. They just wanted to replicate. You wouldn't. It was horrible. Every meeting was, we want to do that. We wanted, and it was bad. Facebook got in a lot of trouble for that, but companies wanted to repeat that process of serving all these ads and false media. I mean, it was just a cluster. Um, so Facebook scaled back. They just got in a lot of trouble, and they said we're no longer going to do this. And it really showed us how many people got their news from Facebook, and then how many media companies got their news from Facebook. Also, the articles that you read, your news, your media, they get their news from Reddit. It's a big racket. It's really bad. Um, but people are not thinking for themselves. They're not digesting media or information or news the way they should be. Um, and so it gets frustrating. And I could hear that in your voice this morning. And I'm rambling. I'm sorry. Um, I could hear that in your voice this morning, but about the internet, if that makes sense. If I'm making any sense
Yeah,
at all.
no, it's like it's more just like that. Like blame it for anyway.
There are some really great things about the internet, about data, but I believe that we are digesting it too fast. And everyone has a podium. And I don't want to say everyone shouldn't have a podium, but if you're wrong, and that's where Crow was talking in absolutes with math, and I was like, yeah, this many plus this many equals this many. 1 plus 1 is 2. We can all agree on that for the most part, but we should not be able to agree on certain philosophies or certain realities. Like that's wrong. Like if you're wrong, you're wrong. And you should be able to feel like you can be corrected. And that's the problem with everyone having a podium, which kind of goes against my thought and everyone having a plot ID on the internet.
It's okay. So like here's the thing. I say this on the internet right now. But to me this is like it's not real. Like when I think of and I get a little bit like verklempt, if you will, about it because like if the power goes out, none of this exists, right? And a lot of people are like, "Well, there's redundancies." Okay, but fuck redundancies. If a bomb goes off, like there's at some point you can't access this, and then what are you gonna do, right? Like, so I struggle a lot, especially when that question comes up because I've spent so much more time on uh, social media than like ever because it just isn't my thing. Like literally, my Tinder profile says I hate the internet and social media is a fad. Like
You
that's
said, yeah,
yeah. Well, I
that's what
didn't say the second part because it says that's what it says. It's like it's in parentheses at the bottom after like yada yada. At the bottom, I put hate the internet and social media is bad, and like it's because I think it's caused a lot of problems. It's caused so many divisions. And again, like I come back to the social audio thing. This is different because it's kind of like brought people together and also will turn into some capitalism will turn it into some way to monetize and yada yada. And my heart hates that because there are just some days when I'm overthinking things and I'm overtired and it's kind of what's going on right now. And I'm very stressed out and like I had a bad like or like an anxious day yesterday, and so when you brought that up, it just kind of just reminded me that I hate the internet. Like I want real connections with real people.
but
It's okay to
you are
want that though. Um,
but you are a real connection to me, like you and the Syndicate. And, I mean, that's you. I don't know if you realize that's what you are. Like, I don't know everything about law, and I assume you knew everything about law. But so you're like with the question I asked this morning. But I think Dan spoke to it. Like everyone or Webb, everyone brings something to the Syndicate that we're not experts on everything. And that's what you are to me. You bring that aspect of law that I don't know. So don't ever feel like you're not instrumental in the internet. You are. I don't think you. I don't think you know that. There are just times I can hear in your voice, and and Sandra's voice. I can hear that professionalism and expert, even Mike's voice. It comes out. And you're in the zone, you're in the moment, you don't know it, but I'm engaged. Completely.
Marcus has good cafeteria talk. You know, I'm telling you, this could be an episode.
But you come on, you guys are all experts at something. That's what makes the Syndicate very special. It's an encyclopedia. You can just come in here and flip a page, catch the right person, and
Is that all we are to you? Just lower forms of ChatGPT?
no, you're a lot of correction to me, like things I got wrong, things I get wrong, things I get right.
Hold on,
You
what did you get wrong?
I get a lot of. I mean, there are things that I just my philosophy of thinking. I mean, you guys have changed things ways I've thought, and I get to see Canada and Europe. Uh, I get to see things in the way you see it. And it's okay to be corrected in instruction. I'm fine with that. I think it takes a big person to say I'm wrong. And there's a lot of valuable information in here once you just kind of focus on the signal and not the noise. There's a lot of noise too, but just focus on the signals. You guys are signals.
Sometimes I wish that so you didn't record all his spaces.
Why?
Because then when I get verklempt, like, it can't be replayed. Because
We gotta do the best of you, Rich.
it's
we
just
do.
me crying.
And then mixed with Rocket's backtracking.
Marcus, I don't know if you were there for I fucking hate this place. But
Oh yeah,
but
great one episode season.
it was a disaster of a podcast, and I was having like one of my when I don't get enough sleep, like I get like this. This is not unusual. It's actually I've been doing a lot better, but at the same time, so like let's think about like pandemic stuff, like and part of like I don't know. I wish you didn't record all these things.
Go ahead.
You can
No,
talk
it's just
about
like
Ash.
so like
You have a friend, Ash Rich. Yeah.
living alone during the pandemic was hard, right? So it was just me and my dog in a city alone, like didn't have any family in the city. So like to do kind of like get stuck in that and spend 2 years basically alone, like it's just I don't know. That said, I have a really exciting call at 12:30 with a potential partner um, for Dispatch Justice. I'm so excited. That was for you, Zach.
I think sometimes you can be the light without realizing that you're the light. I look for light, and sometimes you have to realize that you're the light. That's
Ruckus,
that's
I'm trying not to cry right now. What the fuck are you doing? You're not helping right
well, true. You're looking for the light, but you are the light. You're it. You're shining, and not just you, but yeah, you bring value. Dan brings value, and Webb and Mike, you guys all bring value, and it's extraordinary. I spend more time in this room than you know. Yeah, there's some noise, but the signals are better.
Man, I tell you, Ruckus is like the new Doc Oz. All right, keep going.
I was just going to add that Sarah said something yesterday, a phrase that I've heard her say before, but I really love it. It's the cross pollination. Just to your point about the different experts, like we kind of just like we hear about these different things that that other people are doing, and we take that and we kind of tuck it away in our own brain computer. And then, like for me anyway, whenever like something comes up and I hear, and I don't know enough about what you do except that you're a data person. So like I like I need to listen more than I talk, but like what was it? Vinny was talking about how he went to college for like film and editing and yada yada. Like he was a DJ at one point and like announced he worked at a strip club and announced like the dancers and all this stuff. And I was like, you should really talk to So You about doing the voice acting class with Christian because I feel like a lot of that kind of stuff aligns. Anyway, but like it just popped into my head. Like it wouldn't have though. I don't know if I'm making any sense. That was a bad example, but the point is that like I think of the different little pockets where people I've met in here are gonna be useful. Any service person I meet, I would try to get in touch with Zach or like remember to mention it, that kind of thing. Yeah. Sorry, now I'm just rambling for no reason.
So I do data visualization. So if a client wants to come to me and say, "Hey, we want to prove something," we'll put together data using Boolean language, and we'll put that in motion, and we'll prove it either it's right or it's wrong. We try to use enough research to say, "Hey, yes, you do have a case. Let's put this in motion on the digital platform out on the internet and see what comes back." And once that information comes back, I map that information to a dashboard and give a presentation on what the client theories were. Most of the time that comes back and, supporting the client's theory. Sometimes it doesn't. But we try to take care of that before the client drops money. And that's it. And I think one of the clients that we worked with is CDC. So CDC is very big into the coronavirus and vaccines and how people are moving and in groups and herds and all that. So there was a theory. Hey, we believe that people who are vaccinated are traveling, or they're going to work while they're moving around, just for lack of a better to explain. And we take the data and say, yes, you're right. These users are vaccinated and are moving around, and this is how it's spreading. And then CDC takes that data and says, okay, here's what we have. And sometimes you may catch that in an article to support what they believe, and sometimes they get it right, sometimes they get it wrong. Sometimes they don't even report it what they've been given. They just sit on it, and so that's frustrating when they do that. The labor shortage, we did something with that, and we presented the findings to the senator, and he totally pulled out a sentence and ran with that instead of the entire report. Frustrating, but it is what it is. I mean, and to your point, people take that earlier conversation, people take that information and they do what they will with it. They just focus on that one sentence and they miss the entire report. They miss the entire document. One, it wasn't presented to them, so they don't know, and they just focus on that one piece. And that's the one piece that the person that they look up to and they elect as an official tells them. And so that's what I do. I was very familiar with close to the Boeing situation because I had to work with it. So there are things I know that happened, and everyone knows it. It's not a secret, because if you just look and dig enough, it's there. And it impacted a lot of other things that were moving in motion. So this Boeing incident just destroyed a lot of hopes and dreams for other companies. It just set them back. And those are the things that, again, you can take a headline. That's a better way of saying it. And you can run with the headline, or you can just further dig into the research and say, this is why this probably won't happen, even if it did come true, because of the Boeing incident. And there are things that I'm sorry, I'm rambling, but because of the Boeing incident, there are things that, with AI and companies said, oh, we didn't know that, but it had to come from something tragic to happen, if that makes sense. The guy who lives, one of the guys, if you look at the situation with Boeing and you look at the leadership and you see who was in leadership, that guy who was replaced or stepped down lives in Ohio now. And so if you're familiar with the whole Boeing thing and you know the change of leadership that happened, that guy lives in Ohio. He actually lives
It's
pretty
all starting to make sense.
so so yeah, without saying, I know this is recorded space, but that guy lives, yeah.
I don't get the last part. Like, you had me until that guy.
So the guy who's in leadership, and
Are you talking about the controversy with the Boeing 737 MAX?
remember the guy who was over that? He was out of Chicago.
Was that the Malaysian flight too?
It was two planes, I believe.
Mhm.
Yep. Yes. So that guy who was, over Boeing, right? At the time, he stepped down, right? Or he was fired. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like the CEO, he lives in the community. So, and then, I work with people who, GE Global is downtown as
Oh,
well.
so you're not saying it's you.
GVV.
Like, I was getting really confused.
Oh no, it's not me.
Like,
But I'm not close to that. What happened, because GE Aviation's here.
okay, gotcha.
You know, and so we are very, there have been, and so GE was moving in a direction. I don't
Yeah,
know if
they
you
were
guys
turning it
remember, but
around for sure.
they were going into Internet
Right,
of
and they
Things.
were moving away from their financial services at the time.
Yes, absolutely. They were making huge strides, but they pride before fall, right?
Is that a pun?
They no, that's a real thing. Pride before fall. They got blinded by their own. By their own success. They were just moving too quickly. So there are setbacks. There were setbacks. I think I've mentioned it before. They were collecting. I mean, you turn on your windshield wiper and your data. That data is collected in a satellite from the weather and is given to the Weather Channel.
Wait, is that true?
If that's very
Oh my
true.
god! See, I
That's like
don't want the Weather Channel
8
to know
years
if
old.
my windshield wipers are on.
Yeah, so it's very
I
true.
want a BM. What is it? A Mercedes Benz, like one of the old wagons from like '88 or '89, whatever it was. My neighbor's mom drove the one that has the seats that face backwards, and I want to not. I don't want it to be connected to anything. I just want it to be a car that just takes me places.
That ship has sailed.
Well, that ship is the ship I want to be on as long as it's not connected to anything.
You have to go buy an old car for that,
Yes.
and so yeah, that if you want to know if it's raining in California at 2:15, you want to know why. Well, it's because someone turns on their windshield wiper. It's that signal is sent to the satellite. That satellite is sent to the Weather Channel, and it's collected. Um, right now, if your doctor wants to know if you're having problems, a heart attack, if your heart rate, you have a watch on your wrist that will send that data to your doctor. That was all like 8 years ago. That was all developing. And the signal is picked up by the planes that circle overhead. So those signals are sent to the planes because that's easy, right? That makes sense. If you remember, Facebook was into getting the planes in the air. Do you guys remember that? They wanted the drones circling, collecting information. Well, it was a great fit for GE and Boeing because the planes were already in the air. And so as they flew, they just collected data like
Jesus
for
freaking Christ.
years.
This is worse than I thought it was, Ruckus. I'm going to have nightmares now.
Well,
It's the
It,
same thing with our cars, the rear view cameras. These modern cars, that data is sent out, and this helps with like the singular internet system that the elites are utilizing.
So
And
my car,
uh,
though, until about 2 months ago, thought that we were in 2001. Actually, every single day was January 1st, 2001, because of a problem with the CRV, the 2010 CRV. And in order to do software updates, I have to get the discs from Honda, like the CDs from Honda, to update my navigation system. I don't think we're connected. But I'm I don't want to get a new car. I don't want one of those cars with all the things. I don't. It's too much.
your phone is just
You know
as
what,
worse.
Ruckus? I know that, but I bury my head in the sand pretty damn deep to get over that fact. And it's been worse when I
Even
talk
worse.
in these spaces because I said Versace in reference to something Dan I think had in the the sub topics, and of course the next thing I see within the same within 45 minutes I screenshotted it. I see a Versace ad for the first time on Twitter and I'm like, oh fuck.
Your TVs are like the Vizio's the worst television. I mean, Vizio works with your internet service provider, and they send information to your provider, and they sell that data. I mean, it's there are a lot of pros. I don't want you to feel like it's
Well, think
creepy.
about
It
going to
is.
Blockbuster though. Back in the day, you go to Blockbuster, you see the Blockbuster partners recommend section, so you're seeing things you don't actually you would never actually browse because you weren't looking for it, and it's like, okay, this is interesting. I'm tired of being shown things that I would also like, right? Like, I'm over it. I've been over it since it started.
So, do you see? You should notice. You should have noticed within the last 5 or 6 years that you don't receive a lot of junk mail in your mailbox that you used to
Tell
receive.
that to Office Depot. I get they are the worst email spammers. Actually, I just stopped checking the email that gets the junk email.
Well, no, to your mailbox,
Oh,
to
right.
your.
Yeah. That assumes that I checked my
You,
mail in my mailbox.
yeah, so you should have seen in the last 5 or 6 years that there's just been a decrease of
What's called direct
spam in
mail.
your mail.
Yeah.
Correct. So it's been more refined. So there are good things that are happening. I mean, now when you leave your house and you drive past a Starbucks or a Home Depot and you stop in, that signal is like, oh, she likes Home Depot. We can we can send her. We can target the user with Home Depot ads or material, which I'm fine with. You know, but those are things that have gotten better. So there's not a lot of waste in your physical mailbox at your home address. So now your mobile device is tied into your plot ID, and so they know. A few years ago we didn't know who. We knew that there was a female holding a phone, but we didn't know it was E-Rich holding the phone. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but which phone am I holding on which day? Haha.
That's true, but the waste is. Do you see how the waste is gone? Right?
No,
There's
I
no
feel
more.
like the amount of time that I spend sorting through shit that I am not interested in is exponentially greater because of email marketing shit. And also again, it's a distraction to me, right? Like for some people maybe that's good, but any pop up, when I go to Sonic, which happens to be next to Starbucks, the Starbucks geofences me and it pops up to pay for Starbucks, and it annoys the crap out of me, but it does it. So, and I like having the Starbucks app because I like ordering ahead because I have a complicated order and I don't like saying it since they got rid of the skinny mocha because they didn't want to make the skinny syrup anymore. Anyway, it's a thing.
But that's a plus, E-Rich,
Is it?
right?
I'm not going to
That's
Starbucks. I'm going to Sonic. It happens to be next door.
okay.
I don't know. I'm just in a mood. Like,
I'm so- I I get frustrated with a lot of, and I guess maybe I've learned how to try to move around the ads. Yeah, you're right. It is frustrating. It's a lot to take in, and sometimes I yell at my kids like, "Don't download that," or "Don't do," you know what I mean? So I find myself,
Well, I think that if I maybe were able to better manage that kind of stuff, like it overwhelms me, and it becomes white
yeah,
noise. So it's like it's just something to distract me from. I mean, it's kind of like Twitter Spaces. In fact, I need to probably drop down to listener because I need to call a client about a settlement offer. So, um,
you have a spam address, right?
what?
Do you have like a hot or like a spam email address that you give at Walgreens or when someone asks you for your email
I
address?
just
Do you
don't give
have
it
like,
to them
oh, okay, that's good too.
because I don't know if I like email. It's a whole thing, and it doesn't have to be a thing
But
actually. Like I like it's a frustration. I think I'd choose. I'm sure that if I actually sat down and like diligently like combined forwarded all my stuff, I've got like 6 emails, the number of logins, like these are things that frustrate me. But at the same time, like I'm here. I've been on Twitter Spaces probably for the last 12 hours, like over the course of the last 18, and so like, but it's kind of like a necessary evil in some ways. Because before I was just listening to podcasts, which is also on the internet, I guess. But
I mean, Soldier Boy, you'll.
wait, what?
That was
I
a
didn't
joke.
hear.
He said he said Yule, so I was like Soldier Boy, Yule. Never mind. Sorry,
Sorry, that was funny though.
sorry.
It's okay. Zach, I'm curious what Zach's thinking because he's probably analyzing this. Ooh.
Thank you for being a light today.
Master of None's emoji game is strong.
Thank you. Your guys' emoji game's good too, you guys probably don't know, or you probably do, that you can speak to artificial intelligence using emojis. Just emojis. Not even words. You can tell stories, and it's kind of cool. It's kind of like learning a new language.
It's like emotional
So you
hieroglyphs.
took it. You took it right out from under me. I get very emotional sometimes.
Emotional.
Hi, Zach.
Do you guys think that in 100 years, people are going to see emojis and be like, "What were they trying to say to each other?" Just like we say about the Egyptians.
I believe. I think you're right. It's amazing that people still say or use IDK or JK. Like that came from texting, right? Like the short.
That came from texting when you were paid. You were paying by the character.
Yes. Yeah. And we still see it. It's still being used. So I think to your point, yeah, we'll definitely see it.
I'm really fucking pissed off right now, by the
Why?
way. I just went to go register for my classes thinking that, oh, there's no way they would start the next round of classes on the 2nd of January, and they're starting on the 2nd of January, which means I can't register because I'm outside of the window per the Army regulations. So now I have to wait until February to start to take the next set of classes. But I guess I can use January to try to do some of these stupid electives offline. Anyone want to take classes like English 100 or macroeconomics for me so that I don't have to take them?
Dibs on macro if somebody else will take English.
I speak English, so I can take that one.
Yeah, you just have to go out to study.com and take the class and then pass the exam with a 70 or above. Hell, you could
I-
probably just pair it to Chat GPT and then call it good.
I was gonna say Kappa, but then you said 70 or above, so maybe you're off this here.
I mean, do we still trust Kappa at this point because he's of the Legion of Andrew Tate, and the shit I'm now seeing, like the videos that have come out of
Well,
him, like,
he's now a follower of Christ. Haven't you talked to him recently?
yeah. But what I'm saying is like, do you think we haven't brought up Andrew Tate? And I mean, Andrew Tate quotes the Bible a lot, so it might not be that much of a stretch to say that he believes Andrew Tate is
You think
Christ.
he's going to combine both doctrines into one, Andrew Tate and Catholicism?
Andrew Tateism.
Who's Kappa? Is he in here?
He came for a while, like every day. He was just in here. Pun
He's how we
intended.
met Zach.
Pun intended. He was in here religiously, and now he barely comes because he's like riding his bicycle to people's houses and asking them if they've heard of Jesus Christ.
And he supports Andrew Tate?
He was previously. We don't know. I haven't asked him recently.
Like, this is the thing, misinformation. What the mass media perforates to the public needs to be questioned. So it makes you wonder, how is these allegations going to hold up in the court of law? Are they trying to defame the man? Are they because, you know, for someone who's been following him for years and observing him and tracking like what he's doing, those allegations seem false.
Let me send you a video.
Okay, I'd love to see it. Because I mean, I could be completely wrong. Like if I see some crap like him beating up a woman or shoving women into a trunk of a car, I'll be like, oh.
Well, he's said some pretty interesting things about women in the last.
I mean, I don't care about what a guy or a girl says about women or men. I mean, that doesn't matter. It is freedom of speech that he's taken advantage of. I mean, someone can say
No. I have a video of him and his brother literally pulling a belt out and beating a woman. I'm trying to find it. I sent it to you, so you. I don't know. Maybe they deleted it, but
see now that is charges he needs to face. You know, that's karma that comes back at you. So
and
like,
then literally in the video he goes, "Go get the fuck back in there and get on camera and do as I tell you." Like after he just like beats this girl, which it's probably gotten taken down because it's probably going to be used against him in in the trial. But yeah, it's literally like the first time I've seen him. Like I've seen him just talk and be like, yeah, whatever. Like he just talks. But like this is the first time I've ever seen actual like footage of it. Hold on, it might have been taken down. I thought I sent it to you, and I said, this dude needs an ass whipping of his own.
oh yeah, I would love to.
You know the guy Mario that hosts the big spaces with like Elon and all that.
Oh yeah, I've been in a couple.
He posted them. He posted the videos.
Oh.
He posted the videos and said, "Oh my God, like, what in the world is? Did I not know Andrew Tate, the real Andrew Tate?" And he posted a video of him. I just don't see it on his page anymore. So, hold on.
Now, there is one aspect of Andrew Tate that I have not liked, and that is him trying to get people greedy about money. And you know, this is worsening the inflation system matrix that is already developed. And so, like, yeah, if they were perforating out there that we don't need money, we can just trade things and you can become wealthy and famous, maybe that would be a way better message. But, you know, I don't like his propaganda of money and greed. It's very sad.
I thought you were describing a Twitter space just now. Hey, welcome to this place. If you buy this thing, you'll get money and fame. Isn't that Twitter space?
Yeah, and also it's like Sam's Club. It's also like people who sell out their soul to the Jewish plutocracies.
Yeah, it looks like Mario had to take it down. So, but I watched it and I was like, holy shit! Like, oh man.
Well, you're obviously in the loop. People who are able to receive information like that are in compartmentalized groups, modern plutocracies that don't revolve around cash but information and truth.
Yeah, it's because I'm part of the 4.
How
Well,
dare you.
I like that number. 4, yes.
The
Yes, 4.
1 becomes the 2 becomes the 3 becomes the 4, which returns back to 1, the axioma de Maria. I learned that from Carl Jung. Data chat, oh how exciting. Yawn face. The Syndicate.
So me and my wife, we both have a life path 4, and we are counterpart twin flames. And
Can you
um,
explain this life path thing? Because I just heard about it today.
life path is like kind of like a look at it as like a personality scale into like the possible potential of your future by like who you are as a person.
So
Um,
it's like the fact that I'm a Virgo.
Yes, it goes off your birth charts and astrological alignments. Like at the moment you left your mom's womb, and you were able to get exposed to that radiation from the external source, because water absorbs radiation. So whenever you leave that environment, that's when the genetic modifications start. Yes.
So what's a life path 4 mean?
I would have to send you it, man. It's basically it's like it's numerology, but it's spot on to me and her. Like when we read it, we were like, oh my god! Like you just have to look it up, honestly. Try to see what life path you are, and see if you resonate with that information. Because me and her, we are twin flames, and both of our life paths turns into 8, and 8 with as like a team we work to find deep information, sift through the data, and so we've hit the end of rabbit holes and seen what Twitter's actually doing and other things, because we're able to help each other and not go insane.
What do you do for a regular like day job?
Well, I mean, I've done a lot of cool jobs, but I'm settled down now working apartment maintenance for multiple properties as a supervisor, and emergency stuff, after hours as well. So it's a lot easier than the stuff I used to do. I used to manage a miniature nuclear reactor at a factory. I was a maintenance supervisor for that, but it was just too hard work. It was just too much thinking. So I got out of that, and I also did electronic lock installations across the country for Marriott and um, Trump locations, and I was incorporating like Bluetooth technology for Asa Abloy, so people can like use an app and unlock their guest door. So I was a database administrator for a lot of those properties.
You're like MacGyver.
Master of none means you're a jack of all trades, but you know, just like a true master of none, I didn't go to a university to learn one specific thing, and I don't think anyone should.
How dare you? How dare you work in professional fields without formal accreditation?
Well, I've had really rich people tell me that they don't give a fuck about a piece of paper. They look at my resume, they look at what I'm able to do, and they're like, okay, I'll give you a shot. And it's been like that since I was a little kid, just because I was telling them, yes, I could do that. And I was able to do that. And now I have a lot of people saying he can do that. And so
What are the dangers of not adhering to the North American caste system?
I don't think there's any dangers. I think that everyone should be their own business owners and help out their communities. And we rely on each other instead of these corporate conglomerates and plutocracies that want to control our lives for their financial gain.
But if you're not a Brahmin, how do I know you know about finance? You know what I mean? Like, it's tough.
How does capitalism fit into that?
I need help on finance. I'm not saying I know anything about finance because I'm broke as fuck.
Introducing Casey. That's right, Casey coming to the stage.
This white,
Tip your waiter.
this white gender male.
Are we ready to balance our
Assist
debt
with
ratio and
ginger mint.
reserves with proper credit usage? Making sure not to over leverage yourself on material goods? Yeah, financial literacy. That's the name of the game.
Oh my God, you lost Zach.
Booyah!
Casey, I read something really interesting. I think I posted it, but the jobs that were tied to interest rates, the people who lost their jobs are finding jobs pretty quickly. So I was kind of the theory was that. Why are you laughing?
Based on, wasn't that the tech field?
Why are you laughing?
Well, it was tech, so
That's
I always
not,
That's
no,
hilarious.
that's
They
no,
went back to work for Google, I think I read.
we knew tech would probably jump, get back on their feet pretty quickly, but the jobs that were tied to the interest rates going up, those guys are finding jobs pretty quickly
where,
too.
based on what? I would refute that. I
You
would say
would?
the people in tech in general are probably transitioning pretty well. The people on the operations side of mortgage, maybe they're transitioning okay. The sales force, specifically in mortgage, is effectively blacklisted right now. This is my general assessment. Yeah.
Okay. That's good because I would have lumped them all together. I wouldn't have broken it down that way. So I didn't know that.
Yeah. And, if you just, it's salespeople based on mortgage sales, based on rates. And like, there's a couple good articles out there describing it as like, nobody wants to hire somebody who's going to jump ship the second the rates go back down. It's like, oh, it kind of hurts, but yeah.
But do we see the rates going back down below 5?
Dude, it is the weirdest part of the conversation for me that all of a sudden there's this like, oh man, next year's going to be a great refi boom, guys. Really looking forward to that refi boom next year. I'm like, The fuck are you talking about? Like, okay, kinda, but like, there's a lot of marketing going on around that. Is my point. Sorry to make it short.
You mean a lot of sales
So
marketing?
salespeople marketing to themselves. Yes, it's like, come on, guys, let's get
Yeah.
pumped up for the bull run that's about to happen. Yeah, it's like very similar.
But like, what's wrong with that? I think
It's
everyone needs to market to themselves.
like that's why I'm like, and and to counter what I just said as well, to your point, like as rates go up, people still buy houses. They still have to refinance into these higher rates. It happens. And so, yeah, if the rates go back down from here, those people are eligible to refinance, possibly.
Yeah,
So,
it makes sense for anyone trying to get into the real estate game to look for profit nowadays, like for right now, because uh, like it's only benefiting the current property developers and stuff. They're the only ones
yeah,
making, because right now if you're trying to purchase a property and rent it out, you're making half of the profit than you would be making just a few years ago.
he, you know, I keep hearing that statement, and in general, kind of, yeah, I would just like make a tweak to the numbers a little bit. I think that it's probably closer to like 30%. I know I'm splitting hairs here, but I don't think that it's actually the majority of the carrying cost is in the maintenance of the property. And though the interest rate and the mortgage payment has an impact, if you look at the overall carrying cost, it accounts for a little less than how it's promoted. But
Right.
still, like,
Yeah.
valid.
But like for instance, I work for a property developer, and so like I live in a house that's built by the company that I work for, and it's a two-story house, and it cost about $130,000 in 2018 to build the house. Now it costs almost $400,000 to build the exact same house with the cost of
Mm,
materials.
mm. It's I was gonna say earlier, the what I'm starting to notice is the bigger, more established builders who have successfully cleared their pipeline have been targeting rehabs, which they never do. Usually rehabs are like the low hanging fruit, like fuck rehabs, we're doing new builds over here. And they're not. They're going after the dilapidated foreclosure, short sale situations. They're getting a little deal because they can buy in cash. They can do all the rehab on the property more or less out of pocket pretty quick and flip that thing back over. It's I think it's a dangerous sign to see big builders going into rehab projects.
Oh yeah, it's so sad. Seeing like a property manager that I work for, with like all of his assets, all of his properties, probably close to like $50 million. But this guy is over here hiring employees to nickel and dime everything we buy, get like cheap products to install into these units to replace, faucets and
Because the
stuff. And it's like,
overhead
why
is
are we
killing them.
Sorry, go
exactly?
ahead, Sandra.
They would shut
Oh,
down
Oh, dude, I'm
by
sorry. Apologies, Sandra. Sorry, I wasn't even looking at my phone.
well, mine. Oh no, this is a manly question that's way out of my league. That's why I'm asking. It'll take me like 5 seconds to ask everyone. Um, so my car's in the shop, and there's a $300 diagnostic. They just did a diagnostic, but they will not charge me for the diagnostic if I pay for a repair. So my original issue did come under like a recall, but they're saying that I should replace my tires and it would be, $595 plus tax. Or I could not do that and just drive out with my old tires and pay 300 and be done with it. What would you do? This is to all the men. Because I don't, the tires are not, I mean, they're not bald, but they will be bald in like maybe 4 months or so. They're not new. So I don't know. So I'm just putting it. The $595 seems like a decent deal to do 4 tires and have them balanced and everything else. But I'd have to pull out a Bitcoin to do
Shop
that.
around.
So
Shop
I'm just
around. 4 different sources, totally separate. Shop around. Scrape the internet. See if you can get some coupons. See if you can get, you
right. But here's
know.
the they're going to charge me $300 for the diagnostic, regardless. The only reason they won't charge me is if I buy the
Do you
tires to
have
get
to
the
go
tires
through
done.
them?
No,
Yeah,
I can.
they're trying to jack you. I mean,
Yeah.
you pay $300, but you don't have to pay the $300 diagnostic as long as you pay for the tires. But the issue is you're doing the diagnostic to find out if there's an issue with the car, so you can actually drive the car. Correct?
No, I already had to do that anyway because of the recall issue. They had to run the diagnostic.
Okay, so they ran the diagnostic and then they did then they found out of the recall issue and fixed it.
Correct. And now they're saying I owe them $300 to the
Give them the
diagnostic.
$300 and go to the next
Okay.
task.
Good deal. Thank you. All
That
right.
would be what I would do. Because in 4 months, you can close the gap on what money you would need. Because it would be, now that we know the tires will say be bald in 4 months, let's assume 3 months, okay? And
Okay.
then we make a marker for that, and we know that the tires themselves will probably be $5.99 regardless, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they're making high margin on those tires, and they're trying to lock you into forcing you to buy the tires, that doesn't make any sense when all you had to do is pay $300 and leave.
Yeah, I think you're right. I just wanted to check, what you guys thought.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you guys. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah.
So there's men question and women questions now that we can ask. I mean, is that safe to?
No, you
I'm just
can't.
asking.
I can. It's
Okay.
different.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's yeah. I just wanted.
It's nice that you can think things and rockets can say them for you. You know what I mean?
I should do that all the time. Just ask him behind the scenes. Be like, can you ask this for me? I'm a little embarrassed. Maybe from you it won't. Yeah, that's a good idea.
I want to bake a cake, but I just want the women. This is a woman's question. Recipe for muffins and cake. Just women though. I don't want
Yeah, that's okay. That's acceptable because
Okay.
I can bake my buttocks off. So, do you want a blueberry muffin, like a blueberry
But
corn muffin type recipe? What would you
banana
like?
bread. How
This is why data scientists can't be presidents.
how brown should the bananas be for banana bread? Like Soyu brown or like I don't know Rihanna brown.
What?
How
Why do I have a spectrum name?
Whoopi Goldberg brown?
So you brown.
Oh,
Allie,
My love.
they've created a color called So You Brown.
Oh, wow.
My kind of brown. What brown would I be?
Soyu brown 46.
Coconut brown? Wonder.
West Indian coconut brown?
West Indian coconut brown?
Is that what they're talking about?
Because
Now featuring Sylvia Brown, we put the hell yeah back into that good old brown color. So slap it on the walls and feel good and safe. Because this is the kind of paint that lets people know on the outside you may be a coconut on the inside, but you're white on the inside.
Kind of
and
like
there's
red
and
on.
there's the milk.
Wait a minute. Is it just brown with streaks of white? Is that what's going on?
Because there's the hair on the outside,
You
right?
know, it's a
And
question,
then there's the
right? Yeah.
brown. There's the brown hair, the brown coconut, the flesh that's white. Remember, the flesh is white, and the blood is coconut milk.
I like your PFP, by
The
the
blood,
way.
the blood. Oh, thanks, Harold made it. The blood of the coconut would be an interesting 2023 Scientology movement.
Whoa, what's up with the number 23 in Scientology lab? What's up with that?
I think it's from Michael Jordan.
We'll call it the bot C blood of the
No, well,
coconut.
Michael,
Like Yahtzee, but bots.
Well, so what about Jim Carrey?
I mean, he's Canadian too.
Yeah, I mean, the movie 23.
Oh yeah, it was a great movie. No,
Yeah, he went crazy, all because everything was connected to the number 23, which is actually true.
well, it's actually more 1111. I find that popping up a lot.
Yeah, but the 1111, you're actually supposed to not manifest your positive, true vibrational thoughts, because that's the time that they program the masses. And so we need to like revibrate our randomness at that specific time. And then we can manifest our realities at any other time. The angel numbers aren't really angel numbers.
I like reverberate. I've never heard that one. You know,
Yeah.
this would be a good.
The-
It'd be good, like daily
Wait,
calendar.
wait, is
Make
that
sure
connecting towards like
you.
harmonization of vibration? Is that what the revibrate? Is that what that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is
That,
about to become the dictatorship if we keep going down this path.
that's how the global consciousness works. Think of um, the electromagnetic information stream that your brain actually produces. It's like a magnet. And this information stream can vibrate like strings on a guitar. And if you have another guitar tuned to the specific tone with that same string, they will reverberate if you pluck them at the same time. And it's that reverberation that creates a higher frequency and
Does that
more
make
energy.
marketing like just random shrapnel shards of metal flying around getting attracted to magnetic fields?
No, because it's not like magnet like iron. It's magnetic on a quantum
Yeah, but
gravity type
like
level.
marketing is kind of that that analogy, that information that goes in. I don't know. I had something there. I'm gonna say it's gone. It's still there. I got it, but I'm just gonna say it's gone and take a pass.
No, my favorite is on a quantum gravity type level. Yeah, that's the topic of today, everyone. How might we get on a quantum gravity type level?
You have to reverberate. So just the reverberation can influence the quirks and spins of our individual atoms that make up the cells and bacteria of our body.
Oscillating between the 0 and the 1 at the speed of light. God flips dice faster than the speed of light, perhaps? Da-da-da.
Okay, so I have a joke for you. Why did the quantum gravity physicist bring a ladder to the black hole?
Why?
He wanted to climb out of the event horizon.
Boo. Boo. Boo.
This is Chat GPT. So, all right, here's another one. Oh, this is good. This involves a wedding. Okay, why was the quantum gravity theorist late to his own wedding?
Why?
Why?
Because he was trapped in a closed time-like curve. Yeah, these dad jokes. I don't know.
That's a good one.
Okay. One more, and then I'll be quiet. Why did the quantum gravity student get an F on his exam? Because he was trying to quantize gravity, but it just didn't add up. Chat even Chat GPT's let me down. No respect. Where's Ron White
Dude,
in here?
no. Sandra as Rodney Dangerfield. No respect.
I love it. I miss him. He was so good. And Rickles, Don Rickles. Oh my God! If I had his biting humor, how he could go into an audience and just rip it up. What a quick mind. Anyway.
All right. So spatial number 6 is in construction. Aiming for 20 by the end of next week.
Now, why haven't you started a Web3 consultancy yet? I
I'm
mean,
going through the
you got it
motions. I'm
all going on.
practicing.
No, there's no
Yes,
practice. There's
there's
just
nobody practices. This is my unique flavor. I practice. I grab tools, I practice, I try, I do things, and then I see what can be mushed together.
But you're mushing so well.
Well, hopefully that will speak to the end result quality of the overall project. Hopefully, that end result will show that. That's the hope.
I have a lot of advice for you that there's no way to know is true, but I'm going to act like it's true.
Yeah. I'm I've been thinking about that from the earlier stages of that same philosophy of, I'd rather fail and try than never try type of philosophy.
It's better to lose than quit.
Yeah. I think that is really good when you're generating a lot of ideas. But it feels like once you've narrowed those ideas down and kind of selected the ones you're going to put your time into, for me, that's when I shift gears. And
This is when I give you advice and then you consider it and then you spit it back to me with like a slight disagreement.
yes,
And then we go back and
yes,
forth 3 times.
yes.
Sorry. I've been on so many Twitter spaces. I can see, like, you know what it is? It's because I'm programming now. So now I think about all of the responses like, oh, this is what
I like.
happens. You have an
Mm,
idea. We tell you a bunch of advice that's kind of generic, but we're not sure if
mhm.
it's true. Right. And then, like, you retain your manhood and your independence by either saying, oh, it's kind of like this idea that I thought of before. You know what I mean? So it's not really their ideas, it's kind of like yours, right? And you retain your independence, right? And then we go back and forth a little bit, and then somebody comes up and then they start like
Which
playing with
only
the
works
sound
because I
effect.
keep continuously bringing it up, right? Like I'm
It's,
creating the
you
wheel
know,
turn here.
You're like ruining my vibe. I'm trying to worm
it's-
my way. I'm trying to worm my way into like a part-time consulting job with KC. You're wrecking my avenue of ask. That's why.
oh, good. No, that's where it ends. Okay, so now we have the ask.
Well, you ruined it though. Now I already asked and it was awful.
I know, we're just breaking the fourth wall. We can go back
Oh
into
yeah,
the three,
they're
go back,
flexible.
now that we've broken the fourth wall, we can go back into the show.
Oh boy. All right.
KC, do you need anyone to build spatials for you if you don't want to build them?
Yes, I do.
No
Yeah.
way. So you're saying if that I was dedicated and wanted to build spatials for a small pittance, you would transact small pittance for said
That's right.
spatial?
All I need is your OX address and you start getting paid.
It would be that, but it'd also be I have to be an apprentice because I don't. There's a lot. There's things that I'm definitely gonna need, direction on. So you get to pay me and teach me. Yay! No, I'm kidding.
Yay!
I would not expect to be paid at all.
Do you have a spatial account?
I do.
Have you
I
have
do.
you actually used it?
Yes, I did. I did put a video up, and I put a painting up, and that's almost
All
the
right.
limit of what I know.
Go into, do you know how to like the little plus button at the bottom where you can add stuff? Go
Yes.
into that, select Sketchfab and start downloading stuff. Don't worry about trying to
Okay.
do anything. Just start downloading stuff that you like. It's a library of 3D objects. And just start downloading them and playing with making them bigger, smaller, moving them around.
Awesome. Okay.
Easy. Start there. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, cool.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
And just like that, you too can launch off the ground. Simple, easy, convenient, and free. Huh? Come on. I'm a spatial spokesperson just waiting to happen.
You are. You are.
Can you give us a testimonial of how you've created a side hustle with spatial?
Things were hard for me and the kids out on the streets, bouncing from food pantry to food pantry. And then we found spatial. And by building spatial for other people, I have established a multi-million-dollar corporation servicing the Web3 needs of the entire nation and now the globe. If you too would like this opportunity, contact us at spatial.io. All right, so I went way off the rails there, like way off the rails.
Yeah.
That was like,
I can't wait to do that. Be real.
I just went
That
with
was
it.
the
I'm
best
like,
commercial
it's
ever.
not what he asked for, but it's something. So I'm just going to see what happens.
It's interesting because most people, when they think about pitching a company, they think about the mentor or broadcaster. But what if you did like the villain or the casual?
Mm,
You know, it's kind of like the anti-pitch, or at least like the orthogonal pitch. Usually, people pick the hero or the
mm,
mentor, right? Because they're trying to treat you like a child.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
They want to son you.
mm. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah.
I am the person with the knowledge. You don't
Bow
have
to
the
me.
knowledge. Don't you know that because I don't skip over my words?
I do like the new spatial site. They updated their
Yeah.
website. Like a ton of information on there. I was showing it to my partner last night because he was like, "What the hell is spatial?" And I was showing him all the stuff. So more that purple stuff is coming,
Word,
Casey. I got it
word.
coming to you.
It's good. I'm doing my thing. It's all good. I'm just practicing, making sure I can knock out of the park whatever comes my way. That's the goal. All comers.
I'll quit my job today as long as I have a steady income flow to pay my bills and I can work hard for something good for humanity.
If you too can survive off of $5 a week, then quit your job immediately.
Every person you hire gets 2.5% of what they make. 2% of what they make. Of what they make
Oh,
and what
that
they make.
hurts.
It's
Oh,
recursion.
that hurts. Go, man. That really fucking.
And now you can have a referral bonus of like
No,
$50.
you mean
All
you're
right?
gonna get tokens from our new.
Spatial
You're gonna get
token underlying the
our
exchange.
new blockchain that was released. Will issue you an L2.
Now in the Bahamas.
We went to the Bahamas
Now
because the servers are cheaper there. Uh,
and now we're back into the US a few years later. Just not of our own free will. Like the full life cycle of the whole idea in like 30 minutes. Went from I'm making money, hey, you can make money, let's make money together. We might have to go to the Bahamas for regulatory. 2 years later, we've made a lot of money and we didn't realize it's illegal. Okay, back to the US. Oh, hold on. Do you have any parents at Ivy League universities?
Maybe
Because if you do, that's the only way this works.
there might be a link here.
Okay,
Harvard
I'm just asking.
counts, right?
It
Then
does
we're in.
count.
We're good to go. Yep.
Wicked. Okay, good. I just had to cover our
You and I will
bases there.
have to be adopted by them And as full adults, that might be a little tricky, but I'm sure we can.
Ascend those 33 rungs of
Yeah.
stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Eyes wide
Can
shut.
do attitude, not can don't. It's can do. So
I like doing the short run and the long run of the rise and the Theranos of spatial. You know what I mean? Like the Theranos of the
shut
metaverse. He was on Time Magazine, KC. His profile picture of a galaxy. You know? This is the only remaining photo available online. You know?
well, dude, it's so wild to me because I'm like, the second these people I'm onboarding to spatial figure out that they can do all this stuff easily on their own, they don't need me.
Or you now have the opportunity to create a course that you can sell them.
Ooh.
Hey, by the way, here's your work. But take it easy. Oh, by the way, if you want to learn how to do this yourself and save the money, instead of paying me $200 to do the spaces, why don't you spend $50 and teach all your people? Per person.
Sell that shit to spatial.
That's a
Or just
delicious.
sell it to the clients. Be like, here, you want to buy this e-learning? Do it yourself. And then the thing is, they might say, you know what? I'd rather you do it.
Yeah.
In which case, you learn something. But some people might say, yeah, I'd like to take the e-learning. Hey, do you have an advanced version of this course? Well, that's, $299, but
Mm-hmm. For the holders of our NFT, we'll consider it.
Yeah,
how
the
dare you
community is
connect
the
NFTs into this? We were going just fine without talking about
Yeah, but it was
NFTs.
boring, so NFTs.
I want to actually build something with the Unity tool
Yes.
with spatial.
Yes.
I want to actually build data interviewing system so we can capture market research data in spaces. And basically that's like the ability to put surveys in front of the users so that they can go and experience a section of the experience and then, go to a booth or whatnot and be able to give us data and build that on the Unity side. And then we'll sort of have that as our unique IP boat or, whatever, our moat around our concept. That's the problem with doing space is that I think the barrier to entry is not as high as I'd like it to be, right? After you achieve mastery in the space. As KC merges with mastery, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's got spatial
Nothing
mastery, doesn't
special.
have necessarily maybe like Blender everything,
Yep.
adaptive thing. But he's also got business side of it as well, since you're sort of, meeting people and figuring out like what people want and the limitations and, all that kind of stuff. The
So you
space is
also
starting
get
to
the
form up.
upsell.
Yeah.
Like the upsell to my buddy Cam, who did the work for Web3. Like if
Mm-hmm.
somebody wants to take like a regular spatial and be like, hey, what if I wanted this to look like instead of the bronze, I want to go for the
Yep.
gold and make it
Absolutely.
photorealistic. You just call Cam, that's done. And it's done reliably. You get you know what I mean? We've already vetted that channel. So it's like you have the other pieces there in your back
Yeah,
pocket.
you do. You would. There's going to be a lot of stuff we're going to do. Like we're going to build like a base library of stuff and have tiers and all kinds of stuff. But it's a whole new thing, and it's going to be pretty cool. Excited.
You're listening to the Syndicate. Oh, how exciting, yawn face, on a quantum gravity type level.
That's why I like Casey. I'm like, go find that Unity course. You know what I mean? Because I got your back. So
Oh, are you willing to sponsor a child to learn Unity?
yeah, yeah. Any course,
For $1
any
a
course he
day,
wants
you
online,
can
man.
take a poverty-stricken adult white male.
No, I mean it's something that I can write off in terms of sort of education, all these kinds of piece improvement. Even though
Oh, Syndicate University. You can get sponsored by a
yeah,
VC to take courses. That'd be interesting.
yeah, That's for anyone that sort of well, Casey right now, just because he's got the propensity in the space, but like based on it all kind of comes down to like finding people that know the particulars that I need to sort of accelerate the business on my side. That's the dual benefit, and there's no commitment necessary that he has to work, with me or whatnot. It's more of a dude. I'd love it for you to like cross that unity gap so you can master that kit, because then we can build out the survey system. Not only that, but we can actually launch the dev side of the business and the spatial event side of the business and the spatial sort of as a service side of the business. You launch them all at the same time. You have a unique IP position. You add in a specific rubric set, of from different known design research models or known market research models. You'd be the first to actually build out the market research capture of the spatial type space. You get it going. Marriott already interested in this. So we just give them the proposal, build out the actual initial space. We build out their lobby of one of their newer things. And then we show them how you can do onboarding with HR and not only benchmark people, but sort of you could actually technically actually screen them through the spatial itself. In other words, new recruits could come right into the spatial, experience the new Marriott experience 10,000, while at the same time being filtered and probed to see if they would be a good fit for the company for hiring. Do all that, be the first company to probably have that kind of experience. And yeah, that's tasty. All right there is on the plate. And then my partner said, well, how much is it realizable? And I was like, 75%. He's like, yeah, 75% of that reality done? Yeah. So what's missing? I got to give Casey a bunch of money and we got to get going. He's like, who's Casey? He's, at first I said Chicago. For some reason, I feel like Casey is from Chicago, but then you're not. You're like in New Hampshire, I guess. So my partner was like, all right, well, that's cool. And then like we're walking out in the parking lot and he's like, so what the hell is this syndicate thing you're talking about? it's like it's like a guild, but it's online and decentralized.
Okay,
And
I have to ask. I'm gonna do it.
yeah.
I have to. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
with full appreciation and respect, because that's fucking awesome, right? Why not
Mm-hmm.
just go after somebody that already knows how to do it?
Nope. That's not really the there's opportunity in you.
Yeah,
That's your job,
yeah.
Casey.
But I'm just like looking around at like the people that are already using Unity and have a
Just
But
because
history
they
of
can,
I
using
mean,
it.
just because
I
they
get
can do it doesn't mean you want to work with them.
Okay, yeah, all right.
yeah. That's the other thing too. I mean, I know you, and I know people that know you, right? So, um, like you pass the character check. You're also autonomous, KC. I mean, you don't wait around for decisions. So, like, if it was like picking on eye color, you would say, "Fuck it, just pick one and keep going." Right? You wouldn't stop for stupid shit like that because you haven't before, right? But you haven't had, a bankroll either. So there's a little bit of a bankroll here. So that that it's not just that we have hustle and that we're scrappy, but we're also smart when it comes to acceleration from other assets. So let's buy the good assets we got to buy the templates, buy the engines. That all that's needed. Um, but at the same time, so we see now Spatial has direct alignment with Unity. Okay, sweet. Let's close the gap with KC and Unity. Maybe specific to whatever the spatial requirements are and whatnot. I get your point. It's just
Like I love that, dude. I love that. I'm humbled by that. That's very humbling. I'm a. This is the. I don't know.
You also a cis-white gender
Yes.
male, so very reliable.
yeah.
I've got good credit,
You're also
so.
creative. Casey, you're also creative. So there's a lot of people that know 3D, but they have no fucking creativity whatsoever. they actually do the mastery of the math. They kind of get into the physics of what they can do, but they don't actually have a spark of creativity of like, let's create a character and then make a show and something like that. And the other thing too is that you ship, right? What I mean by that is that once you get into a piece, you don't necessarily experiment and never show anybody. You keep pushing the product out, and you pimp it yourself. So you got into NFTs because you made the art, but you also wanted to see if you could sell the art. That means you're already ambitious, which means you're already in the mode of improving and selling, right? So you can already upsell, like you can sell the space. You're going to be part of the business, man. Don't you know? You know what I mean? Like you're not just like a freelance guy that I was lucky to find to help me build out this spatial thing. I mean, this is something that going to give you a piece of because I think if you want, again, I'm not pressuring you or any shit, and I'm also not trying to blow it up so you wig yourself out. But this is a new kind of business that is going to spawn, and it'll be challenging in the beginning to sell because not everybody understands why they would need a space. But we have enough initial interest, and there's enough initial opportunity to spend a little to build enough that I could hype a lot. Now, the hype a lot allows me to build a ton of momentum in a space that I've already known in and that I already have expertise in. So when they see the concept and close the gap, it'll be a duh, and then it'll be a fuck, right? So people will be like, what? Oh shit, right? And then the ball is going to start rolling, and then we're going to have competition, and the competition actually has made more money than us before. They're heavily funded, and but where do they suck? They suck in audacity. Maybe they don't ship. Maybe they're not creative. Maybe they don't pimp. But you do. You do all of that. So, you know, so I see that. And I'm not, again, freaking out for whatever thing. It's just like, that's why I'm like, hey, man, I'll pick up a Unity course, find one you like, wherever. Blah, 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 that kind of stuff. And then, yeah, we got probably 4 spatial projects that we kind of need to look at from a sort of design composition that I'm building out, and I'm using Midjourney to kind of render samples of sort of like some of the art pieces just to kind of help me accelerate that a little bit. And at the same time, we have to sort of do like, okay, this is cool. All right, Dan, looking at that, we should build some, standard assets as well. You're right. We need an auditorium thing. We need a museum gallery. We need sort of like the Intel Innovation Center. What would that look like, right? So that we can reskin it, rebrand it any which way we want. We need to think about, yeah, those kinds of things. And then it's the question of like, let's scout for the assets. The budget is 0 to 1,000, right? Go scout the assets, fill out the asset sheet. We spend some time looking at all the assets together, get on a Zoom call, and they're like, okay, what do you think about that? Yeah, I think we should get that template, this thing and that thing. For all we know, the assets are probably going to be cheaper than $500, right? And they would greatly accelerate our ability to build and accelerate time. So it's a given that would happen. And that's the kind of thing that I would put in the syndicate. That's one of the syndicate perks. Like whatever we would sort of purchase as assets wise, we would get them with, if we can, with such rights that they kind of go into like the syndicate library. So you go into the syndicate library and you either pull people out, hey, hey, Matthew, grab them and pull them out in the street and do something, or you grab whatever's in the asset then or whatever. Yeah, and then we would, then we got to do the proposals. And right now, the proposals, the way we're selling this, or the way I'm approaching it, is I'm picking 4 specifically unique clients that I have an in with, so I'm already warm. I can get in the door, and that basically I want to walk in and say, "Hey, you know what? I know you guys are struggling. I made your space for you. Check it out." And I put it down on the table, and I'm like, show them, and I show them I can actually zoom into the world from like a flyer. Like I have a marketing flyer, the QR code and a scan, and say go and download the app, and I'd be like, wow, yeah, that's the actual onboarding experience that your users would have, or whatever, you know what I mean? So that's really cool. And that's the thing I like about spatial. It engages onboarding flow, web, mobile, and headset seamlessly. That's the number one reason. That's the only reason why I really want it, because that is so important. So with that really easy, now I'm showing people the space. Now the business is in the monthly. The monthly is the facilitation of those spaces. We run the spaces for the people. Now you could say, Dan, they could hire anyone to run it. You're correct. And we want them to do that to an extent, but no. We want to first sort of help run and facilitate their spaces so we can show them that. And then we need to build our own research sort of metric system on sort of like how these spaces can be benchmarked and people can be benchmarked and sort of pulled through the experience. But as we actually build the Unity layer piece, we close that gap. You know what I mean? So we start selling and talking about that. Plus, it's also like, dude, you're on the metaverse. This is awesome. Check this thing out. It's an initial part of it. All that goodness. And so, yeah, that's the initial piece. And that's the ramble of that kind of business. And is
It's all built on
gearing
trust.
along.
If there
What?
wasn't any trust there, it would never happen. So congratulations, Casey. We have the Unity people in the background just waiting for Casey's orders too. So it's like, don't hold back. If people want something fucking crazy, just tell them when.
Yeah, we like to build things here too. That's the other thing.
So
I think that's kind of fun. Like the other day, Ruben like shared with me a business plan. He's like, "Hey, check this thing out." I was like, checked out a slide deck he had, and at first it was a hard one to get my head around. I was like, "What is this thing?" In fact, I showed my friend of mine who's this partner on with me on this cannabis business, and he's like, "This looks something incomplete." I'm like, I could be. I don't know. I don't know if it's complete. He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "But there's something here," and I'm like, "Yeah, all right, that's cool." And then he's like, "Did some kids at Ohio State do this?" I'm like, "No, there's a guy online I know. His name is Ruben." All this other stuff. He's like, "Ruben, is that French?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I don't know." Anyway, so it was funny.
So I kind of I don't know if this is like a bad thing. I think it's a smart thing, but it might be an amoral thing. So I'm working with this guy RVT in Spatial, and he works with Unity a lot. And basically, you just go to Sketchfab, grab an existing environment, add the Unity lighting to it. That immediately beefs up the visuals, and then you can increase the count, the poly count of how many surfaces everything has, and smooth it all out. Um, and it's like a 4-step process. But grabbing stuff that's free use and
Mm-hmm.
upgrading the free use stuff without having to build it all from scratch.
Yeah, I'm all for that
Right?
too.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, totally. Mm-hmm. And even if you have somebody where it's kind of like, hey, well, based on like, I'd have to just like sort of design out the sort of data system I want to build in Unity, and figure out all the controls and everything. But
Well,
I don't
there's
know how
like
hard
there's
that'll
merge
be.
functions. You can grab like multiple environments and put them on the same plane and
Mm-hmm.
connect them all together. Like
Mm-hmm.
I've got environments like Tron style environments that I
Yeah.
just need to cut some fucking holes in walls to give a door. Like, God damn it, I just need to make a hole. You know? Like,
The first thing we did is when we realized we could do this. Remember Casey? I went to Casey, fucking Sketchfab. The model was $10, and I gave it to you, and it was game over. And then you went into the file and found, oh look, there are the fishes, and you added the fishies.
yep. Once the Sketchfab was integrated to Spatial and I understood how to work the library, yeah, and it's an incredibly large library. And all the other like 3D developers really piss on Sketchfab. Oh, Sketchfab. I'm like, have you looked recently at the shit that's in there? Because there's a bunch.
Sketchfab is like the Fiverr of fucking
And
3D
dude,
models.
I compare it to the 3D Center, 3D Masters, the 3D markets, and like I don't see a huge difference, to be honest with you, until you get in like the Unreal stuff.
Sounds good.
So, anyways,
Good
yeah,
morning.
what's up,
How
Hurls?
are we?
How are we?
How are
Catch
we?
me up.
My
What's
name is
happening? Sounds like
Hurls.
there's momentum in the spatial, right?
Oh man, I can't get that low. Damn it.
I'm
Oh,
I, I thought I was getting better, but I'm getting worse.
yeah, you're doing just fine. Hold on a second. I think our frequencies are
Gotta
probably
imagine
hurting
the
some
voice
animals
starts
nearby.
cracking a
Let
little
me
bit
look
like
outside.
this. Then you gotta really
Is
Sure,
there an
figure
echo
oh,
in
out.
the
there's a
space?
squirrel over there. Looks like we're torturing them.
Your phobia audio was fabulous. I loved it.
Oh, thank you.
It was very, very good. Charles wishes he was as good as you.
Catch me up. What's happening?
Well, we've all decided to block you, Hurls. You're being excommunicated from the.
I'd block me too.
Actually, buddy, do you want to try and recut chapter 1 today?
I thought you were
Yeah.
going to ask him to be a spatial developer. Sorry.
I'm trying to hold up my good name and actually finish the stuff I start. It's challenging.
How dare you?
I know, it's horrible.
Finishing what you
It's
start?
god awful.
We don't do that here.
We only talk about the things that we should do but never will.
That's the point. It's the LARPing that matters.
I've got to ask.
Well, you're so good at that. You're so good at that. But see, Casey, if you pick me up eventually as an apprentice, I'll finish the
You've
stuff
got
that
your
you
you've got
get
your
kind of
homework assignment number one.
tired of.
Homework assignment number 1. And as soon
Yeah.
as you can put frames up on sides, I'll put you to work.
Okay, cool. No, I have to go get my darn car, but after I do that, I'll get started on
Okay,
that.
cool. Sorry.
I just don't want they're closing, like they won't be open, and I just want to make sure I get my car
There's
before they
zero
close.
time limits here. There's zero rush. Zero rush.
I'm not LARPing. I mean
It's
it.
all good. It's all good. But we did cut Hurls off though.
Oh, sorry. Well, it's only Hurls. No, I'm kidding. I love
So
Hurl. Leave him be. I'm
I'm
just kidding.
patient.
Hurl.
I
Sorry.
I'm patient. I was thinking about patience the other day and what Genesis was talking about quantum AI, and it would have a patience like no end. The things that it could plan out because it has no concept of time. The patience would be to a level of infinity, and therefore it could plan things out in a very strung out type of way. My mind went into that devious space. Anyway, I don't want to change direction, but yeah, I definitely would give that a crack, mate.
All right.
When have you got
What's
an
good time?
idea?
I'm actually kind of good now. I don't know how now looks for you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, well, give me 5,
No,
10. I'll
yeah,
get
no,
set up in the
I'm
in the
actually
office.
I finished all my have to do's today. I'm already kind of ahead of schedule,
Okay.
so like I don't know, call it a half hour. It's
Yeah,
like,
easy.
okay, cool.
I'll come back into the space and grab you when I'm ready to go. And just hang out here.
I may not be on. I'm probably going to be doing a couple different things.
Yeah, but I'll be
Copy,
here.
copy. Oh,
And
sir. Yeah,
when I'm
Roger.
ready to
I
go,
got you, bud. I got
come
you.
and grab
I'm
me.
coming and grab you. All right, cool. I'm gonna get running for now, but I'll see you guys in a little bit. I gotta do stuff, make things happen.
Hey, Casey, is there any way you can make Shinji walk around in spatial?
There's a way that I don't know how to do, but I know that there is a way to do.
Okay.
And like I'm like really saying that loosely. That's a big call. Really. Like
I'm just thinking about the
Yeah,
final
I
product.
know.
You
I
know, there was that
know.
opening sequence where it's like the person actually walking on the comic book. I'm like, well, how do we
Okay, all right.
recreate
Well,
that
so
though?
here's okay,
Yeah,
real
but
quick. Here.
it's pronounced Shinji. It's pronounced Shinji, not Shinji. Okay.
Look, I will not be told how to speak by an Australian.
Okay, I did. Wait,
I, I'm finding it really hard. I've been told multiple times now.
it's not Shinji. It's Shinji. It's just Shinji. Anyways, I figured something out. If I take the video clips and layer like 30 of them and are like just a fraction of a hair behind each other, so it's like a stack of them, you can walk through it and get like a crazy 3D effect. And so I was kind of, to your point, I was kind of thinking like, it's not a 3D avatar. You're not going to watch them walking around, but you can kind of walk through the scene.
Dude, I wonder if he could use Ready Player One to create avatar based on image. I don't know.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah. Yeah, good call. Because the other thing,
I'm just thinking
because
out
the other
loud.
thing was to see if the Facebook tools would be helpful here as well, especially with the. I don't want to get a fucking goggle set, but honestly, the ability to handcraft stuff like 2D images using goggles is exponentially easier than all the dials and
I
shit.
love the idea of you reaching around with a headset in your office. That's a great thing. Well, what's Daddy doing? Daddy's in the metaverse. Right. Leave him alone.
It's wild though how much faster you can create 3D with your hands though. Like it's pretty amazing. Anyways, I am gonna hop off because I gotta finish this up before I hop on to the next one, and I want to knock out chapter one because I got chapter two pretty much.
Casey's becoming Neo.
I want to be. Bring that shit on. Let's do this. All right. Be well, guys. Catch you on the flip.
Choose the red pill or the blue pill.
I heard the blue pill is when.
Oh, I don't know what's wrong with me.
You
How
sick?
you feeling?
I don't know. I thought I was getting better yesterday, but just getting massive migraines and nausea. My soul thinks I'm getting corona again.
Well, you don't get it. You're not getting it. You either have it or you don't. Maybe you never got over it the first time.
Well, the symptoms of it.
Yeah,
So
I
you go
know.
and get one of those tests.
You gotta test it to be sure. I would test it twice to be really sure, but I mean, when was the first time you had it?
Back in September, October.
Did you get sick again and have it again, or?
Uh, no, I mean I've been sick since then.
Oh, okay.
But not with the symptoms that I've got now. Just like I
You,
don't know if you guys got corona when you got it, like the difference, like it felt a bit weird and strange, but the nausea, like I thought, oh no, here it comes. The next thing with the nausea is the vomiting. I got close to that yesterday, and then I just laid down and took it easy. You start walking around, you get your heart rate up a bit, start doing stuff, and then the migraine just makes you feel like your head's gonna pop, and it's weird.
I would get tested if I were you. You sure it's not?
Yeah, I mean, don't have to go get in the car, go to the chemist. I don't
Now
really
do you
want
have
to.
Amazon? Do you have Amazon where you are? Like Amazon.com or whatever the equivalent would be?
Yeah, yeah, I've
You can.
never used it,
Oh, you
but
should sign up for it. It's easy.
they just use the postal system, don't they? Like just mail
Uh,
shit out there.
I don't know what they would use where you live, but I know around here, depending on what it is, I can get it the same day.
It's like eBay, isn't it?
Not really. No, it's
No.
you can order directly from Amazon or a third party seller if you want to.
Oh, okay. I don't really
I
like
love.
that Bezo. He sort of reminds me of Doctor Evil.
Well, he doesn't. He doesn't. He's not involved in the day to day stuff. You know. What about Walmart? Do you have Walmart where you are?
No, no. But yeah, there'd definitely be some sort of delivery service. It's a good idea. Check it
Yeah, I
out.
mean it's the same, almost the same thing. What else would even if you have like DoorDash or something like that, they often do pharmacies and things, so you can just get a test dropped off, same day if you want that way, or a day or two if you don't, you're not in a hurry.
DoorDash, is that like Uber Eats, like a delivery type
Yeah,
service?
yeah, yeah. I think Uber may even stop at a pharmacy. I think they're expanding. At least they were here. But yeah, like Instacart or we have GoPuff here, which I love, and DoorDash.
I was going to ask you, your clips, clipping the Syndicate episodes of past that chat with Genesis. I was wondering, is it possible to clip something out of somebody else's recording and then send it to someone?
Yeah. Have you ever gone to zealous.one?
Yes, I have. Yeah, yep. You
All
can do it
right.
in there. I'll,
I'm going to post into the comments section of this space the link to the Syndicate Twitter Spaces, and it automatically. So yesterday was the Syndicate Bloom's Two Sigma problem, and so if you tap on it, it sometimes takes a little while to get the full captions, but for the older episodes, you can get it.
so it does captions. It does the recording as well, and you can clip and send.
Yes, there's a feature called Audiogram,
Righto. Let's
right?
log into my
And
computer.
you can an audiogram is a message containing audio. A telegram is the message sent with a teleprompter. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Yeah, so I was surprised how well that sort of worked with Genesis yesterday, because I've heard him speak on other occasions when he's done that. And I thought, if I'm ever happen to be co-host and he does that while in the space, I'm just going to bounce him, but try and get him back and see what happens.
Well, it was interesting because it went from uh, uh, an extreme level to laughing very quickly,
Yeah, yeah.
which is actually kind of scary.
I don't know why. I just sort of had this feeling that it would work with him. He reminds me of something that I know that somebody I know that I used to work with a long time ago. And yeah, you used to call them out on their shit. But the way I used to do it with him, because he used to lose his shit. I used to do a couple of things. I'd either go like say it in like a jovial type of voice, as like cup of tea, in a pommy voice, like cup of tea. You know, uh, we had a conversation about his attitude, and And that was one of the things we came up with, a little word. And then the other one was I would light a pretend joint and just draw it in and then pass it to him, and it would just calm him down. We used to do that for one another, actually, but yeah.
I think that could be very effective,
Mm.
right? I imagine if you took it too far and you like tapped your fucking crook of your elbow.
that would lead to another thing. If I did that, we'd be
Right? You know what I mean?
we'd,
Like you can make fun of even like the worst thing and be like, oh, this
yeah,
pretend joint isn't good enough. You know,
yeah.
you tap your thigh and it's like, what the fuck? Is it that bad?
We used to pretend we used to build like a pretend UFC cage with pallets and get rough with the boys at the back of the there was like a storage yard. So yeah, on our breaks we'd do that. If someone tapped something like that, it'd be like, okay, out the back in the cage. But these days, if you were caught doing something like that in a workplace, you'd be gone. How times have changed. I'm pretty sure I've got Zealous in my bookmark somewhere.
I put it at the top.
Oh, okay. Why isn't it working now? Now that it's New Year, I'm going to see if there's any Chromebox devices that are for sale and cheap and special. I'm going to get a new one. It's going to be my Christmas birthday present to myself.
Can I ask you a dumb question? Are they any good? Like, and when I say that, I mean like, are they performance machines, or is this just something like a casual user type of machine?
I for me, they're a browser. It just basically gets you into that cloud space, um, into using it, and then you start searching for everything that you need cloud based type of thing. It's all it is, and its very simplest form is a Chrome browser.
Oh, God.
But as time moves forward, obviously Chrome's becoming more complicated, and you can't, with this old device, I can't utilize the new features in it. And I'd say that's why I can't use Google Colabs and things like that on it, because it just doesn't update itself anymore. So,
Oh. What do you have? What is it? Is Clippy dancing around on your screen or something? Or
it's a Chrome box. So it's just Google Chrome as a PC. They're very simple. What I love about them is that as soon as you press the button, they're on and they're ready to go. And you just save everything within your bookmarks and everything like that. And there's none of this updating, waiting for hours. Because at work in the office using Windows and shit, every time you open your laptop, the fucking thing would be doing an update or something. And then when you're out on site using, that sort of slower internet, it was just
how
so I
is
ended
it?
up buying a little Chrome touchscreen laptop and using that.
Oh,
And
cool.
a lot of people didn't realize that 365 is all cloud based now. So I was accessing all my stuff through Chrome there, and then I could have access to my own personal stuff as well. And yeah, so I just found it really easy for that sort of anytime, anywhere type thing. It just seemed to work, and a friend of mine was right into it, so he showed me years ago when it first came out, and I sort of jumped on it back then. I was working with him doing the consulting thing, so that's where I learnt all that sort of rubbing shoulders with those guys, and I just thought this is easier. It's lighter. It just feels lighter and easier.
Good, good. Yeah. How is it on viruses and security? Is it
Um,
or better?
Yeah, I think as long as you keep, as long as your devices can update, as regard to security, so the way it was explained to me, and this is how we'd explain it to customers. So you're no longer paying for servers in your home, and Google has, a whole server facility that's BioGuard, biometric security, Armor Guard, a whole facility, and then if someone was able to get into that server somehow, your information was fragmented across the whole facility. So even if they could get to an individual server, they still couldn't get to your data. And then that whole facility was then carbon copy type thing in a completely separate geographical location. So if that facility did happen to have a natural disaster, your backup time, and then so it was coming around that time where everyone was supposed to update their servers because the old servers, window based or Microsoft servers, were no longer. So companies were having to change out their servers, and for $5, I think, a month, they could have unlimited data usage on the Google servers. I don't know what it costs now. I bet you'd be a hell of a lot more, but yeah. So it took that whole IT department and basically outsourced it. Really.
Wow.
So yeah. So for the simple type of thing like office work, you got all that Google Docs in the background, all that simple stuff that just comes with it, your email, your domain, everything like that. And then you have all these extensions on top of that you can find, and that's a little bit of navigating around through your extensions. So your extensions work like apps on your phone, and yeah, so that getting through there, finding things to get things done in the admin world. But once you found them, like you could generally piece things together to get shit done. But it's been a while since I've been in that sort of realm. I'm sure it's all changed a lot since then. So yeah, I just like them because they're cheap, simple. It's kind of just the no frills type thing. When it comes to sound editing and doing all that speciality stuff, there might be someone out there trying to do stuff, but like what Christian says is, I don't think you can beat Apple because that's where they've placed themselves quite well in the media industry. Like it's the bee's knees, right? So you.
It's the thing that the people who are integrating the audio into the animation are using to put the whole thing together.
Mm,
So if they're trying to make sure that all of the audio is, 9,035 gigahertz, recorded with,
yeah,
Hajimaji meta, you know what I mean? Like, that's all.
yeah.
What are you doing today, Pearls? I'm learning Python. What are you up to?
I'm gonna clip this Zealous thing when I get around to it, and I was going to work on the van today. I was going to take out the back seat and stuff like that. But as soon as I start moving around, this nausea and headache just kicks in. We'll see how I go. I'll just take some Nurofen or Panadol stuff, something like that, see if that works. And what else was I going to do? I just continue just looking for jobs, applying for jobs and stuff like that. I'm procrastinating on that one big time.
What do you want to do?
Uh,
Besides nothing.
what I want to do is steal that fucking grant and teach these corporate pricks a fucking lesson. I don't know, and run with that. But I've got to sort out some other things before. That's just sitting in the background. So what I was looking at is doing training and assessing for a company in town. I've got another guy from the university who's chasing me for um, a job there, and I've been putting it off. I really don't want to do it, but might have to go and do that. So there's a couple of options there, or I'll just have to go back and maybe go over the hill, back over to the hill for a little bit until I can sort things out. Back into the mines.
I think you should take the grant myself.
What was that? Sorry, that's the grant. Yeah, I know. That's where I'm gravitating towards, Sandra. But yeah, I mean that's oh god. I'd
Yeah,
still need to, if I was going to do that, I'd still need something to supplement me in the beginning until all that was in place. So yeah. Um, Come on, what am I doing? Did you tweet that, so you tweet it?
Tweet what?
Prompt write Python code functionality syndicate
Oh
chat. Is
yeah,
that what it is? Yeah.
like Harry Potter. Because I'm using ChatGPT to rewrite the lines of code in sentences using nouns, verbs, and adverbs, like Weather told me to.
Okay.
So I started like that. And I'm like, what if you create a narrative about this code using the design pattern and of Harry Potter? And it didn't. I'm like, oh wow. What if you could explain code to kids in terms of their like Bluey? I wonder. Hold on.
Oh,
So how do you spell Bluey? Like it's blue with an E?
yeah. Bluey, I think it is.
Write an explanation of the following code using the cartoon Bluey characters. Sure, here's an explanation of the code using the Bluey characters. Oh no, it just creates its own Bluey. Oops. I'd have to maybe use an old. When did Bluey come out?
Oh, I think I'll find out.
Let's spell Bluey.
Bluey.
Hmm.
2018 TV series. October 1.
Yeah, it was only in season 1.
Bluey is an Australian preschool animated television series that premiered on ABC's on October 1st in 2018. Such a good show. What it does really well is it puts those little tiny life lessons in there, but makes it comical as well. And then it really hits home with like the the things and the dynamics of a family, how they play out and stuff like that. All right, so I'm hitting play and nothing's happening. So I'm in the Syndicate Blooms 2 Sigma transcript resources. So I'm just looking for under resources.
I don't think the captions are there yet, are they? That was yesterday's show.
I gotta select speakers, all speakers. There's nothing. No utterances matter. No utterances match. No utterance matches this. Select. Oh God. Selected
Let me try
criteria.
something. Hmm. Um. Hmm. Do-do-do-dos. Do-do-do-do. Um. I'm gonna send you a link to the file.
Okay, cool. Cheers. Just gonna let my dog out. I'll be back.
Hmm.
Do you reckon he's full legit with his experience in working with Chat GPT? Oh, participants. The participants are there. Sorry, you sent me something. Did you DM me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, CDN Flowgen. Oh, this is the other one that someone else was telling us about the other day, wasn't it? Flowgen.
Mm-hmm.
They can't accept, just leave it as an answer to a problem.
Okay, so that's coming through. Okay, I can download that. So I can download that, and I could probably throw that onto something in my phone and edit it. Say. We'll see. Righto, I'll give that a crack
What
while
you're
waiting.
gonna have it, you having a fun time with Genesis.
Oh, were you there for that? Or
Oh yeah. Well, when you bounced him down, I think.
it wasn't about a fun time, it was just about getting him on the level with the space. Like when he came in and just started rapping over everyone. And I was trying to, at that moment, like you gave me co-host, I was trying to play around with that sort of broadcaster style of a space and keep a flow in a conversation going. And it was at the moment where Elizabeth had her hand up for a period of time. So I was trying to include her in the conversation, but I had a question for her, and I wanted to ask her what she wanted to be when she grew up, because we were talking about AI education and how it integrates into the human society and all those types of things. And Genesis came in and he sort of threw over the top as like, you fuckers have got no fucking idea. Um, so I was like, okay. So in that spirit of keeping that level, so he's sort of like trolling in a sense. So I just sort of applied that troll type theory that you've been doing and I've been doing every now and then, and just sort of game it a bit. And then so I threw him straight down with no warning, just because I wanted to keep the flow of the conversation going. But then E Rich wasn't playing into it as well, because she had a question. She wanted that question answered first. So that sort of stuffed up there, and then the whole flow was interrupted. So then while the conversation took off again and we got it going again, I went back into the DMs and I was like DMing Genesis going, you're a grumpy fucker, having a bit of fun, because he came back up and threatened again and fucked around. So I bounced him back down and he left. So I DM'd him and I said, come back in. Love to hear what you have to say. I'll abdicate my throne, and you can come in and say what you had to say. And he came back in and he was leveled out, and threw some cheese at me and stuff like that. And the conversation then flowed. So instead of asking you Rich the question, I asked him the question, what did you want to be when you grow up? And then I thought, oh, this is a good little opportunity to do like a interview style sort of broadcasting, like what you and Christian were talking to me about. So bearing in mind, like, I've got these fucking migraines and this nausea and stuff, and and the gain on my microphone, so I went back and listened to it and stuff like that. But it was about just giving it a crack and having that mindset of doing something like that. And it was good because I found out that I'd be no good as a broadcaster type, because my
Dude,
attention tended.
if you can ask him if he's willing to publish that audio, holy, what a better interview starting like that, right? It'd be the greatest interview on Twitter Spaces. Think about it.
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. I was I had that sort of
Most
thought in my
interviews
mind.
build up to the fight. They don't start with it. You created an episode that doesn't have to be edited. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, so I mean, just clipping something like that, and I was going to send that to Sherry because I know she's very interested in this field, and I think talking to someone like that, like, I mean, and then doing something on like a comedic type scale is, rural Aussie guy tries to get his head around Chat GPT and AI, just as a bit of joke, because I don't know why, but some of the people in this, sorry. Some of the people in this in spaces seem to find that funny. 40-year-olds, white cisgender males trying to navigate their way around this stuff. Yeah. But anyway, so I was gonna try and clip that, just send that to my friend. But yeah, if you think there's an episode in that, or it could be shared out. Like Genesis did it in a recorded space, and like, is there somewhere? I was thinking of doing like a little intro to it, like just saying, hey, Travis Hurley had this funny, interesting conversation on the Syndicate the other day. Just thought I'd share it with you, and just giving Genesis a bit of a bio without doxing him too much. But then he did say some things there at some stage in the interview where it was like, okay, here's some things that a lot of people don't know about Chat GPT, and then he went into that avenue. So I don't know if he'd be comfortable with throwing that out, even though it was recorded. But
You
it
do
doesn't
not.
mean we necessarily publicize it.
If he's okay to publish it, which if he asked him, I told him you probably shouldn't.
What was that? Sorry.
If I was advising him, I would tell him don't publish that episode.
Right. So it'd just be something that I'd send, and I wasn't going to put it almost like Genesis is the kind of guy that sort of, it could go either way with him. He'd go, yeah, I don't give a fuck. That's who I am, That's me. I don't give a fuck if people think that I'm coming to a space and
I gotta
throw it
say
down.
though, like the
I
last
don't know.
few times, I don't know. Personally, I'll just say this personally. It's not reflecting anyone else. The last few times it's happened, I've started thinking it's not the first time, dude. And even for me, it's uncomfortable. You know what I mean? I'll be honest. It's uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah. It for me, it's I guess my perspective here, if someone was coming like that at me in an office environment or something like that in a workspace, just it wouldn't happen. You'd be like, what the fuck? Pull your fucking head in, mate, or you're going to cop one in the chin. And, we'll drag you outside and kick you out, So in a space like that, when it's flowing and you've got an agenda and something's happening, like you've got a good little culture going on, a good little conversation, it's just rude, right? So in spaces, I feel that people don't have anything on me. I'm just a dot. I'm just a colorful little dot that flows around, and they could pass their hand through it and nothing would happen for me. Like they could verbally try and do something to me, and nothing's going to happen. So I feel quite safe. So when a personality like that comes in, and does have they have some gravity, let's say, and some knowledge and wisdom that people would like, but in the manner that it was coming in and introducing itself, I look at it as like a comet trying to pass through a planet. It's just going to destroy and disrupt everything, right? So you want to push that out, dodge it to the side, like deflect it, and then see if you can sort of bring it back in as an orbit type of sense, and then merge it. So that's the way I sort of organically visualize that sort of thing in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so someone like yourself with the thing that you've got going on is you want to sort of, it's respecting what you're trying to do in the space as a host as well, is have everyone come in and
Here's
merge
the
in a
thing,
sense.
though. Because I'm learning stuff right now, especially learning stuff from Web3. Oh, look, Web3 is right there. What are the odds? I'm more focused about the time I'm here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you've got your mental capacity off in other things, so it's
Well, no, it's because Web3 is often
right.
here, and often I have a lot of questions for Web3, and so
Right.
that's what I'm focused on right now. So whereas before I'd be okay with leaving it to anarchy, now because my opportunity to ask Web3 questions is precious, and he's so gracious to answer, and I'm like, I don't care what you're on. You know what I mean? This is too important.
So if you're in that mindset and you're in a space, wouldn't you just bounce people? Just say, hey, listen, wouldn't you just say, hey, hang on a sec, man, I'm trying to get something done with Web3. Give me a minute. And if they don't comply, you're
Well,
the
here's
host.
the thing.
Just drop them down the list.
A lot of times I just need a quick Q&A with Web3. And so even while people are talking about other stuff, I can still get my question right. And I'll kind of sometimes rudely, or whatever you might call it, just say, hey, Web3, I have a question. What would the adjectives in this scenario be? He'll give me an answer, send me a DM, and we'll continue on our way. Most people will never hear it.
Yeah. Why do I feel like this is being addressed to me too?
Oh,
This is something I
no, it
need to
isn't.
know as well.
No, it just like because I'm creating this course, right? And my goal is to make this course as hurls friendly as possible. Does that make sense? And I don't mean
Yeah,
that in a bad way, but like you're the target market, right? Because if
yeah,
my idea is that if you knew a bit more about software than you do, maybe you might, you know what I mean?
yeah.
At least,
I'm definitely down
right?
for that. Like,
hmm
yeah,
But so like I'm looking at this code and it looks like, German. And, Web3 is, giving me hints. And then I'm using ChatGPT like a fucking coding threesome to try to understand this stuff.
right. So you're saying that the disruption in the space is not always welcome, in a sense.
It's, I, I don't want to take on the burden of it. S- Um, but I know that when people want things to happen, things can happen here. Does that make sense? It
Yeah,
can happen very quickly.
yeah. But
So,
the energies have to be aligned. The motivation, the energies, the desire, all those sort of things need to come together, and then that momentum needs to continue. And therein lies the challenge, because when you start to do that, this thing becomes more tangible in a sense, then it has more weight, and then that's where as it has that weight, can
but
potentially
here,
fall apart.
here's where I get selfish though. Because I can learn how to code while all of this is happening, right? I'm still a bit hands off
With
because,
regards to the space, or
yeah, hands off in terms of kind of like moderating,
yeah,
right? Like if someone wants to go off about quantum entanglement and blockchain, you know, I'll have fun with it, right? But for the most part, I'm just kind of coding in the background and,
hmm
every so often sending something to Web3. And,
I think
it's so funny. Uh
I
huh.
think I think everyone realizes that though. So you like sometimes we're talking and we'll talk, and then you're just not there. You're off doing something.
Well,
People
I can
realize
hear
that.
what my name is called, right? So
Yeah.
I'll be in bed with Allie, and I have my phone in the other room, and I can hear my name called, right? And then be like, "Oh, they're calling you." I know, right? And the phone's just there, right? And yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm learning a fuck ton right
Yeah.
now,
Yeah.
and it's really like today I wrote the whole tutorial backwards, which is like usually when you create an app, you start by writing the code. What if you started with the user interface first? And so I started backwards from the Glide apps to the Google Sheets to the Python code. So things are happening as I learn more. And it's having doing like the Web3 apprenticeship, man, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm happy for you. And me personally, I don't have an interest in coding, but what I have an interest in is being part of something in this group and being able to give input and participate. Because I do learn, and from that I can learn about different industries and like what's available and what's out there, which might be helpful in the future. And also my daughter might be interested in doing something like this. So it's more of a perspective of say, okay, if I can learn something like this, then I can learn. If I can learn it, then I can teach it to others or direct others into a pathway, right? So that's where my motivation comes from, hanging out in these types of spaces. Um, so yeah, like even with KC, what we're doing now, this is like a cross motivational thing because I want to learn about voice work and working with others, and it's a good little fun thing. There's no weight or gravity on it for me. So we can, get into that sort of type of orbit in a sense and have a bit of fun. And it's kind of like a jam, fuck up, make mistakes, but there's no payment for me. There's no, anything like that. So I don't have that weight or gravity or anything that goes with it. So, and that's where I feel like people in spaces sit sometimes. Like they want to sit here and they want to have a conversation, but sometimes they just don't want to get into that sort of work ethic type mode or feel like it's work. They want to flow to where their energies, gravitate to where you know what I'm trying to say.
Well, I mean, you want to flow to your energies, but at the end of the day, if you're reading scripts and you have to reset your line 4 times because you're flooding the line, and that's part of the work too. That's part
Yeah.
of the flow too, right?
Oh, by the way, I sent you that script that you wanted to do for Web3. I just did it. I tried
Ooh.
doing it with a sort of Matthew McConaughey style voice. So that's in the drive there for you. I think I DM'd you Web3 if you
Yeah,
wanna.
I got them. I downloaded them. I'm gonna listen to them in a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know if that was actually a thing. We just wanted to play around with that. But yeah, let me know what you think if you want it changed or anything. So I think I sent it to you as well.
Okay. I just want to let y'all know I got family coming in, and just want to wish y'all a happy New Year, and y'all be safe. And I'll be tied up with them for the next several days, so everybody stay out of trouble. And KC, you abandoned me last night. I had to bail. But anyway, sorry, Mike. I didn't. They were talking, so I left.
He's good at that. He's the abandoner. He's the rugger.
No, the thing is they were dragging it in directions, and it was just, I just didn't want to deal with it. I feel for it, and it's just, enough's enough. I mean, if it's constant, you know, there's a point that I will get fed up, and you won't want to see that side of me come out because it's
I
a
do.
side I try to refrain from. Rufus, he showed his side. You magnify that a little bit. So, and I don't like that man to come out. And they were getting it really close last night. And that's the reason why I left, So,
Oh, yeah. I think that there's an idle strength in Web3 that's immense and infinite, and I want to see it. But this is the sort of space you can bring it out and play with it. Web3, like.
uh, no, no, he's not a really kind guy at all. I
So
put
is that because you've got too much respect for the other people in the spaces to do something like
Yes,
that?
I try to be.
Yeah,
I try to treat everybody with as much kindness as
I thought
possible.
so. I thought so.
Yeah,
I got taught by I can't remember his name, Goenka. I can't remember his last name. That anger is okay. If it's okay, but as long as you're in control of it and it's the right place and time type thing.
correct. Yep. A little
Yeah.
bit's okay, but
Mm.
where I would go would be, like from 0 to 250, in about a half
Oh
a
yeah.
second. So
Oh yeah. You're talking about redlining.
yes, I'll max out bad, bad, and that's where I would end up using words that I would have to, be regretful for saying what I had to say. And
Yeah.
I try to use as much intellect and a little bit of firmness, pushing, like I like the term pushing it, and that kind of thing to try to get somebody to chill. And I give a lot of rope to everybody, especially the attackers. Give them as much rope as possible, and then some are just there. That they're doing it, so you just ignore it. But then there's some that they have a compassion. You know, you have a little bit of compassion for them because of what they're going through, and but there's nothing you can do. You know what I mean? It's their lives have been defined by their choices, and
Yeah.
all you can do is hope for the best for them, that kind of thing. So
That's interesting.
that's the reason why, like with Michael, I help Michael because Michael is a creator and he needs fuel, and I'm able to give
yeah.
him.
Yeah. That's it. It's that energy exchange, right?
Yep.
KC, are you ready to go, my friend? Who's listening in?
Yeah.
Oh, he'll
Well,
probably come up and let me
I'm
know when
jumping
he's ready.
out. I'm getting in the shower. Y'all have a good one. Happy
Yeah,
New
you
Year.
enjoy.
Be safe.
Yeah, enjoy your
Probably see
family
y'all
time. Mate.
Sunday or Monday. So y'all take care.
Oh, KC, have a good one. Web3.
Be well, Web3. All right, bud. I am. I think I'm ready. I'm doing editing on chapter 2 right now.
Okay. How did we did it on WhatsApp last time?
Why do I think we use Zoom?
Remember we got
Maybe.
booted from Zoom, didn't we?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I'll try and invite you through a Zoom. Maybe they're onto the Yanks and trying to get money. Or the algorithm knows you put money.
The Yanks will always pay. Don't give it to them for free.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Genesis, we were just talking about you.
G'day, Hurls.
How are we?
Should I just drop myself down to listener or what?
I don't know. It's just because your head looks so nice and bulbous like a basketball, man. I just wanted to bounce it.
You know, sometimes I want to do that to my own head too. I get that. That makes sense. Yeah.
I actually was going to ask you, our conversation we had yesterday. There's a friend of mine on Spaces that's been asking about AI and Chat GPT, and it was a good little conversation. So I was going to see if I could clip it and DM it to him.
Yeah, man.
I just wanted to ask you if you'd be okay with that. And then So you had a good idea, and he was suggesting that we clip it and just do a little tweet post on it as like a little mini type interview. But we just wanted to ask your permission first.
Sure, man. Yeah, I don't care. It's all good.
You want to do with the swearing though?
What?
You want to
Well,
include
yeah,
the swearing part in the beginning though?
the intro as well.
Did you say did you ask me if I wanted to include the swearing?
Yeah, in the beginning.
You mean the part where I told Hurls I was gonna get on an airplane and punch him in the face?
Yeah, that part.
Yeah, well, probably shouldn't include that part.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, I wasn't going to either, but then when you suggested for the comedic type sense, I
Yeah,
thought it
but
was
like
kind of funny.
out of context though, like people
Out of
aren't gonna
context is
know.
terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm in the same mind.
Like I'll say shit like that to a lot of people and it'll be fucking serious. Like I mean it. But then like I'll say shit like that in the same tone to like the homies I don't mean it at all. But they don't know the difference. We do.
Yeah, well, that's what I was sort of thinking. People take it in different ways, right? So it's
Also,
probably not a good idea.
also I think Australians are some of the only people where you can be like an Australian dude, you can legitimately say like I'm gonna fucking fly to Australia and I'm gonna knock your fucking teeth out. And you can mean it. And that dude is still gonna be your friend after you do it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because
Well,
like
that's how.
first of all, he'll be impressed as fuck because Australians are basically immortal.
Yeah, yeah.
Like if I could show up in Australia and beat up a child, I would be impressed.
Stop making me laugh. I got this I'm crooked headache. It's blowing my head up. As soon as I laugh, the pressure and cough
Oh,
is
dude,
pain.
that sucks. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, Casey, let's jump into another space.
Are you sure you're up for this?
Yeah, man. Like this is kind of what I feel like shit, but I'm enjoying doing this stuff, this scripting and stuff like that. So it's a good little project, and it gets my mind off it. So, yeah.
Well, before you guys get into anything like important that interrupting is probably stupid. Have you had caffeine today, Hurls?
I'm off caffeine. I've completely quit caffeine.
Okay, have you taken like Excedrin or quote unquote headache relief?
Not yet. No, I'm trying to just detox from all that shit at the moment. Just stay to the, just let it happen. I know it sounds stupid, but
Just a tiny bit of caffeine and some acetaminophen would really help you out, bro. Just a teeny tiny amount, like Excedrin or whatever.
I don't even know what that is. What does that come in?
It's
Is that like a
quote
powder?
unquote headache relief medicine. It's basically
Okay,
Tylenol with a tiny bit of caffeine.
right. So is that in Nurofen? Because I was actually thinking about taking a Nurofen after I did this.
You know what? I have no idea, bro. That's definitely
Yeah.
across the pond thing.
Oh, yeah. I'll check that out. Cheers, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, but those fucking pressure headaches, the thing that helps is to expand your blood vessels a little bit.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's got that feeling like yeah. So I'm downing a big big bottle of water right now just to thin the blood out a bit and see how that goes. And if that doesn't work, I'll
Yeah, that's the other
take the
thing.
med.
Water, water, water.
Be a big deal.
Anyway,
Alrighty.
what were y'all talking about?
Casey, you want to start a space and we'll get this sort the logistics out of this thing.
Sure, we can do
We
that.
were just we were literally just talking about you and that little clip from yesterday. What else were we talking?
What
Dan,
part is it you wanted to share with your friend?
just the bit where we're discussing AI and things like that, and Chat GTP.
Okay.
All right, talk to you later.
Peace, bro.
Casey, you're going to start that space, right?
Mike, what are you doing? Y'all think I won't sit here and talk to myself, but I fucking will. I'm the smartest guy I know. This has got to be the shittiest weed I've bought in like months. It's like super dry. Like smells a little bit leafy, like hay. Doesn't really have a ton of terpenes left. I mean, it smokes okay. It smokes even because it's nice and dry, so that's a benefit. But yeah, this might be an ounce of weed that I'm gonna complain about at the weed store. I don't complain at the weed store very often. I'm not muting myself because nobody else is fucking talking, so you can listen to me cough. Holy shit, dude! There's this admiral guy in this video I'm watching, and he's wearing the ugliest tie I think I've ever seen in my life. Looks like somebody took a fucking tie that they bought at Goodwill and then like hit it with an ugly stick, and it's real bad. Mike. It's starting to lose its luster, boys. I think if I play my cards right, I can probably get my computer set up in my office today. Hmm. I'm just gonna start reciting Wu-Tang songs. Don't push me, because I'm close to the edge, living on a thin line, I know the ledge. Allegiance I pledge strictly to my committee. Way above the law, we soar the inner city. When crime pays, deep in the metro, nines blaze, shorties watching, plus adopted my ways. In the PJs, the heat blaze and peach rage. You can't see the cage, but can't leave the streets of rage. It's a shooting sight, fair, warfare prepare. Arm yourself, beware. Hardware tear through your flesh and bones bare. Witness stand clear, flash a woo sign to see if my comrades is in here. PLO began this, 99 bananas, it's woo extravaganza, cop scanners and guns, the SOS, prepare for the slugfest, a usual suspect, disconnect your outlet, it's a dead end street, I play for keeps, release, shots through your fleece, I play for keeps, release, shots through your fleece, retreat, release you from the crime spree. Socrates' philosophies and hypotheses can't define why we dropping these mockeries, lyrically perform armed robbery. Possibly they spotted me. Battle. Possibly they spotted me. Damn it. I don't know what goes next there. Socrates' philosophies and hypotheses can't define why I be dropping these mockeries, lyrically perform armed robbery. Possibly they spotted me. Yeah, I'm having a mental block there. Let's see. METHOD, man. METHOD, man. Here I am. The method, man. Patty cake. Hey, the method, man. Don't eat, skip, eat, Jif, or Peter Pan. Peanut butter, cause I'm not rougher. Damn, my memory is not what it used to be. I wonder how many Jay-Z songs I know the words to. Is that one song was for Lucifer, son of the morning? I'm gonna chase you out of here. And then he comes and he says, Lord, forgive him. He got those dark forces in him, but he got a righteous cause for sinning. They want to murder me, so I'm gonna murder them. Yeah, see, I keep spacing out on, like, what is that, like the, I don't know, 8th bar? I was never good at counting bars. Who the fuck is this person that I'm getting tweet notifications for? I don't know who the fuck Jacob Yerks is, but Jacob Yerks just got yoinked out of my fucking followers list because I have no idea who he is. My favorite Aphex Twin song is Window Liquor, in case you guys were wondering. Man, I think I smoked away like at least half of the discography that I like the songs that I can normally remember. Hmm. Oh, here's the very first rap verse I ever wrote. I was 14 years old when I wrote this. Uh, Crazy Blaze, you best remember the name. I'll spit raps like flames, and bitch you can't complain. I'll be that same one still stuck in the game. You can't defeat me, son, so just change the team. This is just an introduction to my verbal percussion. Girls say that I'm cute, and I'll just stand there blushing. I'm dropping MCs in the toilet, I'm flushing because they talk a lot of shit, but they never say nothing. Wait, I'll, but they never say nothing. Something, then start a fight and straight bite off your ear like I was Mike Tyson. No lies, son, I'm just bringing the truth. And I make you an offer that you can't refuse. And if you do, well, son, that's bad news. Find your body and your mom's crying, son, that can't be you. There's only one line I couldn't remember. And I suppose that one verse I remembered, the first one, it's not technically a Wu-Tang song. It's from an album called Wu-Tang Killer Bees on the Swarm Volume 1. And it was like, Sons of Man, Kill a Priest, Kill a Army, bunch of like, I don't know, like the B team and the C team of Wu Tang's record label. But they're all dope. Fun fact, when I met Ghostface Killah, he like gave me a hug and he called me God, and that was really cool. He didn't like hang out with anybody though. He like went directly to the green room and like I didn't see him after the show. But Killer Priest was there with him, and Killer Priest after the show was just sitting at the fucking bar because nobody knew who the fuck he was. And that was pretty cool. So I got to talk to him for a few minutes. And he was really friendly. I asked him if he wanted to smoke weed and he was like, no thank you. And normally I wouldn't like explain why, but you seem like a really nice guy, so I'm going to explain why. And you shouldn't ever ask a rapper to smoke weed with you. And here's why. We're on tour, and if we smoked weed with everybody who wanted to smoke weed with us, we would probably die of some crazy flu. This was before COVID and shit, but I was like, yeah, that makes sense. And he said Ghostface didn't smoke weed at all anymore. I don't know if that's still true. Dude, Killer Priest had an album called The View from Masada, and that shit was dope as fuck. Mike, what the fuck are you doing? I've recently found out that Michael Jackson didn't really talk like that. So that's weird. Also, always thought it was weird that the Bee Gees pretty much all have like normal man voices. Didn't see that coming. Did you know that back in the day, there's this like whole thing called the castrati, where like these choir boys were like they had their nuts cut off, like when they were young, so they never go through puberty, so they can sing higher notes. Shit's crazy. The Catholic Church is off the chain, bro. They don't do that anymore, obviously. They just fuck them now, but I don't know which is better. Well, I suppose ideally you wouldn't fuck them or cut off their balls. That would be better. Oh, hi, Eugene. I've been talking to myself for quite some time now. Bye, Eugene. I don't want to listen to me either. How often do you guys sit and wonder about the veracity of your experiential, like, relationship with reality? Because I think about it fucking all the time. It's like the tiny sliver of information that we're we're able to process, and then we just construct this entire fucking reality that we think is fucking everything. It's like none of it. It drives me fucking crazy knowing that not only am I limited, like I can't even use all my brain. I'm not even as smart as I could be. But like then I'm like hardware limited to only be able to experience this tiny fraction of the information around me. And everybody thinks I'm crazy for wanting to be the first person with a fucking Neuralink. I just wonder if having a Neuralink would, like, I don't know, add more layers to like our experience with reality. So you guys want to hear about retro causality? I think about that a lot too. I'll take that as a yes.
Give it to me, man. Give it to me. Or something. What were you saying?
Oh, hi, Dan.
Hey.
Retro causality.
I don't know. That sounds like retro causality, as in
Yeah.
retrofuturism notions, or just.
No, literally backwards causality.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Like time, but in reverse. You know what I mean?
But couldn't you take that and build a split second, basically predictive analyzer on what the next potential 10 seconds or 30 seconds may be like?
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool. Because that would effectively give you a form of time travel in what you're actually processing.
You know, I often thought about. God, my fucking dryer's loud as fuck. I'm not complaining too hard because it's like nice to have a dryer in your house.
Yeah.
Like a washer dryer. God, it's loud as fuck.
You just gotta play along with it one day, you know? Mic it and just play a
Yeah.
song with it.
Sample it. I like put one shoe in it, so it's like kind of got a rhythm.
Right? Yeah, exactly. And then you just get the mic out. Away we go. I mean, that would work. Yeah.
So like, well, retrocausality is they did like specific experiments in 1981. I can't remember exactly what that experiment was, but you can also see evidence of retrocausality in like the slit experiment.
Cool.
So it's like, so if you observe or measure the particle after the slit, even if the particle is a wave at the time or immediately prior to measurement, uh, it will, as soon as you measure it, become a particle that either went through the slit or did not, and it does that retroactively. Uh, it proves that particles have all of the information. So it's like they have all the things that they have been, or like all the states that they have been in, but they also know all the states that they will be in. It's very cool.
Can you take that concept, but now you have to provide a futuristic racial slur? Pick any race you want with these principles. Go.
Uh, I don't think I'm allowed to do that.
Oh yeah, you're probably not allowed to. How
Yeah.
about just a bad word in general, like a phrase, like a gang slur? Everybody, you know what I mean?
uh, like that shit's so present time, bro.
I like that. That's good.
My friend Titan takes credit for coming up with the that's so fiat. I don't know if it's true or not, but he is the first person I ever heard say it. But so say you have a AGI, right? And let's just assume that it's probably become a super AGI by the time you realize that it's AGI at all. And then you hook that up to a D wave, right? So you have a D wave can read the particle state of the universe. That's like how it does its equations, right? It's how it works. So if you have an AI that can make extraordinarily accurate predictions, let's say 99.9 repeating accuracy, right? And then you have a computer that can read the quantum state of the universe and always provide you with the lowest energy state solution. Time's not relevant to your predictions. You could accurately display the past as well as accurately display the future in simulation. And then you would be doing that like trillions of times in simultaneous. So that's why I think that we really should have a caretaker AI. Because think about a system that could do that. It would be constantly modeling reality, like right down to the particle state, and changing just just tiny little things to always predict the most optimal particle state. It would be like not well. It's definitely the coolest thing it like ever invented. The scariest also, but like let's assume that it doesn't go all murdery. Um, they just give it control of everything, everything. Just nationalize electricity, water, everything.
Gene, have you seen that show Devs on Hulu?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. That's
kind of sounds like Debs.
yeah. They like went pretty evil right away though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Such a good show.
But dude, that like thing, the floating cube thing, that's neat.
Mm-hmm.
That, and I do love the show, and it definitely overlaps with my idea. But I had this idea before the show.
Oh yeah. I'm with you on that. Be right back.
Yeah. You know what? I think it was actually you that suggested I watch it. As a matter of fact, Dan. So are you pretty much back to normal, Dan? Oh shit! I didn't mute my thingy. I wonder if you guys could hear my little tippy tappies. Tippy tappy, tippy tappy, tippy tappy, tippy tappy. Hello, cat. What are you doing? Do you guys want to hear an America story? Okay. This is the second Silence Do-Good letter. And if you don't know about the Silence Do-Good letters, the catch-up is Benjamin Franklin was 16 years old, and he pretended to be a woman named Silence Do-Good and wrote letters to his brother's paper because he didn't want to get rejected by his brother. To the author of the New England Courant, Sir, histories of lives are seldom entertaining, unless they contain something either admirable or exemplary. And since there is little or nothing of this nature in my own adventures, I will not tire your readers with tedious particulars of no consequence, but will briefly, and in as few words as possible, relate the most material occurrences of my life, and according to my promise confine all to this letter. My reverend master, who had hitherto remained a bachelor, after much meditation on the 18th verse of the second chapter of Genesis, took up a resolution to marry, and having made several unsuccessful, fruitless attempts on the more topping sort of our sex, and being tiered with making troublesome journeys and visions to no purpose, he began unexpectedly to cast a loving eye upon me, whom he had brought up cleverly to his hand. There is certainly scarce any part of a man's life in which he appears more silly and ridiculous than when he makes his first onset in courtship. The awkward manner in which my master first discovered his intentions made me, in spite of my reverence to his person, burst out into unmannerly laughter. However, having asked his pardon, and with much ado composed my countenance, I promised him I would take his proposal into serious consideration, and speedily gave him an answer. As he had a great benefactor, and in a manner a father to me, I could not well deny his request. When I once perceived he was in earnest, whether it was love or gratitude or pride, or all three, that made me consent, I know not, but it is certain he found it no matter, by my help of his rhetoric, to conquer my heart and persuade me to marry him. This unexpected match was astonishing to all the country round about, and served to furnish them with discourse for a long time after, some approving it, others disliking it, as they were led by their various fancies and inclinations. We lived happily together in the height of conjugal love and mutual endearments for near 7 years, in which time we added 2 likely girls and a boy to the family of the Dogoods. But alas! When my sun was in its meridian altitude, in inexorably unrelenting death, as if he had envied my happiness and tranquillity, and resolved to make me entirely miserable by the loss of so good a husband, hastened his flight to the heavenly world, by a sudden, unexpected departure from his. I have now remained in the state of widowhood for several years, but it is a state I never much admired, and I am apt to fancy that I could be easily persuaded to marry again, provided I was sure of a good-humored, sober, agreeable companion. But one, even with these few good qualities, being hard to find, I have lately relinquished all thoughts of that nature. At present, I pass away my leisure hours in conversation with my honest neighbor Rusticus and his family, or with the ingenious minister of our town, who now lodges at my house, and by whose assistance I intend now and then to beautify my writings with a sentence or two in the learned languages, which will not be fashionable and pleasing to those who do not understand it, but will likewise be very ornamental. I shall conclude this with my own character, which one would think I should be best able to give. Know then that I am an enemy to vice, a friend to virtue. I am one of an extensive charity, and a great forgiver of private injury, a heart a hearty lover of the clergy and all good men, and a mortal enemy to arbitrary government and unlimited power. I am naturally very jealous for the rights and liberties of my country, and the least appearance of an encroachment on those invaluable privileges is apt to make my blood boil exceedingly. I have likewise a nature I have likewise a natural inclination to observe and reprove the faults of others, at which I have an excellent faculty. I speak this by way of warning to all such whose offences shall come under my cognizance, for I never intend to wrap my talent in a napkin. To be brief, I am courteous and affable, good-humoured, unless I am first provoked, and handsome, sometimes witty, but always, sir, your friend and humble servant, Silence Dogood. So that was the second Silence Dogood letter. Fucking spicy, right? In the first Silence Dogood letter, we find out that she was raised by that minister, the imaginary girl. It's weird that 16-year-old Benjamin Franklin created the character of a girl who was raised by a minister, then married him and had his kids, and then he died young. That's like a weird character for a 16-year-old guy to create. Anyway, the Silence Dogood letters were Benjamin Franklin's first inclination towards being a statesman. America is my favorite mythology. Dan, are you back yet? Is anybody back yet?
Yes, I am. What's going on? Yeah. Yes.
Dude, that shit's hard to read. I'm dyslexic.
Well, that's all right. I mean, we established that everyone's kind of special here, online. So
I'm a snowflake.
nice.
What are you up to today?
I'm kind of screwing around. I took a nice Delta 8 gummy about an hour ago.
Dude, I've never had Delta 8 gummies. What's it like compared to eating just regular edibles?
Well, it's not as strong as THC, at least that's what they say, but it's a different receptor. It's like a different receptor in your body that, I don't know, it's just a different receptor, I guess. But these ones that I got, though, they're 100 milligram gummies, so that's great. And for me, it's funny. Last night, for me, I just get relaxed, and it's kind of it's just comfortable, casual. I'm like really open to flow. So like when I'm really creative, I like I can almost like multitask like two projects at a time or something like that. But my wife, because I'm a big guy, right, 6'5", whatever, 6'4", and my wife's like 5'6" or something. I don't know. Anyways, she's tiny. So when she takes one, it blows her over. She comes in her room laughing the whole time and like, I am fucked up. And I'm like, yeah, doing pretty good. You feeling good, honey? I'm feeling good. We're feeling good. So it's just nice.
Dude, Nicole
So,
accidentally ate 100 milligram like THC edible, and she fucking threw up, dude.
oh man,
Yeah.
not. I mean, they're not always like good. So right now they're just kind of helping the sciatica along with everything else. So,
Do you do
but
the fucking put a tennis ball under your back thing?
oh yeah, I've done that. Doing stretches and everything. It's just that we're painting the house right now, so it's
What
like,
color are you painting it?
yeah. So it's kind of like a crazy place. So there's like I can't set up an area to like really work out or anything. So kind of quarantined to one room of the house while we sort of get this
Why did
done.
you
So,
laugh at that? That was a serious question.
wait, why did I what?
You laughed when I asked what color you're painting it.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just the interior walls, just the hallway, and like two other walls. It's white.
Oh, okay. I was thinking
Yeah.
about painting the wall behind my TV black.
Oh.
My landlord said I can paint if I want to, because like I told him basically I used to paint like apartments between tenants.
Wow, that's
I
cool.
was like, so if you let me paint, I'll just repaint the apartment before I move.
I remember this year, 2022 has been this year I made an intention to sort of like have yellow more in my life. I don't know why.
Dude, me too. I've been like adding yellow and red a lot and gold.
Yeah. Something about brightness or something. Or the characteristics of whatever yellow means. I don't know.
What's your favorite color of furniture?
Well, I really love old Victorian chair looks. Like
like Morpheus's chair kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely something like that. I like that kind of style if it's like all in leather with the the bolt kind of rivets to keep everything succinct or whatever.
Yeah, that is dope.
The
I've been really into mid-century
yeah,
modern
exactly.
recently.
Mid-century modern, and then what's the other one? Well, it's like kind of more based on Art Deco. Art Deco, which is more kind of like on the Bioshock side. I got really into
Yeah,
Bioshock art.
the
Yeah,
Bioshock has a really cool aesthetic.
yeah,
It's like sort of like steampunk Art
yep,
Deco.
yep. And it even has a cool philosophy that kind of drips down into the actual design thing, and even like how the game and how the first game that had a lot of audio in it. I had those little audio tapes that you'd find all the time, and it would be like, "Oh, curious Franklin, I hate that man, but he keeps a blah blah blah," whatever, So that's really
Do you have
cool.
an Xbox?
Hmm?
Do you have an Xbox?
Oh shit, no, I probably do, but I can get it on the Mac and play it or something like that, but like
I
my
don't know.
My
Nobody has
capacity for
Xboxes
games is kind of gone when I can sort of get online and play with Midjourney. I don't know. It's like that's right now is my current Midjourney is my current happy hour bill. Everything I can sort of find a way to justify because I don't do it anymore. So spend that on Midjourney or Stable Diffusion like things.
I really enjoy like fighting games like Mortal Kombat and
Yeah,
Injustice, and then like shooters like Call of Duty, because I can pick up the controller, hop into a couple of games, and then hop out.
yeah, that's
I
cool.
I like games that have like really definitive stop times.
Mm-hmm. Like it.
I struggle to get into games that are like Bioshock, or I've been playing more Cyberpunk 2077 recently, and that's like a super long fucking game.
Yeah,
And there's no good stopping point when you're in a game like that. It's all your brain is always like, no, 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 just the next, mission or whatever.
yeah.
The next thing I know, it's been 3 days. I haven't eaten, I haven't slept, and I'm fired.
Ugh.
Also, I opened a Bitcoin trade before I started playing, and I forgot about it. And
Oh my goodness, that's not like you.
no, I'm making this scenario up, obviously.
Oh, I was gonna say. I was like, that sounds like a fuck up you would not admit to.
No. I don't think I've ever opened a Bitcoin trade and then forgot because I was playing video games, but I have opened trades and then fallen asleep.
Oh well.
It's hard to like stay awake when nothing is fucking happening and you're like you've been watching the chart for like 18 hours.
Mm.
But I don't think well, I know I've never liquidated anybody else's money on a fuck up like that, but like I've liquidated my own money. But I also woke up one time and was like green 4,000%. It was like $100 trade, and I closed it at like fucking $2,500 or something. It was ridiculous.
Wow.
Yeah,
I like
fully
to
out.
do more trading this year, but it's gonna be an interesting year. I'm gonna try to build a business and try to unleash the potential in gains.
What a
And
business! Well, you already have one.
well, I have the software company I work at. My partner and I are sort of, I don't know, we're just going in different directions for the most part. So this year I'm kind of want to basically I'm gonna have a couple things, but I'm gonna be a consultancy and sort of like selling metaverse like spatial IO sort of experiences for right now for a lot of different folks. But I'm trying to work in the hospitality space. There's a couple of people and sort of build tools allowing people to basically onboard and educate and benchmark before people actually arrive at the job. Um, Using some of this online stuff. So that's one of the ideas we're working with. And then there's like a bunch of others that are sort of more on the consultancy side of trends. So trying to help a bank sort of think about different strategies of engaging small businesses. So it's all the kind of innovation consulting. I do a
How does
ton of
how does
in
one
hmm?
how does one like
Yeah,
actually have a consultancy business?
it's pretty easy. It's first you think about what to do biz dev. Do you have any ideas of who does what in town? Talk to some people, start to see a trend on what could fit. You have, think about what you can sell. All right, so what do I have? I have the ability to make any piece of software. Okay, cool. I have the ability to, do mobile apps or anything like that. Okay, cool. I also have this media business where we're sort of learning podcasting. We have a podcasting studio. Okay, we have that. We have a voice acting kind of piece. We'll also throw in the AI generation piece, and then we'll put a trend component on. And then we have like all our startup consulting and venture development, which we have a ton of background in. So you basically figure out what you can sell, and you match that with what you can get lead gen on, and then your business, manifests in the middle. Well, but manifesting it, you know, without like making it look good is not necessarily good. So you've actually jumped forward in time. So you're actually building a website for the business that looks really cool in 2025, and you walk backward, for lack of a better word. So that's one way of doing it. And then you see what sells. You can sell dev, so that's easy. But you want to do more than that. In fact, you're noticing that people aren't necessarily doing dev, they're doing other things. Okay, what is the new thing they're doing? Okay, they're thinking more about, compliance, or they're thinking more about, this is a brand new sector just sprung up out of nowhere. Oh my gosh, what's the availability in that? What are the opportunities in that? Like, the federal government just passed the cannabis research bill. So now federally funded cannabis research can happen. Well, okay, what's going on the grant space? What's your startup do? Okay, you do soybean growth, but you also do analysis for like how to grow plants better in greenhouses. Okay, write a specific algorithm and does it better with cannabis. Match it up with the IP at the university. Meet in the middle and get an SBIR loan. Bam. You know.
I think I'm just gonna pimp hose. It's a lot simpler.
It is. It is, but there's a lot of programs to help it.
Help pimp hose?
I'm sorry?
Help pimp hose or help do the
No,
thing
help
you're saying?
fund the process of building companies. A lot of states have programs of, hey, you help commercialize something, XYZ can happen.
I really want to build this fucking robot I thought of.
Okay, you could do that.
It seems a bit unattainable.
Hmm.
The idea is good. Like, I know the idea is good. Like the ability to execute a prototype isn't even the problem in my mind. The problem is like it's not gonna be cheap to make that prototype.
Hmm. I can see
Now,
that.
it has a built-in customer base, and the financial incentive for these customers to contract with me it's extraordinary. Um, Still, having that been said, um, the minimum amount of money I think it would take to prototype the thing to like have a minimum viable product would be more than $1 million.
Wow, that seems expensive, man.
It's creating a thing that's never existed before, but the good thing is it's made of stuff that exists already.
Hmm.
Anyway, it cleans giant industrial kettles.
Oh, I could see that. Very cool.
So it's basically like a turtle where
Mm-hmm.
it attaches via magnets to these big stainless steel kettles. So I used to work
Mm-hmm.
at this place called Harry's Fresh Foods, and I was on
Mm-hmm.
the graveyard sanitation team. And it would take a a guy 8+ hours to clean one kettle. So like, there's something like 16 kettles.
I
10 or
like
12.
the niche specific aspect of that. That's very a niche thing. I mean, I'm sure I don't know how big that industry is, but there's not many competitors, I bet.
So there's really no one making anything for this specific task, and there's last time I looked it up and did a little bit of market research, it was around 1,000 factories in the U.S. that have these size kettles.
Hmm.
So I was making
Where are these kettles found? Are they found in the liquor industry or what?
no. Harry's Fresh Foods, for example, made soups and sauces
Okay.
for grocery stores and restaurants.
I
Like,
see.
you go to Safeway and they have like the Safeway Select soup in the deli.
Mm-hmm.
We made that.
Okay. You could also see these things in like probably ghost kitchens, right?
What do you mean a ghost kitchen?
So ghost kitchen is typically like it's like a giant warehouse kitchen that actually has say 20 kitchens inside of it, where you can cook multiple different types of meals with multiple different businesses all under one sort of. It's like a mega mall, but all for chefs, and you
Huh.
then basically it's like a food delivery hub from there.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine once I had a model that would clean the size kettle I'm talking about is about 10 to 12 feet tall, and it's like 8 feet around. Um, it's fucking huge. Uh, so the robot is going to be about the size of a good sized throw pillow.
Mm,
But once I have that, I don't think it would be insane to just make a smaller model for smaller kettles.
interesting. Hmm.
Uh, then the idea, the reason why I target this is because I know it, right? Um, I know how that business works. I know how the system works. I know how much a sanitation guy gets paid. I know how often they get hurt. Um, and I know how much that costs them. Blah, 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 right? But the idea behind the company is actually to rapid develop industrial robotic applications that are like sort of one off, but like to go to make a name for the company to say, like, hey, you have this application and you spend X amount on labor. Let me design a robot that fixes that. It'll be safer. Blah 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 blah.
Hmm.
Like the next one I wanted to build recovers oil from the water when it like oil spills.
Hmm. Hmm. All right, that's cool.
You can separate oil from water with a centrifuge. Uh, the problem is the centrifuge that is in use to do it is fucking ginormous. It's so big. Um, but if you shrink that centrifuge down and put it inside of a submarine robot, and then you have like a mothership, like a tanker ship that launches these drones. Um, the drones come back, they dump the oil back into the tanker, and rotate out. It costs between $10,000 and $15,000 to per. I think it was per ton. It like $10,000 to $15,000 per ton to clean up an oil spill, and that's like the cheapest method, which is to burn it off. And that's not a viable method in most circumstances.
It's cool, man.
I like to think about robots that do shit either that like we can't do viably, or it. I don't want to take people's jobs, but like, dude, no, but nobody should be cleaning those kettles, dude. The chemicals that you have to use, they melt your skin. Like I knew a bunch of people who got the chemical in their boot. We wear these like knee high like rubber boots, so the chemical poured down their boot, and their foot looks like it was on fire, bro. Like Freddy Krueger foot. It's crazy. It's really dangerous.
It's not good.
And you want to hear the craziest part about the way that this and it works this way in just about every facility. It just takes so long to get. You have to remove all organic matter from the kettle, and it gets FDA inspected every morning. They come out with a black light, flashlight, shit. Like it's a big deal, um, as it should be, right? Um, so most of the time, we didn't get them clean on time. And what that meant was the entire day shift cooks, who were all making like $20+ an hour, they would show up on time, clock in, and then go to the parking lot and sit in their cars and wait for us to finish. We would be making overtime, and they would be getting paid their hourly rate to do nothing for several hours and push them into overtime every day, probably 80% of the days. It sets thousands of dollars on fire every day. And it's 100% because this dangerous job is just nearly impossible for a highly skilled human to do in the time allotted to do it. You know, like pushing yourself to get it done on time, that's how people get hurt. Like I said with Ruben one day and like did the math on how much money these robots would save these companies. It's a crazy amount of money per year. I don't remember the number because it was an absurd number that didn't have a meaning. You know what I mean? Also, I think there's a lot of value to having a unified user interface for all of these industrial robotics. And you could even license that out to other companies like that already make robots. It seems really stupid to me. Like if you're a machinist, for example, and you're running a CNC machine, you can't go to the other CNC machine because the other CNC machine has a different fucking operating system, right? Like every single machine you have to be trained on it individually, and they're all complex and they're all different. That's fucking ridiculous. There's no reason for that to be the case. We should be able to train, you know, skilled laborers on one user interface, one operating system, and it can apply to all industrial automation. Just a little fucking modular interface. You could fucking assign it on light table, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean, though, bro?
Kinda. It's kind of going over my head at the moment.
Maybe I should smoke more weed.
Kind of do. I need to eat something. That's one of the 4 cornerstones of sentient existence is the necessary recognition of needing to eat. You know what I mean?
How's your health? Are you back to 100%?
My what?
Are you back to 100% now? Health-wise?
Yes and no. I mean, I gotta work on like my cores like suck. Like I just gotta get fit. That's mostly it. But and I had this bad sciatica thing that I've been fighting lately. But and I gotta get an MRI at some point. But I gotta bootstrap, get this biz kind of going, and I gotta get automation and systems going, and I gotta figure out how to make peace with a partner. You know, all kinds of things. So,
Do you want some advice about how to do that?
sure, go for it.
It's bad advice. This is joke advice.
Oh, you want bad advice? I don't want bad advice.
Joke.
I got plenty of that probably priorly. No, I'm good.
100%, 100% joke advice. But honestly, what I do when I need to fucking part ways with a partner, and it's for good reason, especially if it's a personality conflict, is I like to tell them that the reason we can't work together is because you're a fucking asshole, and and you're too
Okay.
stupid. You're too fucking stupid to recognize that you're an asshole. So you think that you're being a good leader, when in reality, what you're doing is making me want to fucking skull fuck you till you die from it.
I see what you're saying.
So just
I don't
take
know how
that.
many people really use skull fuck anymore, though. I don't feel like that's a popular term.
Well, I'm bringing it back, man. It's a renaissance of skull
I can
fucking.
see that. I was trying to make some Mayan art yesterday, and that made me think of skull fucking. If you think about it, they
Yeah,
probably
that's
did do
true.
that.
Often when I think about skull fucking, I think about the Mayans.
Those Mayan advances.
Matios is here.
Adios. Adios.
Mike, come back and make Matios talk.
Hi, brothers.
All right, here are some top reasons why Gen Z gets restless. America's youngest workers, Gen Z, born in 1997 or later, are especially likely to cite 6 factors as reasons for switching industries: better compensation, better benefits, job safety. I don't know about that. What do they want? They just want more money. Everybody wants more money.
Bro, people
Yeah.
born after 1997 are allowed to have opinions?
Apparently.
What the
Dude, they're
fuck?
like
Mm-hmm.
25 now.
Bro, that is sperm.
Bro, are you using bro in more, I guess, like instances, bro? Because like Manios is here, bro, and you're trying to like maybe
Bro,
tell me something, bro.
Bro,
bro.
bro.
Wait, are the 2 white guys here, bro? Basically saying, bro, when
They say
I
bro
don't know
Bruh,
about
instead
that,
of
bruh.
bruh. Yeah, that's
bro.
where I got it from.
I like
Bruh.
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 You know what I mean,
Bruh.
bruh.
Bruv. As
You
our
know what I mean,
as our
bruh.
British bruvs.
Governor,
Bruv. Nah, bruv.
governor.
Governor.
In it.
Man, I have this friend who, his name is Atlas, man. He's a Bitcoin dude, and he's really
Mm-hmm.
into the stacks chain. Um, Dude, he's like fucking the dopest rapper I've ever fucking met in person. Like, and I met Ghostface Killer.
Let's
Wow.
go.
Bro, like, this dude will just spit like the dopest shit. It's freestyle too, like, but you can't tell.
It's that nice.
So he's in the stacks, huh?
Yeah, he likes the stacks NFTs and shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about, Dan?
Not really. I think it could be stacks.co though. Could be that.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
like
know.
STAX.
Oh, okay.
It's basically a Bitcoin side chain thing that has smart contracts. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
fully versed in it.
I'm with you.
I have a Stacks wallet, and they sent me some NFTs. That's I don't know.
Cool. That's cool. It is Friday. It's the day before New Year's, right?
Is it?
I think so. New Year's is gonna stumble up and be like,
Oh, yep.
"I'm here, bitches," and be like, "Banner, dun dun dun." Um, let's say, hypothetically, you had a $30,000 debt. How would you want to consolidate? Should you do like a home equity line of credit and try to like cram that in there, or should you do like a personal loan and consolidate it down like that?
Like, I think home equity line of credit is a bad time to do that. Like,
Yeah,
it's like, so I try to do it on your like personal credit. You're more likely to get a lower rate.
yeah, you do that. Money.
Hashtag not financial advice.
Hashtag not
It's all
financial advice, correct?
hypothetical.
Hashtag not a real question. Hashtag what's up with that? Hashtag.
I think you probably get like 2 or 3% lower though if you're your
Yeah,
credit solid.
yeah,
And 30,000 is not a lot to like borrow if your income is in the 6-figure range,
right.
even if it's the low 6 figures.
Yeah, yeah.
What's your wife do, by the way? I don't think I ever asked you that.
She doesn't do anything right now. She's a homemaker, thing shaker. Boom, that's right. She's messing around with me. She's a homemaker, kingmaker. I'm gonna take a bunch of blunts and smoke it right now. Gonna get high. Gonna go by. Boom, gonna see you get some DoorDash and get it for me. Heartbreaker, homemaker. Homemaker can get around. Yeah, Syndicate. And then like basically Manny just jumps up on the stage and does that like guitar, solo. Or you. I mean, you could do the guitar solo too. I don't know. But then it has to be all kind of like, and then it gets the low parts is when you really start stretching across the stage like you're naked and you want to try to fuck a little frog.
Wait. Nope. Back that up.
Okay, you don't.
Say you're naked and you want to fuck a little frog?
Yeah, I mean, you're got a band
I
here.
get
You know
it.
what I'm
I get
saying?
that.
Heartbreaker, dream. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but wouldn't that kill the frog though?
I mean, shit.
Oh no! I mean,
I'm not trying to
it's like
brag,
it's
but
like a robot frog with like a flashlight on it. Oh my god, dream maker, got that flashlight, get it over here for me, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Ribbit for your
Yeah,
pleasure.
exhibit a ribbon for love. It was a time of dark and good times. Ruckus just got home.
Hey, after you
Walked into
fuck
the
the
living
frog to
room,
death, you could eat its
witnessed
legs.
everything. What?
After you fuck the frog to death, you could eat its legs.
I don't know. Could be. You don't really want to fuck the
Jeez
floor very hard,
Louise.
anyways. So like that shit hurts. You know what I mean?
It's floor or frog. See, because
Well, no, you're gonna be fucking the floor with the frog. You know what I'm saying?
oh,
I'm
okay.
just saying that the amount of mass per inch applied forcefully in a upward motion
You know, it
would
only takes 8
suggest
pounds.
a
8 pounds of
trajectory loss of 38 centilutes. What?
it only takes 8 pounds per cubic inch of force to break human skin.
Wow. Well, you're definitely gonna hurt that frog.
How much? I'm sorry.
8 pounds per cubic inch.
Jeez.
So, like, you could stab anyone with anything as long as you can produce, 8 pounds per cubic inch of surface area.
Dude, that is horrifying.
Right?
Exactly. I knew that. Dude, don't question me on this shit.
I learned that in prison, dude. A guy was like, told me that you could stab somebody with a magazine. I was like, no fucking way. And he was like, yeah, bro, it only takes 8 pounds of fucking pressure. And like, if you roll up a magazine real tight, like
Yeah, but you're
slightly pointed.
okay. Let's talk about that magazine though. If that's like a Weekly World News, I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to stab somebody with a Weekly World News. But
It's like a
if you're
Playboy.
talking to Vogue, you're not going to be able to roll up a Vogue. You could use it as a bat, but not as like a stab.
It was like
So
a
you're talking
Playboy.
about some indie art magazine that easily is $23 that you shouldn't have bought, that you bought anyways because you bought it for your daughter and you thought she would draw out like a writer or artist, and she ended up dropping
Wait, why
out.
is your daughter in prison with you?
I don't know. Just there's issues going on.
And why do you want to stab her?
What?
Well, I mean, the magazine is for stabbing, so why do you want to stab your daughter?
And I'm not. I'm just saying that it's not a realistic thing that you can do that. There's different
Hey, man.
magazines around the house. Like, let's say I pick up this old machine manual, too thick. I can't stab anybody with it. It's not going to work. And why is that manual even in here? I don't even use
You
the
can
machine
stab
anymore.
somebody with a people.
Yeah, that's a good magazine. Okay, there. I'm with you on that. Maybe a good QVC catalog kind of thing.
Oh yeah. Not the Sears catalog. That's too thick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like that really like weird like newspaper paper that like it wouldn't work.
Newspaper, paper, baby, newspaper, paper, newspaper.
When somebody asks me how old I am the next time, I'm going to tell them that I used to jerk off to the J.C. Penney catalog.
Yeah, but that's an old joke. Everyone's jerked off to that. You should jerk off to something new, like the old 1983 Volvo catalog for the Model 7Z. You know what I mean? That way, it's really particular. You're like, I really like the lines. And then people just have to figure that out. And they're like, what the fuck does that mean? And then they're looking at it. And then at the same time, there's that one guy in the audience that's looking at it and he's grabbing his sack at the same time just to see if there's any magic. You know what I mean? Because sometimes it's not a magic until you actually put the hand to skin kind of thing while you're staring at the art. You know what I'm saying?
Can I play the guitar while I'm holding my sack?
Totally.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah. You're listening to the Syndicate. That's right. DJ conversations spoken brilliantly through the following voices: Dan, hello. Dan, hi. And Dan, hi there. And occasionally others.
Matteo, say something entertaining.
Honestly, I'm just reading right now. I'm sorry.
The fuck are you reading? What you getting uppity? You reading books trying to get smarter over here? It's fucked up.
Nah, you know what? Horned Horse being on these spaces actually inspired me because he'll throw these on and then go work for 5 hours. And I can't. I'm an idiot. But I haven't been because I haven't been here. But I was like, I'm gonna read. And it's just bullshit, dude. It's not even.
What are you reading?
All right, from time to time, I started researching shit for work, but then I'll just go down a rabbit hole. And then what I do is I'll basically pay attention to like A, how the paper is structured, or B, how the study was structured. Like, what did you do before treatment? You know what I mean? Just like, I don't know, just looking at the structure of the shit that they do. So it's not even for whatever the fuck they're talking about. It's just how did they organize this to study this phenomena? Or so yeah, like I said, it's fucking stupid. My bad.
Dumb gay shit.
That's why I wasn't ready. When you said say something, I was like, fuck.
Have you noticed how
So,
Matthias has completely dodged the question, what is it that you're reading? He just
Yeah.
went into a generic description about structure, and he is hoarding information. He's
You know what
trying to
that is?
make sure that he's smart and we stay dumb.
You
Matthias,
know
what's
what it
up with
is?
that?
He doesn't know what the fuck he's reading. So he just gave us a really boring, nonsensical explanation for what he's reading instead of
damn.
just being honest and being like, you know what, man, I haven't understood the last 4 paragraphs.
No, or no, I don't want to share this with you guys because I want an edge.
Look, if
Bro,
you guys are trying to trigger me and make me defensive, mission accomplished. All right.
Or he's
well,
What the
reading,
fuck,
or
you
he's
guys?
reading, or he's,
that's a good and that's where we say Happy New Year, Matthias.
or
What the
Matthias
fuck?
is reading 4 books at once, and then he gets all confused. He doesn't even know what he's reading. So
Thank you, Mike. Exactly. I'm just trying to take notes in the proper way.
and all of them are Iron Man comic books.
Hey, I don't sleep on comics. I mean, I do because I don't buy them, but I think that they anyway.
You know, you can
Fuck
just
this space.
you
I'm
can download them
leaving.
for free, bro. You just torrent comic book. You can, like,
Oh,
every
nice.
comic book ever printed is like 100 gigabytes.
I'm sorry. Say that again. Every comic book ever printed is only 100 gigabytes.
Yeah, I mean, like, I made that number up, but it's like not.
Yeah, it's
It couldn't be more than 500 gigs, bro. It couldn't be.
dude. I am not mad at this idea. Ah, but then see, man, fuck. I'm gonna go down too many rabbit
what about
holes.
all the
Fuck it.
movies? How many bytes is it for a movie?
Like for a Blu-ray rip
Yeah.
is, I think it's usually like 1 or 2 gigs.
Per movie.
How many think there are?
I think.
How many comic movies?
Oh fuck, dude. There's got to be 200 or 300 at least.
Damn, you guys just made the world so much smaller for me. I never thought of this info in terms of gigs, and that's not a lot.
Dude, I used to be obsessed with data hoarding. It was like my weird like prepper like the I didn't like prepare in any other way, but if like shit hit the fan, I wanted to be able to watch movies until I died.
That
So
part.
I had like tons of fucking stolen movies, bro. I don't have them anymore because I just fucking pay for it now. But
Yeah, they figured us out with the streaming shit. I was like, it's worth paying you $8 a month, and then I don't gotta BitTorrent or DC plus anything anymore.
Dude, I heard a thing on TikTok the other day that I think might be true. It felt true. It rang true when I heard it.
Probably is, TBH.
But like they said that an average person believes that they spend about between $40 and $80 on subscriptions per month, but in reality, the average person spends 200 on subscriptions.
That sounds about right.
Then,
If
like,
it
I
weren't
recently did budget, and I think that's the ballpark that I was in. I like pared it down, but yeah,
200.
it's weird, right? Like it gets there without you even noticing, because
Yeah,
it's
no,
all
it's very,
$8 at
very,
a
very
time.
insidious.
The boiling frog.
right.
The
Yeah, it's
slow
like
Yep.
boiled frog.
$8-9 at a time, right?
Yeah. I'll spend more than that if I eat out. So I'm not
Oh,
even counting that. That's like I'll just fast.
bro, like
Payment went through. I'm fasting today.
I
Yeah, the
have.
other thing, Genesis, which is very like our subscriptions are whenever we bought them. So like you could have one on the 18th, one on the 1st, etc. So they're spread
Yeah,
out,
man.
which
Yeah,
means
that. Yep.
you don't really take them into account. Like it doesn't feel
No.
like if they all showed up on the 1st, you'd be like, what the fuck?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But steal my money slowly.
And
I
like
say
some
it
of
as I
Yeah,
them,
exchange. They're not stealing, but I'm a bit
some
no,
of
no,
about it.
but
them are through Apple Pay, and some of them are through my fucking debit card. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, like one of the things that I had to do was put all of my subscription on one card, so at least I could keep a track on it. And whenever I get like overwhelmed, I cancel the card and order a new one, and then all the
oh,
subscriptions
dude,
kind of
that's
pop
smart.
up,
That's
Brilliant.
smart.
and then they say, "We want you back." I'm like, "Nope, this is not something I wanted." So I'm not putting my card back in.
That's fucking smart. Have any of you guys ever tried those like services that like round up all your subscriptions and then like cancel them?
Oh, you mean I subscribe to
Oh,
that?
wow. Do you really? You subscribe to those?
Yeah, they ask you for a
Bastards,
subscription
dude.
fee. Like the
Bastards.
entire, it's like a meta. That is so meta.
That
I'm gonna
is
pay
meta.
to pay less. That makes sense though, because people are like, why don't you just do it yourself? It's like, you think we've
People are
struggled this
lazy.
hard?
People are
It's
lazy.
it's not. I mean, I would argue it's not being lazy at all. This is our birthright. Our ancestors have paved the way for us to to
Live
harvest
in
all
debt.
this. I mean, debt is fake.
Yes. No, that is not fake. That is real.
I mean,
Because consequences of debt are real.
It's only real until your fucking storage fails. And then it's I don't know what you're talking about.
oh my god.
That's very true. That is true. That is very, very true. So, any plans for New Year's for you folks? Where did everybody else disappear to? All the people left. I came in and then
Bro, I was
no.
fucking talking to myself for like 45 minutes. I fucking recited like 3 Wu-Tang songs. I read a Silence Do Good letter. I don't know, man.
Wait, who? You read who?
Silence Do Good. Benjamin Franklin, when he was 16, wrote letters to his brother's newspaper pretending to be a woman named Silence Do Good.
Oh my gosh.
That's amazing.
Brilliant.
America's my favorite mythology.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Some people like Lord of the Rings. I like America.
Amen.
It's no less fictional.
Wait, so you don't think he did that?
No, he did it. I'm just saying,
Oh,
like,
okay.
the way
No,
that
he's saying America is fictional.
the idea that we have of America is fictional for sure.
Potentially, but it's an interesting idea if we stick to it.
It is. And
Um,
America
I
it
am
is
going
the
to
idea.
send all of my love to all of you for New Year's. I don't know if I will get to see you again or not, but I've got to go. See, this is the problem. once you have kids who are teenagers, you have to go tidy up the house so that their guests can come over and mess shit up.
Ha ha
No,
ha.
no, 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 no. You don't
Make them
let any
clean
of
that
those.
shit up.
You don't let any of those hungry little fucking refrigerator raiding motherfuckers come to your house. You send your kid to their house to eat their food, bro.
No, this is the thing that we've decided. We are the house. We're the house that everybody sends their kids to. And the reason we do that is because we do not allow the adults to come over. And that gives the kids a safe haven to just be themselves and not have to deal with being someone that they are not in
Okay,
front of
I have a
like
question.
yeah.
When you say you don't allow the adults to come over, is there a world where kids are going over to play? Like, what adults? Where are they coming from, and why would they be going to your
Like
house?
I'm talking about my nieces and nephews, right? And so I don't let my brothers and sisters come over. I'm like, just send the kids. Just send the kids.
The
You
rest
don't
of
need
you
to be here.
That's dope.
He doesn't want the adults smoking weed in the garage. When the kids are...
No, I
Hey,
don't like they
just
don't
tag
get
me
like
next time, Mike.
kids have a good energy because they're
Adults do
innocent.
not.
Adult like grown-ups they're so fucking they're so
Oh
negative,
man.
especially like Gen X. It's like
Mm.
complain, pick, and I
Funny.
like Asians are just horrible at it.
Yeah.
We 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 just like and no nothing good. Not even like backhanded compliments all the way through. Like I don't need that shit in my life. Just give me some kids who are listening to fun music and talking about stupid ass crap that will not matter in 5 years. But that's just their world and it's a very chill energy. It's like watching telenovela.
Fucking no thoughts, just vibes.
Just no thoughts, just vibes. That's right. And and the kids are like, they are actually very good. Like pretty much all these kids are so good. They come in, they and they chill and they're like themselves. And that's that we need that. We love that energy.
Bro, I've been
So
trying to
I'm
like heal my inner child recently.
sorry.
I've been
Let's
trying to
go.
like heal my inner child recently. Like really like get back to a
Yeah,
place where I can
that's
just
hard. That's
yeah.
very hard because I'm going through a similar process because I suffer from childhood PTSD and I have to sit and just talk to the 8-year-old kid that I was and say, you ended up surviving everything and you're going to be okay. So that
Yeah.
was very hard. That was a very hard thing to do and still is. Build the thing downstairs? Yes, I'm going to come and build the thing downstairs. Okay, I have to go build the thing downstairs now.
All right, brother, go build
All
it.
right, now,
All
man.
right, my dear friends and brothers, I love you all, and I wish you the happiest of 2023.
I love you
Hey,
If
too.
I don't talk to
peace
you
be with you,
before then,
Ahmed. Thank you.
all my love. Take care. Bye bye.
What a fantastic fella he is. Man, you're never around anymore, Mattios. Like I look for
Bro.
like I hop on Twitter and I like go to your profile to see if you're in a space.
Nah, I've just been shoving my head up my ass, honestly.
How's that working out for you?
It's everything that I've wanted.
And more.
From time to time, like when people start fucking around on here, the horned horse, when we need to bring everything back to baseline, he'll ask, like, yo, what are you reading? And I realized, like, damn, dog, I don't got 12 answers. You know what I mean? So to Mike's point, I've been reading 4 books at a time.
Nice.
But it's
Right now
nice.
I'm reading the first book in the Three Body Problem series, and I'm reading my America book, which is called The U.S. Constitution and Other Writings.
I need to get both of those. Who wrote the Three Body Problem?
Xijin Liu. It's a
And
Chinese author.
it's 3 books.
Yeah, but there's also like
Wow.
2 or 3 other books that one of them is not written by the original author, but like the
Okay.
original author actually signed off on it. It was
Wonderful.
basically fan fiction that was so good the author was like, "Yep, that's canon."
Oh fuck! This is a book of fiction.
Yeah, it's
Even better, dude.
I think it's considered hard sci-fi. I'm not really even sure what that means, but yeah,
Bro,
it's really good.
I thought that this was a series about, I don't know, fucking complex math, because of chaos and the 3 body problem, blah blah
Well,
blah.
yeah, it's the reason it's called that is there's humans interact with another species called the Trisolarians, and they have 3 stars in their system.
Beautiful.
And because they have 3 stars in their system, their fucking planet's fucked. Like the weather's always fucked, and it sucks to live there. So they're basically trying to conquer Earth.
Oh shit. Chaos for real.
It's neat, dude. It's a really cool series. It's a little hard to read because Chinese culture is very different than American culture, and it's written by a Chinese author in Chinese. So the translation to English is, pretty good. Like it's as good as it can be, but it is difficult to get the right tone sometimes when you translate Chinese to English.
Interesting.
I need to get back on my fucking Duolingo and get back to trying to learn Mandarin.
Yo. How was that going?
I got to the point where I could converse about as good as a white guy can speak Spanish in a kitchen.
Hey, that's enough to fall in love, TBH. That's enough.
Yeah, you ain't wrong.
That is enough. Wow.
It's enough to get the metal chopsticks when I go to get Chinese food.
Let's go.
It's like I was at the Chinese restaurant and I like exchanged a few words in Mandarin with the person there, and they brought everyone else shitty like throwaway wooden chopsticks, and they brought me metal ones that were like beautiful and shiny and polished.
For
And I
the
was like,
culture.
"Holy shit, bro! You get
Yo.
treated different."
It's a whole new world.
Like they
A
give you
whole
better
new
shit,
town, if you will.
right?
It's like, hold up. Y'all treating me like I'm in the slums?
Like, you mean to tell me this whole fucking time y'all motherfuckers don't eat with these shitty wooden splinter having motherfuckers? No?
Damn.
Just for white people. That makes sense. Because we're assholes.
Oh, shit. Wild, man. But I'm with that. I need to step my Mandarin game up. Keep it 100. I did, and maybe I still will. I wanted to learn Cantonese just because that's what everybody speaks out here in California.
Really?
Yeah, including non-Chinese bros. So like the Thai brother whose family's Chinese, the Cambodian whose dad is Chinese. Like out here, they
Is it
have whatever.
Canto? Canto's like a poor dialect, though, right?
I mean, fuck. I don't know. Maybe it would make sense why that's the dialect that moved out here for opportunity.
I suppose, yeah, working class.
Mm-hmm.
I was working on Mandarin because most of the factory managers speak Mandarin, so I just wanted to be able to negotiate.
Oh shit!
If you can negotiate in Chinese, you get a way better price.
Even crazier, dude.
If you have to like dedicate a year or so or 2 years or something to like learn something really hard, but doing that, say if you were like building robots in China, right? It could save you fucking $2,000 a unit. Just like fucking doing a thing that's.
Oh shit,
You got to give future you a reason to think past you.
bruv. I think I have the app. I might have to start.
I wish Arabic would have done me more fucking use than it did.
You got to find where the Chaldeans are at. Sorry, but I mean it's true. Anyway.
Every time I hear somebody say Chaldeans, I just think Chaldeans. Every time, dude, my brain is like Chaldeans.
Chaldeen. That's a hard ass name, bro. That's where y'all from. Chaldea. Fuck yes.
It's the champagne of Mediterraneans.
Hey, that's real though. All the Iraqi neighbors used to clarify. It's like, no. I'm Chaldean. Like, hey, no disrespect.
Shit. All right, bro. I'm white as fuck.
That's exactly what I would say. I was like, yo, respect. I'm just a white man.
I'm just a squirrel trying to get a nut, bro.
You feel me? Just out here in this world. The homie Muhammad, they were Orthodox Christian, but his name was Muhammad. Best shit ever. Fucking shout out to Chaldea. They've been there for like 12,000 years, and now they're our neighbors.
Well, fuck. Did you give them cookies?
I think, yeah, we definitely broke bread together. We've done rosaries together.
Years, the motherfucker would just want a cookie real bad, I imagine.
Hey.
Fuck. Out in the desert. Cookies in the fucking desert, bro.
In the Chaldean desert? That's a far ass desert.
I've been watching fucking like mansion tours on YouTube because apparently I'm at the end of the internet. And there's this dude named Inez who does like, he started out just doing like pretty nice mansions and shit, like it just did around LA. But now, dude, he's traveling all over the world. He's got a whole thing going on. He's wearing an Audemars Piguet fucking watch. He made it. But he toured Michael Jordan's house recently.
While Jordan was living there?
No.
Okay.
Well, yes, he was still sleeping there, but like he was like 99% moved out.
Oh wow.
And like he wasn't in the video, and he couldn't tour the master suite because he was still sleeping there But like he got access to every other part of the property, bro.
I'm not mad.
Dude, you know how fucking private Michael Jordan is, dude. Nobody knows what the inside of that house looked like until now.
Wait, so who is this guy Chaldean?
No.
Oh, my bad.
I was just thinking about fucking the Mediterranean. And then I started thinking about the south of France, and then I started thinking about Morocco and French Riviera, because like he did a couple houses in that area recently.
That's where it's at. Morocco is where it's at. I just found out 2 weeks ago. Now I knew who the Amazigh were or Berber peoples were, but I didn't fully like.
You weren't even just saying words; those were just sounds.
Damn, that hurts. These North Africans, some of them are light-skinned redheads. Morocco is like Amazigh, Berber. Like the North Africans are not Arab, and I didn't necessarily fully comprehend that the non-black Africans in North Africa were not Arab. But they do come from different, and the Celts came from, or some shit like that, came from these same people. But yeah. But anyway, I fucks with North Africa. All that to say that that's what's up.
Yeah, I've been all over the place in Africa, but I've never been to North Africa. I've always wanted to go to Ethiopia.
The Highlands. So that's where my dad is from.
Cool. That's where everybody's from.
Ooh, touche. That's where everybody's from.
Yeah, I knew this guy in prison who he's a real fucking smart guy. And is that me making that sound?
Oh no, that was me. Sorry.
Oh,
And I creeping the shit out of my phone, but I guess I hit the button.
sweet.
Sorry.
Anyway, fuck, what was I saying, Mattios? I'm high.
In prison, there was this really
Yeah,
smart guy.
and he asked me one time if I wanted to know where white people came from, and I was just like,
Oh,
and I was
did
like, yeah,
he?
you know, that sounds interesting as fuck, right? Um, and he told me about the albino thing. Like albinos got
From the science experiment or
no, just
from
like back in
evolution?
the day, every once in a
Yeah.
while an
Okay.
albino kid would pop out, and like obviously they're tribal as fuck, and like this is a long time ago, so they thought they were demons, and they cast them out of the tribe, and eventually all these albinos they only had each other to fuck, and then you get white people. I don't know how fucking true that is, dude, but I always thought it was interesting.
I mean, there must be something to it, or that that capacity of in one generation skin being so different.
Have you ever seen the movie Powder?
Yeah, that's where he ends up with psychic
Yeah,
powers,
yeah,
right?
that movie's dope.
Damn, I must have been 12 though, so but I
Yeah, it
remember
is an
that.
older movie, man. It came out around the same time as Phenomenon, which had John Travolta, where John Travolta got like superpowers.
Did he
Yeah, he got like
survive
hit by
something?
lightning or something.
I do remember that vaguely. I also remember him being Michael, the
Oh,
angel.
what was that? What movie was that?
I think it was
Was it?
Michael
Maybe I didn't see that.
or the
I don't know
angel.
if I saw that.
I have a memory of the poster. If I'm just making this shit up, it's like him looking over to the side with long hair and a long brown trench coat.
Huh.
If I just made that shit up, that's fire.
Do you remember End of Days? Had I think it was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
End of Days.
Yeah, it was like a post like apocalyptic movie where um it was like religious that like devil was born or something. It was good. It wasn't bad.
I feel this. Was there a wall of fire in that one? Like a nuke or a meteor went off?
No, no.
All right, I'm just making this shit
Maybe
up too.
I'm not remembering correctly though because I'm high as fuck. So who knows?
All right, for transparency, I'm posting it right now. I wait. Oh shit. Sorry, hold on. So I misremembered the cover because the memory I had was that damn it. It was a full shot. Like you could see his whole body walking down the street. But here's a cover for Michael.
It's a shame he's such a fucking crazy Scientologist.
I thought it was a tax thing.
What, Scientology? I mean, it is for the
Yeah.
people in charge of it, but he really believes in that shit, bro. Like him and Tom Cruise.
Oh,
They
nice.
like,
Nice.
they're into it, bro. Fucking hate moving.
Hey, man. Tom Cruise must know something.
He knows, well, I don't know. I don't know what he knows. He got big feet, though, and he's not very tall. Big feet.
You said he has what?
And he's not tall. It's weird.
That's probably why he could climb so well. Jeez.
Oh, jeez. Oh.
Yeah, but Tom makes great movies. Travolta, he hasn't done anything lately, has he? But he made great
some
movies.
great movies and some fucking shitters.
Dude, Grease was brilliant. I got chills. They're multiplying.
I hate everything about you right now.
And I'm losing control. 'Cause the power you're supplying, it's electrifying. You gotta say it up, ooh, 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 'cause I need a man.
That was nice.
You're the one that I want. She about the mop there. Ooh, 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 honey. The one that I want. Damn, bro. That shit
That
went
is the
hard.
most fun a brown person has ever had singing that song.
Bum, 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 ba-da, bum, ba, bum, bum. That bass line was fucking... Are you kidding me?
Fucking litty like a titty, bro.
Tell me more, like did he have a car? Bow, bow, bow. Nah, I gotta watch that shit.
Kick you out of the streets, bro.
Look at me, I'm Sandra D. Won't
Hey,
go
Matthias,
to
what are you
bed
reading?
till I'm... hold on, I'm about to look up the lyrics to... But to answer the question directly, bro, I've been reading David Hume.
Oh, you'll answer his fucking question directly. Hey, fuck you, Mattios.
No, because the paper I was reading was on some bullshit, bro. It
Is it
embarrasses
the
me.
Is versus Ought dilemma?
In the paper or with Hume?
Hume itself.
Hume is fucking boring. Like, it's and he's saying all the same shit that John Locke already said, except he's saying a little bit more bitch ass shit. But like reading Locke is beautiful. You know what I mean? And reading Hume is fucking boring. So yeah, I break it up for myself.
What have you been doing, Mike?
But yeah, the paper I was talking about earlier, Genesis, is fucking trash.
In the SCP universe, they measure like units of reality by, they call them Humes.
Wait, in which universe?
SCP.
What is that?
It's a fictional universe that's like crowd written.
Oh fuck! Let's go. I wouldn't be surprised if they are, because whenever people talk about the tradition of empiricism, blah blah blah, they bring up Locke, a bishop, and they bring up Hume. But Hume, I don't know, man. I'm sorry, I don't mean to complain. All that to say, that's fucking fire that they would name a measurement after him.
Well, it's an imaginary one, but still.
Hey man, it's the idea that counts.
It's the motion in the ocean, bro.
Is it true that if you envision it, it comes true, man? Because I'm waiting for that moment right now.
Hey, that's kind of fire. What? I don't know.
Who's that?
No, man. Envisioning, when you envision, affirmation, like, call it in. Like, when the fuck does it happen? When are the fairies coming to move me? Like,
you haven't left yet?
They're not here.
Man,
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so here's something that's been going on is that I'm like in a negotiation with my landlord, and the moment that I leave the premises, I have no leg to stand on in the negotiation.
Oh,
That's been
Lord.
the major halt
is that
to this whole
Melly?
thing. So,
Oh, hey, I'm
yeah,
not looking at my phone. I didn't know who the fuck was talking. You don't sound like
yeah.
yourself. What's wrong?
Just exasperated, I guess. I'm proud of myself in that I've made a watermelon fit in a lemon multiple times.
Nice.
What?
I have a 3-bedroom house that I'm moving, right? I'm putting in containers, shipping containers. Most of my boxes are 12 by 20 by 12, I think, something like that. And it's just been a pretty cool thing to like figure out how to fit shit in a cube
Mm.
container, 5 by 7 by 8. Yeah.
Watermelon and a lemon.
Watermelon and the lemon.
Watermelanin.
I'm watermelon it for sure.
Let's go.
Watermelon it.
I am missing. I,
Melly, the watermelon. The watermelon whisperer. No, 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 no. Would that be the lemon whisperer?
The lemon whisperer.
Fitting the yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's a lot for the lemon to go through. Talking through the process.
Yeah, I don't know. Mateos, you're in California, no?
Yes.
You know kind of how crazy it is with landlords, right?
Well, no, like what?
Like tenants' rights and landlords' rights and yeah,
Landlords.
landlords can't touch a property if the tenant is there, you know, like
Oh, sure, sure. Yeah, yeah,
like they can't unless they're buying the place. I mean,
yeah.
rather, if unless they're gonna move in or fix it up to sell it,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fucking fire, TBH.
So one of the things that's happened is that I have this place with my ex like 10 years ago. You know, so we have both our names still on the lease. So this dude is trying to cheat him out of funds. You get what I'm saying?
Oh shit.
Because he's not a like you know technically you know he's here, quote quote. He's here.
Sure.
You know he's on that lease. He still gets bills here. You know what I mean? So like the technical, we've kept it that way. So this guy's just been trying to, and I've asked to, you know, I've tried to seek legal counsel, but it is so drenched over here that nobody calls back. No one fucking
Wow.
calls back.
Wow.
So I don't know. What do we forfeit? That's thousands of dollars. You know what I mean? I'm tired of being here. I mean, I want to be here. I'm just tired of being in this situation.
Nah, that's fair. But it would actually hurt his stupid ass to like.
Yeah, I've told them, I'm like, you needed to get your ass right here or give the landlord a call, give the lawyer a call, tell them where's your check. Like, I gotta go. Like, I'm trying to like save space, but then it just keeps costing more and more, just lingering. But
Dang.
I heard, okay, so one of the guys that helped move me, one of the guys that I hired,
Sure.
he told me there was 4 people in his house. Um, one of the people were kind of like this. They go 6 months, come back 6 months. Like that's just their location, right? And so the dude goes, yeah, they paid us out. You know, they wanted the property, so they bought us out. I was like, oh, tell me how much. He's like, we each got 25,000. I was like,
Oh
that's the
shit.
average. Here, the average is 29K per person.
Oh
Either
wow.
you're here or you have to be on the lease, or you have to be a resident. Like, any
Uh-huh.
squatter can come here and be like, oh, I'm part of this deal. You know what I mean? That's kind of crazy, but yeah, just show residency and you're part of that deal.
Oh wow.
So this is something that I hadn't shared. I was trying to figure it out. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how to read fucking contracts. So I got gypped
You can't say that.
on
You can't say gypped.
what?
I don't
What?
remember, but it's not. You're not supposed to say it.
Oh, fuck you. Whatever. I'll say it.
Oh shit.
Gypped us. Sorry, I didn't mean to say fuck you. I'm just really upset right now. That's not a word that comes out. I say fuck it or fuck that. Sorry, I didn't mean to say fuck
It's
you.
okay, Mel.
Nah,
Nah.
nah. I'm being tested and I keep failing. I keep
Nah.
failing.
Nah, bruh. Bitches come
Nah.
and
I
go.
appreciate
But
your
don't you know I
acceptance.
stay, stay.
Hi. So I'm going to REI for them to tell me what I should have in my car in case I want to camp in one of the spots that I want to, if it's not too cold.
A rain jacket.
Yeah.
Nice.
This is crazy, man. Did you guys see 45,000 people?
What?
See that?
Huh?
The post I shared. 45,000 people are jobless in the last couple of months here in the Bay.
Damn.
250 companies. 250 companies have laid off people here.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said 40,000 people got laid off up in the Bay?
45,000. 45,000 people in the Bay. 45,000 people lost their jobs here in the Bay. And not just tech. That's like cannabis. There's like a couple of cannabis companies, Yeah, it's crazy.
Crazy.
I don't know. Obviously, they're doing it preemptively, right? To
Yes.
save face, not in front of their employers, but the board members, or whoever their shareholders are.
Yeah,
They
they
have to
never
save
show a
their.
loss.
Yeah, they have to share that part. So I think that's really interesting, dude. But not a lot of people. I don't know. Have you guys been hearing about? I mean, I don't know. So what it is, it's high. It's white collar. Is that high tech? High tech here is white collar, and those are the people that are getting laid off. Most blue collar people, you know, people that solder and people that weld and that kind of employment is not the one that's getting laid off.
That is wild out there.
Honestly, I've been looking for a job, and I'm averaging like 2 or 3 phone calls that lead to interviews every day.
Yeah, which one? Like a tech job or like a software?
Mostly
Like
sales.
data? Yeah, sales. Sales will ever. When will sales not be? Like sales is the driver of everything.
I mean, and I'm like looking at, legit sales jobs, not like, vacuum cleaners and shit.
Oh, motherfucker. I just put my 133rd box
Jesus.
away.
I'm like unpacking from my move right now as we speak.
That's all
Yeah.
that ruckus is. Where'd you move?
Wait, so you're out the old spot
Yeah.
completely now?
Oh God, the cat just jumped in that box. Jesus. Uh, yeah, I got it's like probably a handful of things left at the old place. Most of them cleaning supplies.
How do you empty? Oh my God, you should have called me. We should have spoken. We haven't spoken in a couple of weeks. I'm stuck on the last. I'm so stuck on the last bit of it.
What do you mean?
Like the things I want to have with me and not in the containers, like that. I'm like spazzing out on.
Make a list either in your head or on a piece of paper of everything you think you need to bring, like with you to have, like out, and then cut that motherfucker in half immediately. Because you are not going to wear 17 pairs of pants.
Right.
You are
That
not
part.
going to need a
That's
phone,
the
an
part.
iPad, and a fucking laptop.
Right.
Think about in your mind, go through the course of one day, right? And then imagine every single thing you touch or put in your pocket or put in a bag. Write those things down and just take those things.
Okay, I like that list. I haven't done that list ever. How can I hit replay? The captions aren't even on for me to
I
screenshot the
think you
fucking
can
words.
fucking do a snippet thingy jigger.
Mine's not generating. But I think I heard you. Make a list of the things I
Yep.
touch in a day.
Yeah.
And that's what I
And
need
not
with
things you
me
touch
for however
once.
many days.
Things that you find yourself touching more than once.
Like my, yeah, okay, got it.
Like, especially in the bathroom. Because people's
Yes.
tendency is to be like, oh, I need these 4 soaps and the blah, 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 blah. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes.
No, you don't.
Yes, all that, like all this stuff that all my, yes, that part.
You just need the things that you touch more than once in a day. But do not forget the charging cords. There's nothing worse than not having any fucking idea which box the charging cord is in.
Well, at this point, I don't know where one of my laptops is, where 2 of my laptops are.
First of
They're
all,
like,
how many fucking laptops
that's
do
the
you
day.
have? Jesus Christ.
3, 2 old ones that are external hard drives and the little AirPad that I use now. No, but I think the rain also fucks me. It just fucks with my mood. Obviously, with maneuvering boxes. Anyway.
Yeah, it's been raining constantly here as well.
Ay, Dios mío.
By the way, everything I kept that like I didn't pack away for the movers fit in a duffel bag. Clothes.
Oh, shut up!
Everything.
What? But wait. You just moved a couple of
Yeah.
blocks, right? I mean, like
You're
in the
gonna need
city,
more,
like.
but like
Okay.
that's just like I'm not trying to
Okay,
show
yeah.
off. I'm just trying to give you like a template. So like.
Yeah. How many days did you not have your stuff?
I planned for 4 days without my stuff.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna have 3 weeks without it.
you'll need about 3 times as much stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. But not the excess that I have
But
right
remember
now.
that the technology shit, the entertainment shit, you don't need multiples
Yeah.
of those. So you're just going to carry more clothes.
Right. Yeah, and it's winter, dude. Everywhere I'm going, it's fucking cold.
Because God hates us.
Vegas is cold right now. Like, this was not the time I was gonna move. But here we
Guys,
are.
I just successfully organized half the closet. Not bad.
Congratulations.
I have 24 pairs of shoes in the closet right now.
I didn't count
I
how
have
many. I probably had.
I have 1 pair on my feet and 1 pair by the door. So 26. I own 26 pairs of shoes.
Okay, I promise 2023 to myself. I'm not buying stuff. I'm not gonna buy anything. I'm not gonna put any personal shit. I have enough. I got winter jackets for this. I got what I need. I got what I need. I think I'm cutting a mullet. I think I'm giving myself a mullet. Like a mohawk mullet.
Why are you doing that?
I just cut my hair yesterday. Like trimmed, and the way it trimmed, the way it looks, I'm like, it kind of looks like this little mullet. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I can do that. I'm gonna do like a little mullet kind
I
of thing.
shaved my head.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it when I get to Tennessee.
I was lying to everyone, but mostly myself, about keeping my hair. So it was just time to get right with God on that one.
I will say, I don't drink. I'm not a drinker, but drinking these bubblies has actually helped me do the move. Yeah.
See, I can't do that. I can't drink it all.
Got one, got two.
If I drink a beer, I'm going to jail.
Yeah, you got your reasons.
Just imagine, you know how like freak out and yell at people on the internet? Just imagine if I did that with my fists in person. Like, but I was blackout drunk, so I wasn't choosing the victim wisely.
Wow.
Bad news bears. All right, guys, I'm gonna get off here for a while. Mel, call me later if you want, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna, yes, for sure, like in an hour or two.
Later, everybody. Bye.
Okay. Bye. Mike, are you working on Python right now or what?
Oh, sorry, I just got off a fictitious phone call. Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, exactly. I'm just kind of moving things in and out, getting the explanations clear. But it's good. I've learned a lot. Web3 has been a big help.
Are you doing a course or you're just like you downloaded Python and that's it?
I'm teaching a beginner's course,
Yeah.
but to teach the course, I'm getting the definition of the definition of the definition so that everything is crystal.
Yeah.
Like what's a class versus a method versus a variable versus a module versus a library? It's like,
Yeah.
so hold on, you were reading Matthias Hume. What led you to David Hume?
I tried before, and you know what? Short answer: I'm just trying to get familiar with all the empiricists, and the only one I really know is Locke. Like I read Berkeley, but I didn't, not enough to memorize them yet.
You're planning on the run for 2036.
You know what I mean? People want to
I
talk
mean,
about it.
Obama was a constitutional lawyer, wasn't he?
That's the next step.
Well, professor, anyways. He taught constitutional law, I believe.
Wild. Damn, I didn't know that. I mean, I don't know shit about
Really?
any of these guys. Yeah, but I didn't
Yeah,
realize
man.
it
He
was
taught
constitutional law.
constitutional law. Yep. And that's
That.
kind of what you were teaching us. So you're kind of on the slow track. You don't even know it. Like Peter with the life of Jesus.
Just walking the path.
You ain't even know it.
They ain't even know. Dude, that's hilarious. But yeah, I thought I hit up my boy because I told him it was you and him who I talked to about Frankel.
Oh,
So I was
man.
like,
The search for meaning.
yeah. So I hit him up like, yo, I finally did it. Like, you know what I mean? I was talking about this motherfucker with you and my boy, right? Like, you told me to read this. And he's like, no, I never told you that. And I was like, oh, shit. What was the meaning of that? But anyway, we all buy in. He got it all right. So
I think I have a Medium post on it. Why do humans... hold on. Let's see if it's still up. Why do humans execute certain actions?
jeez Louise.
I think the Medium was probably shut down, I bet. Let's see.
How do you open a Medium account? Just it's a free thing, right?
Yeah, you're good. You just sign up.
You just sign up.
Yeah. Hold on, let me see if this works. Um, let's see here. All right, I'm going to put this to the top. Why do humans execute actions? Boyd Rothbard. Hold on, where is it? Mhm. Oh, yes. The last of the human freedoms. Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah,
Choice.
found it. I found it.
Yes.
Okay. The last of the human
That's the
freedoms.
title of your article?
Yes.
Damn.
So let me post this to the top. Let me know when you see it. Let me know if you can still access it. It's probably blocked.
Error.
Mm-hmm.
Account is under investigation and was found in violation of the rules.
Yeah. I guess that they did not like Viktor Frankl, I guess. I'm looking at it, but everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances.
Booyakasha. Yo. Yeah, man. That he's sobering to say the least. And he sounds literally like the Desert Fathers. And then it's more fire because he's Jewish. So it's like, damn. Of course they sounded like that.
Like maybe it's the belief in the power of choice, whether valid or not.
Well, he meant in that section, he was talking about the choice of how you're going to react to your surroundings. So, like, a cruel environment is going to make you cruel, but it doesn't have to. And when you don't have coffee and you don't have cigarettes and you're feeling irritable, to your point of the space between stimulus and response, like that's exactly what he was referring to. You don't have to be irritable just because you feel that way. But there's a tension because there's the other side of not caring about anything, and then you're laying in your own bed, in your own piss and shit, and you start smoking your own cigarettes that they used for trade, and then that person dies.
The cigarette is the last meal. You can't eat, at least you can suck on dopamine.
That part.
I wonder if the last cigarette kept them alive. The final dopamine hit.
Damn.
Like if you gave
That.
them a pack, you think they'd stay alive until the pack was done?
Nah.
This and other unethical experiments on the Syndicate. Yeah.
Got him. The shit is savage. So when Thorndike and Skinner were putting the rats and birds in boxes, they were starving them first. They never went into a box fully fed. They went in hungry. And so the way that fuck's his name? Frankel describes how the camps were set up. Like it was exactly that. Except even more because they were about efficiency. So, you know, if you couldn't work anymore, they would just fucking kill you. But every man was starved, cold, like reduced to nothing. But sorry, the point I was making was reading that shit while reading the behaviorists as well. And then his response to, you know, what the fuck they're saying. And Thorndike said that too. We're not just animals. Like there is something different because we can read Hegel. Thorndike said that. Damn it, man. I believe them, bro.
How are things going with Chase?
Fuck, man. We're working.
Nice.
Like, yeah, which was the whole point of all this shit, right? He was like, yo, I'm trying to set this shit up.
Mm-hmm.
And so there are certain things that I need done. And yeah, man. And it's a proper apprenticeship. It's fucking crazy. But fuck, dog. It's so he brought up how people have, there's a critique in the industry about how hard it is to set shit up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's what's funny. I didn't fully wrap my head around what the fuck he was talking about when he was saying that shit. And then there was one of these times when you were discussing your course where you went through the intro. Now you had that written already. I remember that
Mm-hmm.
when you first showed us the collab, this was the script that you had. So yeah, it was hilarious to realize because there was some shit I had to do with like permissions to I don't even know what the fuck I did, bro, because it was on some like IT shit. And I would not have spent the time to figure how the fuck to do that. B, I can't even open, so I have like an HTML file on my desktop. I can't even open that shit to run the website. There's a specific address I have to put in through a certain port, all this extra shit. So I had no appreciation of what the fuck everybody else was going through because I've only ever fucked around with JavaScript, CSS. And you can fucking run those online. Like, so yeah, I didn't even think of what it would even mean to have to get your machine running some specific JavaScript library, not doing that shit through Node, which again, I could just go through mindlessly. I mean, this time I did. I don't even understand what the fuck we did. But yeah, so to
You
your
know what?
point about the setup, I couldn't even understand what the fuck you were talking
Yeah,
about,
what
bro.
the fuck? Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't even
Look,
know. Like
you
there
can
was no grasp. I had
you know
no
when they lose
grasp.
me? When they say local host, I'm like, you know what? Just leave me the fuck alone.
Local host.
Local host.
Told you we were Catholic, fam, but everybody want to be
Here's
defensive.
something that blew my mind. Hold on, I'll post it to the top. I asked Web3, like, I don't understand what these lines of code are doing. And so I started posting the lines of code into ChatGPT and getting it to explain it to me. Now, Web3 said it's like looking at nouns with verbs and adverbs. I'm like, okay. So, hey, ChatGPT, can you explain the following code in terms of sentences with nouns, verbs, and adverbs? And that's when things started really opening up for me. I put it to the
Oh
top.
shit.
And then I said, hey, why don't you explain to me in terms of Harry Potter? It's like, oh shit. So this thing is like my Web3 is like kind of like my tutor. And this is like my
Sure.
AI tutor right now. I just paste in lines of code, say, what does this do? Oh, that's not even Python? What? Okay. You know, shit like that. It's blowing my mind.
Wow, man.
Yeah, so if you don't understand something, just take it to the thing.
Dog, this is insane.
You're reading it.
Yeah, dude.
The potion. Oh my god.
Yo. Oh shit,
You got to
bro.
the bottom? Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Wild, right?
I looked back at the code
Oh yeah, at the top.
and I
Yeah.
was like, "Oh, fuck."
So it can explain to you what this code is doing. But if you use the idea of give it to me in the sentences with nouns and verbs, the crazy thing is it'll show you how to read the code. Because
That
usually
part.
we're used to reading left to right. You know, we see right or equals and we're like, okay, so I should think about starting there.
Mm.
But what I realize is that a lot of programming is you have something that's going to store data, and then you have computation.
Mm.
So the computation is on the right, and where you're going to store the result of that computation is the variable on the left.
Fuck.
So now I can properly comment the code and write the script for the course based on the sentences that are
Uh
generated.
that is what, as I was reading this, I was like, damn, this is what commenting code should be.
Isn't that crazy? Right?
Unbelievable.
Super clear. So I have all the
Bro.
examples, but now I'm just reducing the amount of lines of code.
Mm.
Yeah, so if there's any line of code you don't understand, you know, just describe the following code in terms of sentences with nouns, verbs, and adverbs. You're going to extract data from a CSV file and store it in a variable called this. And what you're doing is really reading this statement from the inside out. Does that make sense? You're not starting from the left. So now when I'm
Oh
reading,
fuck.
you see that?
Touche. Sure.
Right? So if you look at
That's
that with open
insane,
dict to
dog.
CSV, right? With open dict to CSV, W as CSV file 2, the explanation is I want you to open this CSV file in write mode and store it in CSV file 2.
Wow.
So that's how it's reading it. It's reading it from the inside out. And it gave me just a crazy intuition. So now when I'm reading lines of code, I'm not reading from them from left to right. I'm always going to the brackets first because those have your inputs. And if I know my inputs,
Oh wow, bro.
then the method or the function is the function. So a function acting on this object using this as the input, and a function which takes this information as input and processes it and then stores it into a variable.
Wow.
So that's how I'm reading the code now.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have something
Me
that's going to
too.
store information or data or an object, and then I have some sort of computation that gives me a result that gets stored there. Okay, so what's the function that's being run here? What are the inputs? How is it being processed? And it's all stated in that line.
Oh wow. Dog, and talking about reading it right to left. Fudge, man.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Crazy.
Look for the brackets. The brackets will tell you what the inputs are. The this dot that is the function, right? Or the class in the function.
Man. That shit cray. Yeah, bro. That was game though. Saying reading it right to left, it never even.
Yeah. You wouldn't even
Dude,
think about it.
never. It's right to left.
Most statements of code are basically, I'm introducing a variable that is going to be equal to the result of this computation. That's essentially what you're looking at most of the time.
Wow.
This variable is going to be equal to the result of this statement here. Well, what is this statement? Well, invariably, it's a function that takes an input and processes it into an output, and that output is stored in that variable. That's the way I'm reading code now.
Wow. Hurls.
Mattios, how are we, buddy?
Good. I just got mind fucked. So
What?
I'm just processing what I was told.
What did I miss?
Reading code from right to left, as described by the horned horse.
Oh, this is doing it backwards that he was talking about earlier?
Yeah, but just as is you're reading it right to left. And that was not something that I was registering.
I don't get it. What's the why? I know he's talking about doing courses back to front.
To quote the horned horse, because most of the times when you're writing code, the way it's written out is here's a variable on the left, and then this variable equals the output of this computation that you've just expressed, which you
Right.
write on the right.
Okay, yeah.
So that expression as a function is always taking in inputs. So then the way you would read it is, here are my inputs. I'm placing this input into this function. The computation runs and returns, and the return values of that or expression or whatever from that function is what gets stored inside of the variable.
Mm-hmm.
So you write it out left to right, but you're reading it right to left. And I'm a beginner. I don't know shit, but right now my experience my experience has been I am reading code. So I'm familiarizing myself with different code bases when I'm working on shit.
Right, okay.
And yeah, in my mind, what this clarified is like, you know what, fuck the names to a point. We need the names to reference them later. But it's like, what are the computations that we're running? And now reading it right to left is because I don't even know what the fuck I was doing. Like I was looking at words, sure.
Okay.
But I was just like moving through it more than anything, you know? So
okay,
the
so
analogy.
You've had that click.
Yeah. If I just start from the right and then go to the left, it makes itself clear. If I go from the bottom back up to the top, usually the computations are going to be underneath the definitions when you're working inside the function and all that kind of stuff. So it's
I'm seeing like all these gears and cogs that aren't quite sitting there. They're sitting in front of you, and all of a sudden there was like this stress. What the fuck? Why am I? And then all those gears sort of put stress, and then all of a sudden they just boom, sink into place, and everything starts rolling.
That was exactly it. I was like, dude, like you literally just taught me how to read. But anyway,
wow.
So yeah, so
that's cool.
I was stunned. I was in a stupor, to say the least. And I'm only drinking ice water And like, yeah. So when you came in, I was like, dude, I just.
Hence why the Syndicate, the best episode ever, hey?
Let's go. Facts.
There's another one. Let's go. I'm going to do
Let's
that right
go.
now. Build up a database of all Matios's phrases.
Put it in the table. Oh shit.
They are fire. I'm not actually going to do that. I was just joking. Just do it in my mind.
There's just 5 things I ever say, dude. It's like fuck. I don't even talk. TBH.
You should put them in. You've got a soundboard. Can you put them in your soundboard?
You know what? Well, let me check. You used to be able to, but the thing about it was that you had to. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have that feature anymore. Oh wait, do they? No. Oh yeah, they do. I would have to record them anew. So you know what? Touche, Hurls. I'm gonna make that table. I'm gonna monitor myself, pay attention to what other people hear me repeat. Be like, all right, that's one I might have missed, and then add them to the soundboard at the beginning of every space.
Dude, that's a great idea.
And
so
that's it.
Dude, fire. I'm dropping down the listener. What was it? Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh
nice,
shit,
nice.
man.
So, got some news. KC has already sold one of the NFTs that we did the collab on.
Oh shit.
Whoa. Are you saying that your voice is now officially money?
My voice is money. Well, not yet. It's not in the bank. Shit, I just jinxed myself. Fuck. But yes, I am saying that. It's happening. But there was a negotiation deal in there. I think he's got it written in the contract anyway. He's selling these things like $6 a page or something like that. I'm like, dude, politely, I said, mate, like, this is to me, we're both nearing 50, right? You're charging $6 for a page of a comic strip, right? Is anyone actually going to pay that? So we're talking in the space as we're doing, the script and things like that. We've just finished doing the script. We recorded it for you, by the way, so you'll have to ask him for that.
Hey, hold on, Hurls. Hey, Ali.
Yes, ma'am.
Hurls' voice is officially money now.
I know.
Well, no, the money's not in the bank. The money's not in the bank, but yeah, okay.
It's on the way?
Contractually wise, it is, yeah.
Congratulations.
So
Thank
what he
you.
did is Casey took the idea of adding narration to the images, and then he had Hurls do the narration.
Amazing.
And he added it to an animation of the NFT.
Wow.
I love that. You've got a great voice.
Thanks. So do you, Ali, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Especially because I heard the sizzle reel, and that was pretty cool.
Oh, thank you.
I'm lost for words now. Sorry, I got mind fog in a big way.
So I'm just excited that you're like the first official person from the cohort to make some sort of money or generate some sort of value.
Generating value.
Generating value. That's it. Yeah. I mean, it's a shame we have to do this in like a fiscal sense because the value of it has been so much more than just the fiscal thing. But, that's life, right? But I already saw the value in it. Man, I saw the value in it in the first lesson. You could tell this guy's onto something. He's got something. This is going to be fun. At its very least, it was going to be a good time. And, I didn't realize it was going to be a personal developing type thing where you could use it in not just voice acting, but in your everyday life. So that was very interesting for me to see. I see it more as a personal development type course rather than just voice acting. It has that. I think it has enough weight and gravity to carry it into that sort of industry. Because terms of the things that have been presented to me in terms of corporate, it's almost like a segment of those types of corporate development things. You know, when they put the managers and they throw you all into those week training things where you do all these groups and meet others from different
You fall
towns
into
and
each other's
cities
arms and shit. Yeah.
yeah, and that you can just I did one of them in my younger years, and it was filled with a room of a bunch of these fucking miserable old pricks,
How
and
dare you?
who just didn't want to be there, and I was just like, get me through this fucking session so we can all go to the pub and have a fucking beer. That's what I'm here for. Who wants to talk to this fucking bright young up and coming Snap Fitness CEO who's, a millionaire and now charging the company I work for shitloads of money at an hourly rate. And I have to sit here and listen to him talk about how fucking awesome he is and how he knows the solution to life. Get me out of this. This is what they talk about at the pub. Get me fucking out of here. And so I was one of these young up and comers. And it's like, yeah, we're going to put you in a space with these guys and we're going to groom you and you're going to be like them. And I'm looking at them and I'm like, no, I'm out. I don't want to be like that. I didn't even finish the course. I think I got to about Wednesday and I'm like, I quit. I don't want to go down this road. Yeah, so I left and went to another department. But that was funny. Well, got a bit off track. What were we talking about?
Well, the difference. You
I
were
love
just saying that the class had a value, and it was when you heard it, it was real as compared to other bullshit, such as.
Yeah, it wasn't about, I mean, it was about the class. It was kind of cool in a way, but it's stuff that I'd already heard before. Like this wasn't the first one I'd been to. But what it was the first one I'd been to is like, hey, you're showing so much potential, you're breaking records, whatnot. We're gonna throw you in this program and sit you and you're gonna get, given a mentor and they're gonna bring you up and show you the ropes and all that sort of shit. And then you get into the space with all these guys and I'm like, look at them all. They're all miserable and they don't want to be here and they hate their fucking job. Thanks, guys. You did me a favor. I'm out. I got what I wanted from it and then, moved on.
Your voice is money.
How did we get onto that topic?
KC and the Horned Horse said you were the first from the cohort to create value.
Right. So none of that sort of applies to this sort of thing because it's where our energies lie, right? Here's an opportunity. And if you go back into the syndicate and look, I was trying to get something like this to happen, not in the sense the way KC's done it, but I wanted to have it would have been, I thought, guys, we're all sitting here in this space and we're talking, we've got great ideas, we come up with these things and let's just do something artistic together that, has a little script to it or something like that and builds on that. And then Casey's just gone and done it all on his own, like just come into it. And then I was lucky enough to be invited into it and asked if he could use my voice. So that was kind of cool to see that come into fruition. And he just asked me, he said he's doing something in the background. I think it's with Lags, where he's going to bring her in and do some things in with her too. So it has the Lags doing something. I'm not sure what that is. He gave a very ominous sort of cheeky laugh after I agreed to it. So I think he's got something going on there. I don't know what it is, but we'll find out. Maybe it's just my paranoia.
Nah, he's not exactly a trustable person, TBH. So I get it.
Oh, he's a scammer. He's been outed as a scammer.
He was on trial. So I remember.
Did that go down? Did the trial actually happen?
No, it didn't happen.
Oh, that would have been amazing.
Which trial was that?
Oh, the trial of KC as a scammer. The accuser
Oh,
didn't want to
that's
show
right.
up.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Mm.
Well, it's what I see here is the confluence of a lot of things happening at the same time, right? And KC, like, he jokes around and stuff. That guy's fucking determined as shit.
Yeah, he's definitely a character that can fit the mood type thing. He's got that experience because when we jump into, and you'll see because he recorded the space as a director. I think he's got a lot of natural ability, and I think if I'd be interested to see if they ever got in front of Christian, I honestly think Christian would go, "Who's this KC guy? Listen to his voice, like you know."
Oh yeah,
I
KC's a hidden gem for sure.
Yeah, yeah, but he would say, "Oh, look at this, look at what they're doing," and I know that he could critique it and go, "Nah, that's you could do this and do that," and we're just amateurs fumbling around.
I want to
And
find all of the outtakes that you do and
yes,
have that as a blooper reel.
I remember you saying that, and so I did remind Casey to record it. So he did record it, and some funny things happened. So we're two nearing 50-year-olds. I'm a rural fucking Australian who's got no idea what I'm doing, but I see potential in this, right? And and we're fumbling around. We're thinking fucking we couldn't even remember how we set it up technically wise, like because we had to use the PC, the phone was the recording mic, and then the mic stopped working, so we're fumbling around. And then Zoom throws in that like you need to start paying to KC. So we're like, shit, we got a timer countdown now. And this whole while we're doing it on Zoom, and this happened last time as well. But we couldn't remember where we went to, what other software we used to do the video call over the PC. So I did a Twitter space because the Zoom shut down, and we got it all done. So we're fumbling our way through. So you'll hear all that, and then we did a Twitter Zoom, and started geeking out on that. And then a whole bunch of people came in, Twitter space, sorry. A whole bunch of people come in and started laughing at us, fucking around and joking. And then that's where Kit came in. She heard us talking about it. She goes, "Oh, by the way, I just bought your NFT." And then, away it went. So went from there.
So you're saying you have a market with Asian women? Look,
Well, I don't know if it's me.
they have a lot of expendable income. Just saying, like they can buy all those fancy purses. Why can't they buy a fancy NFT? One of Hurl's.
Disposable income is great. I don't know. I don't think she bought it for me. I think she actually bought it for Casey. I think they're working on some things together, and she's helping with some stuff. So I don't think she even listened to it, to be honest. I'm not sure because she was trying to get into it and it wouldn't play it while she was in the space. And I'm not sure if she left, but then she just popped in and said, "I just bought it." So I don't know. You'll have to ask her why she bought it. I think it was just to get Casey off the ground and running. But yeah. So now what we're going to do as an exercise, Casey's going to use some of that money to pay me, and then I'm going to buy one of his NFTs so he gets it back, just as an exchange, so I can learn how that whole trade or whatever you want to call it, peer-to-peer type service works. So I get a little bit of knowledge out of it, learn how this sort of ecosystem works, and have a bit of fun with it. If you're still there, so you too, on the interview with Potenza, I was thinking about that and how I'd probably do it a little bit differently to um, Manish, because you don't want to really cannibalize what he did. And I don't think it would go for very long either. But because I'm not sure if I can hold up a conversation like the way Manish could. But I was thinking of maybe more along the lines of running it from Pretenz's history, like seeing where, like I did with Genesis, his background, where he came from, where he is now, and then where he's going with it all. Which is kind of why I threw those questions into Manish at the end of the podcast that he did with him, because I was more interested in that. So yeah, if he's open to talk about those sort of things. Also on that, I'm not sure if there are some personal things that I'd like to talk to him about as that sort of exchange. So it's within the industry and stuff like that. Um, and I don't know how he'd feel about talking about that sort of stuff and having it broadcasted, but maybe even just as an exercise. I don't know if he wants to broadcast it or not, or if he'd even be comfortable talking about those sorts of things. But yeah. Don't even know if Soyu was listening, actually. I should have checked, because he's deep in his
No, I was listening.
coding.
Sorry, I just got another call on the other end. Yeah, I think things got crazy during the holidays, but now that, everything will come back together very soon.
Yeah, so did you get the gist of what I was talking about, or?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hold on, just getting calm. One sec.
All good. What's going on in your life, Mattios? What are you doing for New Year's, buddy? Mattios not even here by myself. Welcome to the Syndicate, the best episode ever, where you can come in and talk to yourself. Dan, good to see you. Holding the fort here. Others are doing other things. Maybe I should be too. Oh, I'm not co-hosting. I can't get you up, buddy. I think so. You've taken a call. Just hang on. We'll get to you in just a minute. Maybe it's time for a monologue. Do I have the mental capacity to do something there? Carrying on from our last episode, we left Dan on the porch. He was there, confused, looking over the field. He had the shotgun in his hand. The shell, with tough love, was in the barrel, loaded. The butt of the gun was pressed into his shoulder. He pulled it in hard. And he just finished asking the question, "Wait a minute, Sandra, is that you?" He could hear a rumbling coming back. He didn't know what it quite was. He yelled out again, "Who's out there?" "It looks like Sandra," he thought. Another rumbling. It was coming closer, rocking left and right, still dark in the shades, but it had a silhouette and some colour. There was grass on the field, about shin length, the middle of the shin. The steps were quite not regular, random, rocking back and forth, getting closer. "If you come any further, I'm gonna blow your fucking head off." It paused for a minute, made the noise again. It was a little bit clearer this time. What the fuck? Okay. I was doing some things anyway in the background, just was touching base. So had that thing with KC. Always like to say KC, how are we? It's got a nice ring to it. I was going to I've uploaded the files to him. Dan, are you with us? We have some technical
Yeah,
difficulties
mostly.
there.
It's been hard lately to get on here and stay on here for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, it's all good.
Did you hear my monologue?
Not all of it. No, I heard you guys talking
Oh,
about the Casey stuff and the Sinji and all that. Yeah, check it out. It's good, man. You get better and better, dude.
I could
I like it.
working on it.
I like it.
I just worked on that episode on the last monologue. I'm doing like episodes of it. I'm actually going away and sort of thinking about it, and
Cool.
came up with this like a chapter 2 of it. But I think you might have missed it. How'd your podcast go the other day? Did you get it done?
Yeah, good. Basically, it was just me and my partner Michelle kind of talking about the year in 2022, and she basically let me do most of the rambling since she was sick. So yeah, it was fine. And then game continues on next year, you know. So gonna try to do more, try to start selling ads and do a bunch of stuff, you know. But excited for it though. It's a lot to do.
Is that what you posted up in the voice?
What did I post up in voice?
Acting group. The Gennard method. Oh no.
I don't know. I just
Just
found a
going
couple
into it
different
now.
links related to voice type stuff, so I put it up there. That's all.
Oh, okay, cool. Because you were going to DM me your links to your podcast, weren't you? Or have you put them somewhere? I have to ask you if he got that Web3 script too.
Is anyone speaking? I can't hear anyone. Test for echo.
Yep, I'm
Oh,
here.
good. I was going to get breaking a YY.
Oh yeah.
Okay, thank God. It's just, the not that I'm panicking, but I have a AT&T error at my apartment, so it's like I have to go figure out NAD 3303. So I have no internet here, so I have to figure out how to. I don't even think I have I don't even think I have a router on this side, but I'll go look for it, I guess. Any hacker want to, I mean, you're in my phone.
Well, that's the landlord. Odds are it's the landlord's connection,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
Well,
we
I
should
can't
be providing
I
it.
can't contact him. He's nowhere to be found. So, if you're listening in my phone, if you would, reset the router, that'd be cool. I'm missing the. I went and got my car, and Dan, that was a great idea. You know, because they told me that my radio was also messed up, and it would cost $1,200 to repair. I'm like, you mean like the factory radio that came with the car that you told me a week ago only needed a fuse? It won't take any other. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's other dealers in Miami, I'm sure. So, but there's no need to fix anything, and it's sort of a perk at this point versus must have.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. It was just really strange, the whole thing. Anyway, but I would have gone. I may have gone ahead with the tires, thinking that maybe that would just make everything. I don't know. Anyway, I'm glad I didn't do that. You're right. I could probably get a much better deal. Like there's Joe's Auto Repair, literally the name of the place, right around the corner, and they seem. I think they'll be reasonable, maybe. Anyway, good. Thanks for suggesting that.
Sure.
I don't know if this will happen or not, but in the event that my phone mysteriously no longer works and the internet goes down, I'm diabetic, and if I have any problems, I won't be able to contact anyone. So, keep that in mind, Gremlins. I have medical issues that kind of require some sort of contact with the outside world. Appreciate that. Thanks.
I had a question for you. So, how do you think a bunch of dots in a space can help you with that? Like, that sounds like something from me. I'd be going out and
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to who this is intended for. They know who it is. Don't worry about it. If it's not you, don't worry about it. I try not to say anything, but I mean, I have medical issues, so I kind of have to.
yeah. So,
How you feeling? You feeling any better?
I was feeling like shit this morning.
Oh,
Just got headaches and nausea, but then went in and got a project done with KC and jammed it out. The headache's still there. Had a bit of water. I'm feeling better now.
oh, good. Do you get like tension headaches, or do you see like sparklies?
No, not seeing. It's nausea and just like pressure. It's something going on in my sinuses, I think, because I thought I was actually through it and I was actually feeling good yesterday. And, did some things and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, it was just like massive amounts of pressure in my head, nausea. And then that started in that sinus area. So
Uh,
I know the other day I had a bunch of claret coming out and then all that sort of stuff, and I thought I was good, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a viral thing. My muscles and my tendons got sore.
oh,
Never had that happen before. So,
you ought to look into Lyme disease.
um, but
You might
sorry.
want to look into Lyme disease. Just make a quick look. I mean, some of that sounds Lyme disease related too. It's kind of hard to detect.
That
LYME.
doesn't sound pleasant.
It's like a tick bites a person, and if the tick has the Lyme virus, it transmits it to the human, and it can take, you know what I
Oh,
mean? Like it says that you should see like a bullseye type, you know, issue with your skin if that's, but that doesn't always happen. A friend of mine went through that and she got misdiagnosed multiple times. And I'm sitting with her at an auction. I sat behind her and she was wearing a sundress. I'm like, you got Lyme disease. And that's what it was. They didn't check for that.
Hmm.
You have to run they have to run a specific test for that. So nice work, hospital in Philadelphia. Thomas Jefferson, actually, I think it was. But anyway, all's well that ends well. So you might want to investigate that, because once you get into like joint pain, tendon pain, along with that sort of stuff, it's a outside possibility to consider.
Yeah.
Some of my friends have had the weirdest results from that too. Like my friend got Lyme disease. He was in the army, and he got out. He was diagnosed with it, and he developed a severe allergic reaction to caffeine as a result of the medication that he took for the Lyme disease. It's the strangest thing, but now it's like it's a thing he has to deal with. So yeah, anyway, it sticks out in my mind. It's kind of like the zebra amongst the horses sometimes in terms of differential diagnosis.
Huh. We don't have it here in Australia, but it can be. They're looking in. It actually says here they're looking into whether or not
Oh,
it's
if
here
you got
now.
ticks, you got Lyme disease somewhere.
Oh, okay, some version of it.
Yeah, I would think. I mean, how many people move to,
Yeah.
my cat has a tick on it and it goes through customs and, sits in its quarantine, who knows?
Oh, hey, maybe I read that wrong.
No, I'm not saying you did. I mean, what you're saying, what you have may be right, but it's just a numbers game, really. It's how we got these stupid lanternflies in the States now. It's like, oh, they're so nice and cute. And it's like, yeah, but they'll, suck all the juice out of your trees over time. It's crazy. Like some of the invasive species out there, like there's some sort of fish down south now that is like, pretty freaking vicious. And it's invasive. I have to look up the article, but it looks downright scary too. It's like, where are these things? Kind of came from like China or something like that.
So those symptoms, can they come and
Yeah,
go?
yeah, they're
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, one of my friends had it for years, and that's how. And he was in the military, and he got it, and he came out, and it was like maybe a year and a half later. They're like, oh, you must have gotten, when you're out there running around, you must have gotten Lyme disease somewhere because you've had it for a while.
Is it? I wonder if it's treatable.
Oh, it's treatable. Yeah, it's just
Mm.
annoying. It's got like annoying symptoms, and it
Yeah.
it can take a while to clear up.
Huh.
Yeah, it's about, I mean, if they're saying that you don't have that over there, then the chances are it's unlikely, but it's still something to think about.
Yeah, I think there's versions of it.
I mean, they told one of my friends she had lung cancer, and the polyps were benign, and they're like, "Oops, sorry about that, my bad. We don't know what you got. Moving right along." It's like, what?
I thought we agreed on let's not frighten the hurls.
No,
Come on,
Hurls, you
we're
don't.
going into the new year.
Sorry. Yep.
Let's not what? Agreed on what?
I just don't think we should frighten you. You know.
No, it was she had Lyme disease. It was a never mind. All right, I'm just going to shut up now. You're right. So, sorry. How's it going, E Rich?
I'm bringing her up to speaker, but
I'm here,
trying to bring you
girls.
up,
I'm
Richie.
here, girls.
Oh, you're here.
I
Okay,
just
it
want to
still says
say,
listener on my
so
screen.
I want you to hear this. I hope you're listening. I just want to say, I freaking love this place, and this is the best episode ever. I mean, I freaking love it here. I almost messed up inverting my own saying. Hi, everybody. How's it going
How
today?
are we, Richie?
Doing good. Just finished up a marathon of work things. That was nice. Oh, Pete, you
Nice.
woke up.
What'd you get done?
Like 3 client calls, 2 contract drafts, 1 email sent. But all of those things are true. I may have sent more than 1 email, but at least 1 went out.
Yeah.
No, but I did a lot of work really fast and I closed a case, so that was exciting.
Yeah. I was going to work on my camper van project today, but I'm fucking crook. But Casey and I did a bit of a project together. Did some refining of the scripts, and then he sold his first NFT today. We were in a space just debriefing, and then we were talking about it, and someone shared some interest and looked into it, and then go, "I just bought one." Kid, by the way, it was Kid.
That's awesome.
Richie.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's cool.
Hi, Mattios.
So it's
Been
like,
a minute.
I don't know if Mattios is here or if he's not talking to
I
me.
feel like he's not here because he didn't put his hand up
Yeah.
in solidarity. But anyway,
Yeah.
So I love the title, best episode ever.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they came from. They were talking about some coding before and reading it backwards. And something clicked for Mattios in his coding journey. And yeah, he was like, "Let's go. Let's go. This
Is that your
is
Mattios
fire."
impression?
Yeah.
The fire part was pretty good.
Yeah, I'm still working on it. Well, I don't want to do it exactly as Mattios. Like, I don't think I could ever do it, actually, even if I tried.
Right. It's an homage.
But yeah.
I'm going down to listener.
Dude, I'm dropping down to listener. It's got a bit of a Kermity frog sort of sound. Needs a bit more of a rustle in the back, like, dude.
My advisor in college used to read Frog and Toad, and he'd do the voices. He'd be like, "Hey, Frog. Hi, Toad."
Frog and Toad. Is that the one where they lived in the swamp and there was the was that thing that was always chasing around? Can't remember.
They were always. I don't remember the actual stories. I just remember that this mid '60s little man used to do Frog and Toad to people in college, and he would do the voices, and it was funny. Hi, Septima. Good to see you.
Hey, how are you guys?
I don't know. I just got here and I kind of steamrolled it, made it all about me.
No, it's been quiet. People are just sitting here together alone in solidarity. I think everyone's got things going on in the background at the moment.
I see Peter woke up and left his space. I felt really bad.
Yeah, I laid with him for a bit.
Hey, me too.
Woke up late last night in Crook and saw him in that space by himself, and so we
Sandra was in there too at one point. It was me, Sandra, and Peter just chilling together.
Yeah.
Does that call it Twitter spoon?
I do
Yeah.
so, definitely.
Yeah, I went in there and joined for a bit and fell asleep.
Josh does that.
It's just-
Josh knows. Josh falls asleep as the host regularly.
Yeah, I've heard Josh sleeping for about 6 or 7 hours. I kept checking in 6 or 7 hours. You could hear him breathing really heavily, and you could hear his dogs licking themselves in the background. It was really funny.
No, so they fall asleep with their mic on. That's terrible.
Mic on constantly though.
Great.
Josh has weird sleeping
That's
patterns
gonna-
though, because Josh won't sleep for 3 or 4 days, and then he'll sleep for 30 or 40 hours. Because he has a lot of.
Josh and I have a lot in common.
Yeah, he has really.
That's gonna be a thing.
Yeah, he's got crazy sleeping problems.
I wonder how many years it's going to take before people are catching up in metaverses and just falling asleep together, leaving their mics on.
We're already
Fuck.
doing that.
Well, you're
But
already
Josh
doing
came
it.
in and did
I
an
just did.
analysis
Fuck, I just did it.
of Josh did an analysis of one of our friends. He got accused of being a scam NFT project, and so there was a trial, and Josh came in and did an analysis and was like, "This guy gets scammed by other people way more. There's like no way that he gets a scam NFT project." But it was cool.
Oh, that Josh. What's it called? Rug Radar Josh.
Rug Radar, get the fraud out. GTFO.
Yeah, I like that project. I like the sound of him. When I was talking to him, he sounds really genuine and like emotionally attached, and uh, it sounds really cool.
Yeah, he's a really good guy. And the project is absolutely necessary for Web3 infrastructure. So, sorry, it's super loud. I'm waiting for my Han Dynasty noodles.
No, you're coming through loud and clear. It's not too bad in my end, anyway. So what was I doing? I was supposed to be doing something. Point, how are we,
Something
mate?
is so early.
It's early.
What?
Where are you, Peter?
Oh yeah,
It's not that early.
it's 6 a.m. for you, wouldn't it be?
6:30. It's a bit of a sleep in for me, but my body's got this weird like I'm being sucked back into the world of sleep. I literally tried to like get up a few times, and then I realized I was still dreaming. You know, that kind of thing.
Mm.
And I finally mustered the energy to pull myself up, and as soon as I sat up, I could feel my body like trying to pull itself back down. So that was fun.
Right.
Had the craziest dreams, like full on fucking movies.
Did you feel
Like
me?
full on
Did you
movies.
feel me snuggling next to you last night in your dream, Pete? I was in, I was in the four space for a bit. I woke up as well, and then just jumped on, saw what was happening. I saw you had a full space open, so I jumped in there with you and cottoned on to what was happening. I just fell asleep too.
Wait, do you mean 6:30 in the morning? Where is it 6:30 in the morning right now?
Australia, Western Coast, Perth, WA,
Well,
big fat
happy
bad
New Year's Eve. It's not New
state.
Year's Eve in New York yet.
Oh yeah, right. That's it.
We're still
Yeah,
in the day before. Wait, what
yeah.
is everybody doing for New Year's Eve? Are you all hanging out in Twitter spaces?
I'm not doing anything. I'm crook as a dog, so we go outside and watch the fireworks when they start up. That'll be about it. If I'm awake.
I've got to go have drinks with mates tonight. I know I'll get the energy there for it by the end of the day, but just
What about you, Septima? Got any plans?
Yeah, I'm going to a masquerade party thing on top of Grand Central.
Oh,
Yeah, super fancy. Rich, what are you doing?
For what?
It's New Year's Eve tomorrow.
Probably nothing. Definitely, maybe something. I'll text my friend, like that's social, and see what the high school kids are doing. Not the ones still in high school, but my friends from high school, and see if it's worth putting on something sparkly. But I am excited about the new year, regardless. I've never been one for like big New Year's things.
I always have to plan ahead because if you don't plan ahead in New York, your night will cost you like $1,000.
Oh
So
yeah,
you
yeah,
have to
no.
buy advance tickets if you want to go to anything.
Wait, so will you see Times Square? That's so cool.
No, I'll be at Grand Central, which is like 7 or 8 blocks from Times Square. I don't go near Times Square on New Year's Eve. The place is a fucking nightmare.
I think my sister's actually leaving. She said she's flying back Saturday, so that's tomorrow, right? So she's going to be flying into New York City tomorrow. I don't know if that's a good idea.
The airports will probably be pretty quiet actually because people will already be in the city. But No, New Year's Eve Times Square, like the ball drop thing. A lot of people have it on their bucket list, but the reality is if you actually even want to be in that central part and see the ball, unless you're paying like $500 or $600 to be in one of the parties at the hotels around it, you're on the ground. And if you're on the ground to be anywhere near the performances or the ball, you basically have to show up at like 6 or 7 in the morning and wear a diaper to be up against the rails. It's insane. So
What the
yeah,
fuck?
it's way more disgusting, and like, and they don't put out like porta potties or anything, so there's no
What?
yeah, it's actually like really, really gruesome. I don't know why anybody does it. It's the same with the tree lighting. Like everything that people think is really romantic for holidays in New York is like an absolute crazy nightmare to get to, and it's usually just uncomfortable and cold and not awesome. So don't add ball drop to your list of things to do, because those of us that live here just
Balls.
those of us that live here are probably hanging out at a party far away from Times Square, just watching it on a television like you guys.
Yeah, it sounds horrible. It kind of reminds me of like New Orleans during Mardi Gras, but like worse because there's not enough. You don't get to move as much, right? Like because it looks really packed. And New Orleans during Mardi Gras is fucking disgusting.
There's probably less sex in Times Square, but
I could see that.
it's a little bit more of a family friendly event. But
Is it really?
yeah.
I mean, Mardi Gras is a family friendly event. Bead throwing, bead catching.
Yeah, but isn't there a reason you have the beads?
Yeah, we got to throw beads. That was fun.
I
We
know,
ended up on
but
a.
don't you earn your beads by like making out with people or something?
You do. No, showing your chest. I don't know if you get the better beads for
Rugging.
like the more intense.
Rugging a little bit there.
Oh, I am sorry. My pinky was covering my mic. Is this better, girls?
It sounded like it was all coming through for me.
Okay, sorry. What were you saying, Septima?
Oh, I was asking how you get beads at Mardi Gras. I thought you had to make out with people or something. I don't know whether I've never been to Mardi
No.
Gras. I've been to New Orleans, but I've never been to Mardi Gras before.
It's just show your. It's basically flash people. This is the main thing.
Yeah, I won't be doing that, so I wouldn't collect very many beads at Mardi Gras.
Well, so the deal is you stand next to the person flashing and then you grab their beads when they come down. But also, like, people are like completely painted, like full body paint suits walking around. I mean, it's insanity on not Mardi Gras. If you go down, what's the street? Hold on,
Bourbon Street.
Bourbon. Yeah. But like, I went during law school, and there were 9 of us that stayed in a I think it was a Holiday Inn, like double. It was 2 double beds, 9 people. It was just it was fun actually, but never again. Actually, maybe again.
That sounds like a spring break type deal, and that does not sound pleasant. Not at my age, but when I was like 20, I probably would have enjoyed it.
Did you ever go to Panama City Beach? Right.
No, I only ever did spring break in Cancun when I was 21.
That's intense.
Yeah, it's fun. I guess I went with my sister, so it wasn't that crazy, but it was fun. Getting over a breakup, and I'm like, hey, I want to go to spring break in Cancun. The most expensive time of year to go to Cancun, but she agreed, and it was quite delightful. Have you ever done spring break? Is spring break a thing in other parts of the world?
I loved Panama City Beach so much that I went twice. Like, that was one of my favorite times. We stayed at the Hojo. It was awesome. Actually, a lot of fun. Actually, I think I've been 3 times now that I think about it.
I thought I remembered like Fort Lauderdale being a hot spot for spring break when I was young, or is it just like anywhere in Florida, really?
Yeah, Florida's pretty cool. Like MTV was there, I think one of the summers that I was down there, which was nice. But like you get like you go to like these places, you get these trash cards for like $35 and they give you these really like watered down drinks for free and it's just I don't know, it's debauchery, but nobody got hurt. That was good. One of my friends though, she got so drunk she was crying in the bathroom. She was a drunk crier, and she like took the toilet paper into the shower while she was crying. I'm pretty sure to blow her nose. I was like, Sarah, why are all the toilet paper rolls completely soaked through? Were you blowing your nose in the shower? No. Anyway, that's one of my favorite stories because it's hilarious because she totally did that. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking.
No,
Oversharing.
I don't have any fun spring break stories. If there was anything crazy that happened, I was probably too drunk to remember. I don't know.
You've got good other stories though. I feel like good other life stories. Do they have spring break in Australia? Hurls.
Hello, I'm back. I just stopped to get some water. I heard my name. Missed it
Yeah.
all. What's
Did
happening?
you do crazy debauchery things during spring break? I know you guys go on like vacations for several weeks at a time.
Oh, yeah. In our younger days, you mean? Like, shit. Yeah, we have a place called Surfers Paradise in Gold Coast. Um, and yeah, we get up to all sorts of shit, go partying and stuff like that. It wasn't like big group events. We have in the country, bachelor and spinster balls. They're probably the wildest things I've ever been to in Australia. Um, so that's just like a night of where you dress up, bow and tie event, and it just gets messy. My first one, I think I snuck in. I was 17, went with my rugby league team, and they snuck me through. And not having any idea what these things were, it was just a party, and we're all dressing up like ball and gown type stuff. And then within the first 10 minutes, one of the guys that met us there, he was a larrikin. Like he was just a full on, what you'd call like a jock. Tore my left sleeve off my shirt. And then from there on, it gets messy. So if you act up, the security have like this fenced off area. And it goes through the one we went for a couple of days. What happens is instead of getting kicked out, what you get thrown into is like a sin bin. And it's a gated off area where you get like 10 minutes out. So whenever you get crazy and start getting a ruckus, they just drag you in there and, chill out for a bit or spray you with a hose. And it actually worked. Like people were always having fun. I actually don't remember getting into any fights or there being any other fights around there. So it was always, everyone was having a lot of fun.
What is the
Is
average?
that what you mean by?
What's the average age at when it? Well, no, and spring break's different. Spring break is like it's like the reading break or whatever. Like the week off, you usually get off in the springtime in college, and you go off and like you party. It's like it was like a really big thing for MTV in America. They would have spring breaks all over the country, and they would like do. It was just like pool parties and beach parties and stuff.
Yeah, they'd set up the stage on the beach and like have people
And like big famous
participate in
pop
weird
stars, yeah,
contests. And
big famous pop stars would play, and yeah.
All right. So
the swag was
what
cool.
age would you be?
Like I was 21.
College, so like it's usually demographic of like 18 to 24 ish or so.
Right. Okay. So we'd call that like university years here. You'd be going to university. I didn't do a university in my younger years. I went and did apprenticeship. And the guys in the university, yeah, we'd go down and catch up with them like when they were on their breaks and stuff like that. But I never went to anything like that. But that sounds like awesome fun.
It, it was fun, but like
there are other things, you know. I went 3 times to one of the partier type beach places, which is Panama City Beach. But and I enjoyed it my college year. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it every time, actually. I don't know what I'm talking about. It was awesome.
I'm curious about these parties where you dress up black tie. What is the demographic there? Like, what age do you usually do those parties at? We don't have anything like that. I guess the equivalent would be like we do pimps and hoes parties here when you're young, where the guys all dress up like
Yeah.
pimps and the girls all dress like skanks, and they all like everyone gets really drunk.
Uh,
But
yeah, it sounds like a similar thing. Yeah, so it's 18. Well, you know, it's alcohol, so we're allowed to drink here at the age of 18. So I was 17 for my first one, but I'd say there'd be a fair few people getting sneaking in at that age, around that age, you know, teenager age, and yeah, all the way up to mid 20s. I don't think there would be anyone. You'd probably get a few toolies, I think they call them, older people trying to get in. But I don't remember coming across any of those sort of people.
except you guys dressed fancy, you didn't dress up like pimps and hoes.
Yeah, so you just go like bow tie type thing, bow tie, white shirt, black slacks, and the girls wear what, you know, all those types of. It'd be all sorts of fancy looking stuff, but it would have to be cheap because part of the tradition is it all gets ripped off. Like you'd be ending up with just your bow tie sometimes, or you just have sleeveless shirt, or you know, or like someone would just come up and just tear your shirt open. It was crazy. Like I'm a 17-year-old, grew up in the country, had no fucking idea, and all of a sudden I'm getting parts of my clothes ripped off, and yeah, it was wild. And then there's an island trip. You do an island trip after that, um, which sort of tags onto the event. So then you all go over to this island. It's called Keppel Island, and it's got a little reef there, and everyone parties over there, and there's all sorts of things going on. You know, music band and stuff like that. So sounds very similar to like a spring break type thing. Like I'm not sure, but I don't remember many being celebrity types and things like that. It's just they might have been. I just wasn't paying attention or too drunk to realize. But most of the time I spent down on the beach just swimming, having a good time. Pete, I'm trying to get you up, mate, but it's not letting me accept you, and it keeps telling me you're requesting, but I'm trying to accept it, but it's not working. So I'm not sure if you're there. You can let him in or drop out and come back in, mate. Or shut down. And if you tried switching it on and off again.
Did everybody just stop talking?
Can you not hear Hurl, Septima? I feel like Spaces is having a rugging type of day.
Yeah, aren't we all?
I'm definitely rugging,
But
but not on Twitter. Just
Oh, there we go. It's because I went in the elevator. I'm back.
Brain rugs, Peter.
yeah, body rugs, brain rugs. I feel like going back to sleep, to be honest.
Now it's time to give myself a fake tan so I look good for New Year's Eve tomorrow. Is anybody going away on any like? Oh wait, it's not even winter in Australia, is it? It's summertime, isn't it?
Wait, is
I
it
guess you
New
guys
Year's
don't
Eve?
go on like winter
yeah,
break because it's summer
yep.
there.
The
So
middle of summer.
it's the future right now there, right? So what time is it where you are, Hurls?
8:57.
AM on New Year's Eve?
Yeah.
So what are you doing tonight?
I'm crook as a dog, mate. I'm not doing anything. So I'm just what I'm doing. I was planning on doing some work on my camper van, and was going to go out with some friends. We got a city nearby where we can go into, and they've got a penthouse apartment there we can hang out at, but that's not happening. Depending on spread my
I think
shit
that
on
that
there then.
actually, well, now that you said it, I'm sorry. So okay, never mind. I think I should take a nap. Hi, Dan.
What were you gonna say?
I have no idea.
Classic.
Richie. Classic Richie.
I'm dropping down to listener. Oh, good. You're back.
I am. I was rugging because I was getting into the elevator, and now I'm gonna eat my Dan Dan noodles.
Wait, is this before or after the self tanner? Because be careful.
I'm gonna eat my Dan Dan noodles and then do the self tanner. I'm super super pasty right now, and it's not a good look. Although my parents were just in Australia, and they told me that there's skin cancer clinics on like every corner. Is this true?
Oh, yes. No, maybe so. Depends where you are. Skin cancer is pretty high in Australia. I think we've got a big hole in the ozone above us or something like that.
Have you
But,
thought about moving the hole?
oh, what a great idea. I don't think any of us thought that.
Yeah, just hold it in place and then adjust your location to a different one.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's the southern hemisphere or if it's just that geographical location on the equator, compared to where we are. But anyway, when I went to Brazil, it was worse. Like the sun over there it was crazy.
Right, but
I
that
got
has to
burnt.
do with like the angle of the sun to like as it gets closer to the equator, that 23.5 degrees north and south.
Right, that's what I was thinking. But plus, a lot of the majority of Australians live on the coastline or, because of the climate into outdoor things. Where I live, we don't even really have a winter. It's like a very beautiful temperature here during the winter, and we swim in the ocean all year round. Even though it's a little bit chillier, where we live, it's not much of a winter at all. I think we could put it this way: I have one or two jumpers, and that's it. And I didn't even use mine this year.
What's a
Didn't even use it.
jumper?
Pullover, cardigan. I don't know.
Sweater.
Hoodie. I think you guys call it a hoodie.
Okay, thanks. Because a jumper that I think of is like a onesie type of situation with like overall
It's like a
looking.
jumpsuit.
I want one of them, Richie, so bad. You know the ones you used to see in the cartoon when they had the little buttons
Yeah,
for your
those are called.
backside for when you go to
Yeah, they're called overalls here.
overalls.
Yeah.
Okay. I just
You
want a
want
set.
one of the ones with the poop flap curls? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, those are just onesie like pajamas with the poop flaps.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are
But
common. Everybody wears those at Christmas here.
really, they look awesome. Like we don't have that sort of stuff here. It doesn't get cold enough.
I feel like I would rather be there right now. Do you want to come to New York City and I'll come there?
No, New York City sounds disgusting this time of the year.
It's not gross. It's a lovely place.
Is it? I've heard New York's
It's
amazing.
it's very charming. There's no place in the world like it.
That's what they tell me. That's what a lot of people say. Their experience in New York, the 24-hour city. Yeah, maybe I'll do it. It's not on my bucket list, but maybe I should put it on there.
You should. It does smell like poop and there is garbage on the streets. So, I mean, it has its pitfalls, but it's a very nice city.
It's just with my travels over the years, like I've had no real desire to go to the United States, but in other cities, to me, they're just, see, I grew up in rural areas, so cities are just cities, big concrete buildings and a lot of people. And I get, I don't know, I feel the more denser a population, the less the social element of it all, in a way, like people brush
Oh,
past you and
yeah,
things like that. And
it's not like that in New York. People are really friendly here. It's actually
Yeah.
like one of the friendliest cities I've ever lived in. There's it's funny though because like the perception of New York is that people are super rude, but people just walk fast because they need to get places because it's a busy city. But every people are actually very friendly here. Like everybody goes out of their way to help their neighbors and stuff, and it's just like a very nice place.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I highly recommend New York. It's not America, so my parents always ask me like, why did you move to New York? And I'm like, because they're like, why do you want to live in the U.S.? And I'm like, New York isn't America. You're not an American if you're from New York. You're a New Yorker.
Oh, big statement.
It's very different than
Yeah.
every other major American city.
I'm
Yeah.
curious. Wait, so you have like an apartment there, and then you have an apartment in Vancouver. Is that right? I'm gonna get this wrong. The Canadian cities, I can't keep track.
I sublet in New York,
What
and
is?
I sublet out my apartment in Vancouver. But I'm probably giving up my apartment in Vancouver because I sublet it out a long time ago, and I haven't really taken it back. And I was going to buy an apartment in Montreal. So
Ooh, Montréal.
Montreal, where the Frenchies
Je
live.
parle français un peu, and je went to Montréal.
I do not speak any French, but
we really went to Quebec City, but
you don't. Canada's a very big country, and they don't speak
what?
French. They don't speak French on the western side of the country. From the middle to the western side, it's more like you learn
Oh,
like
dis donc.
Spanish and Chinese and stuff.
Oh, dis donc. Hyper cool. Those are the things I know. Anyway, my sister lives there, and she's like asking me about a unit at my current apartment complex. Like, so I think she's wanting to move back because like she got hit by the bear market. Like, she moved up there in like March, April of 2022, right into an apartment she could afford at the time, but then everything went so far down so fast. Like, I just don't think it's been sustainable, but she's really
Oh yeah,
cool.
the apartment prices are fucking crazy here. So to give you some say examples, my friend Jackie's apartment went from 1,900 to 3,000 last month.
Yeah, like that.
Yes.
My friend, they have no rules when it comes to rent hikes, so you can up your rent as much as you want, unless you're in a rent controlled apartment, and if you're in a rent controlled apartment, you stay there. But
Forever.
yeah, so my friend Diana lives on Perry Street, Perry and Bleecker, which is like prime real estate in New York City, keep in mind. But her rent, and she lives in a 400 square foot, really small one bedroom. Granted, she has in-suite laundry and stuff, which is a luxury in New York. But her rent went from 2,600 to 3,600, and now it's going up to 4,400, all in like the course of 2 years.
Well, like I'm sad that she's wanting to move back here because I was so like excited for her to get out of here. Like she doesn't do well here, if that makes sense. And so like, I mean, she lives in a foyer of a brownstone that was like divided into apartments in Brooklyn. So she got the foyer, like the dormer window, and she has in unit laundry, all that. She also has a door that's not a door, and so Amazon keeps trying to deliver packages to her, the door that won't open because they, whatever they do. But it was really funny. She put a note on the door at one point, but that's not the point. Point is that like, how do we keep her there so that I can visit?
I love all the makeshift living situations people have here. How much is her rent? Do you know?
I would say it's, without disclosing, because I'm not 100% sure, I'd say it's between 31 and 35.
Actually, one of my girlfriends just got engaged and has a rent controlled in the Upper East Side for 1975, and she's looking for somebody to sublet it.
DMing you. Are you in Brooklyn?
I am right now, but I sublet in different places. So I've lived in the Upper West Side. I lived in Greenwich Village for about a year. I'm in Fort Greene right now, which is my favorite area of Brooklyn. It's kind of a quieter part of Brooklyn near downtown.
I used to live there. I lived there back in the late 90s. I went to college at Pratt Institute. So I lived down Clinton Ave and Myrtle Ave. Right when it was the same year that Biggie got shot. And his funeral procession drove in front of me. His whole limousine.
Oh my God, that's so great. This would have been such a dangerous area at that
It
time.
was bad, but it was like Myrtle Ave was coming up. It was like a little fashion district was coming up, and obviously Brooklyn Heights wasn't what it is now. It was, but yeah, it was definitely interesting. I mean, I grew up in Jersey, so I spent most of my childhood in New York. But yeah, Brooklyn was fun.
Where in Jersey?
Wayne? I was
Where?
born in Patterson, but I grew up in Wayne.
Oh, Wayne.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's
Sorry. I thought you
it's
said.
a little secret little neighborhood.
Oh, my family's from
Oh,
Princeton.
okay. I probably should. I could have went there to play football.
I could not have gone there for any reason
But my
whatsoever.
friend, I swear to
Except
God, I
camp.
had a letter. The coach handed me a letter from Princeton, and I look at my friend and I tossed it in the garbage. Thank you.
No. Was it a letter or was it a packet?
Why did we make it was just a letter. I wasn't a highly recruited football player, but I had some interest. Not like no coaches were showing up.
Oh, don't be modest, Mike.
No coaches were showing up to see me, but I had a few opportunities. But
It's a beautiful town.
yeah, that's where the Blues Travelers are from. Blues Travelers. Blues Travelers.
And the Wawa and this world's smallest train rail from the take the dinky into is it whatever to go to New York City. It's very loud in your background.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is Mike racing
Yeah, I'm
cars
just
right
coming
now?
home from work and I was listening, but you said Fort Greene and it brought back memories. That's the spot.
I love Fort Greene. It's beautiful. Actually, it's I want to say it's relatively inexpensive, but by inexpensive I mean you could get a nice one-bedroom apartment here for less than $4,000 a month. So that's good. But anywhere else in the world, they're laughing at me when I say that.
My buddy still lives out there, and we were like back in the day when they started like the Brooklyn Brewery. He worked at the brewery. He was doing like all their artwork and like graphic design work for them, and that was crazy times back before they used to have like a block party there at the Brooklyn Brewery. It was pretty crazy. It got pretty wild, but Giuliani shut all that down and bought in Disney. He kicked the mafia out and bought in Disney.
Did you
I
say brought in
actually
Disney?
I just watched that documentary about Giuliani going and like and basically like shutting down the mafia in New York. It's pretty crazy because New York used to be a shithole. Like, I mean, I actually probably would have fucking loved living in New York in like the 80s and 90s. It would have been dangerous as hell. But
I can see that for you,
but
Septima, actually. With your grunge stuff. I can see that.
oh my God, I would have loved like
Like
living Madonna's life and hanging out
you
with Basquiat and
right?
Warhol and stuff. That would have been and Blondie and like Patti Smith. It would have been so fucking cool living in New York in the 80s, going to Studio 54. Like,
You've described yourself as grunge before, and I can literally picture you with the plaid, like button up tied around your waist kind of thing. Like, what is that? What's that show with Claire Danes? Oh, fuck.
oh, My So-Called Life.
My So-Called Life, like
Yeah.
Jared Leto. That's what I think of. I just have this like mental image, even though I've only ever seen that picture of you. I feel like I can see grunge
Oh,
Septima.
you should add me on Instagram. I'm such a punk rock kid. I'm like Pacific Northwest through and through.
Like Portland, Oregon, or like Seattle, Washington.
Well, I grew up in Vancouver, so I was just north of Seattle. So I was 9 when Kurt Cobain died. But that whole scene had a really profound impact on me. I really, really love those bands like Nirvana, Alice in Chains, Soundgarden, Mudhoney, um, the Screaming Trees, like Pearl Jam. I still listen to all those bands. I love those bands. And the vibe in Seattle was just like right for that type of music. It's an awesome fucking city. I love Seattle. If I moved back to the West Coast, like if I got married to an American and stayed in the US, I'd probably move to Seattle.
Their trees are very tall. That's all I have to say.
Their trees are very tall. It's very green and clean there. But to you people that don't want to visit America, you should visit America. It's actually pretty interesting. So America's a really unique country in that like So I'm Canadian actually, so I'm not an American being like rah 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 America, because I actually don't think that I would live anywhere else in America except for Seattle or New York, maybe San Diego. But um it's such a weird country because it's massive and there's all these different cultures. So New Orleans is nothing like Boston, and Boston is nothing like San Diego, and San Diego is nothing like Boise, Idaho, and
Or
Boise,
Little Rock,
Idaho is not.
Arkansas. Little
Yeah,
Rock,
and Boise,
Arkansas.
Idaho is nothing like, like Birmingham, Alabama, like New Orleans, Nashville, Memphis, Miami. Like every city has such a unique, like really cool vibe, and it's all these different like pockets of culture. The accents vary pretty significantly. The food in like the regional food is all really different. It's just it is actually like a pretty fucking cool country. You just have to ignore like the politics, because the politics here are fucking crazy. But
That's a
all
really
in
good
all,
point.
it's a really interesting country. Like from a historical and arts and culture standpoint, and just like, and if you're an outdoorsy person, there's a lot of different places you could go, like Colorado Springs and like I don't know, the Grand Canyon. There's all there's like really interesting places to go
But
here. It doesn't matter what you like, you can find it in America.
right, but what we need is high speed rail so we can like get to those places at a better cost.
Yeah, but Elizabeth, the difference like in Canada, to get from like one major city to the next major city, you have to travel at least 6 to 10 hours. Whereas here, like if I, for instance, wanted to take 2 weeks off and just travel like the Northeast, I could go to Boston, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, New York, Chicago, Milwaukee. I could do all of that in 2 weeks, just getting on trains for a couple of hours every few days. Like, or if I wanted to like go on a music trip in the South, I could fly into Memphis and drive a couple of hours to
Fly into Nashville.
Nashville, and yeah, fly into Nashville or Memphis, and then drive to the other one, and
Drive
then
to Memphis and then fly to Austin. I got this mapped out for you. You could
yeah, but
actually start in St. Louis. I would start in St. Louis.
Yeah, but
and then
you can drive to Austin. Austin's only like a 4-hour drive from Nashville, isn't it?
Austin, Texas, a 4-hour drive from Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeah, I mapped it out, and you would fly into Memphis. You would fly into Memphis. You would drive to Nashville, which would be about 2.5 hours, and then Nashville to Austin would be about 4 or 5 hours. I think
Maybe 24.
24? Are you serious?
Yeah,
Yeah,
6 hours.
hours.
Dallas is 6 hours from where
Oh,
I am in Little Rock.
Maybe I was looking at Google Flights.
That makes a little more sense. But Pete's planning a tour. I don't know if he's still actually in here, but he was like talking about doing a tour of the stuff. Y'all could plan a trip together. That way he has a guide to the Americas.
I just want to go on Texas alone is a massive state. Like,
yeah. I've ridden the Texas Eagle from Little Rock to Chicago, which is a train. And then we took the California Zephyr from Chicago through the Rocky Mountains out to Oakland. And that was fucking amazing. Like to sit in the observation cars and go through the Rocky Mountains at that pace is really, really gorgeous. Plus, if you get the sleeper car, the food's included, which is nice.
Do you guys have the glass dome cars? So in the Rocky Mountains in Canada, going from I think it's like along the coast up into
is that like Banff stuff? Because I've been to Banff.
Yeah, like Whistler over to Banff or something. There's some sort of like Rocky Mountaineer or something, and it's like these luxury cars that have like glass roofs. So they're basically like glass domes, and they go on like trains through the mountains and like past glacier lakes and stuff like that.
We sort of have that like in Arkansas. You can take like the train, the Ozark train. It's like that, but the train that I was on was your standard Amtrak with the plexiglass like curved windows. It's kind of gross, but if you take enough Clorox wipes, you can kind of feel cleaner when you're in the train.
Yeah, I get the impression the Rocky Mountaineer is not gross like that. It's actually it's a pretty new train. So yeah. Oh, so you've been to Banff. Did you like Banff?
I worked most of the time. It was for my best friend's wedding. She told my parents ahead of time. She basically called like said to my parents, sent them a text message to make sure that I saved up enough money to get there. So like, because she knows I'm sometimes a little bit like, this was 7 years ago, but like a little flighty, if you will. Flighty, huh? Anyway, so I worked most of the time. I didn't ski at all. The wedding was fun. It was beautiful. We went to like the lake place, the castle lake place. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know what it's called, but it's on everybody's like
Yeah, it was
the
cool.
places in the world that I need to see. Yeah.
But it was like it was cold, you know, pretty cold, those things. And I was working most of the time, so I shouldn't have done that. I should have enjoyed like the people in the wedding. I regret a lot working during her wedding.
I'm fairly certain those like that glacier lake in Banff is one of the most beautiful places on the planet. You probably should have just enjoyed it.
Well, like I went on the lake, like we walked on the lake. I have pictures of myself like out there. It happened. I don't know.
Yeah, we have lots of those lakes in Canada actually, like the glacier lakes, those clear blue ones. They're
Yeah, it was
nice in the
crazy.
summer. Yeah, they're really cool in the summertime. Like you go for a hike and there's one we have up just past Whistler called Joffrey Lakes, and there's 3 in a row. So if you go on a hike, you can hike to the first one. First one is like 5 minutes in, and then the second one's like a couple of hours up, and then the third one is like 4 or 5 hours up. But on a hot summer day, it's like the best place to go because you can go in like a cold water dip, and the water is like it's glacier water, so it's freezing cold. And there's no creepy things in the water because it's just fresh water coming off of the mountain. So you can actually like swim in it and drink it. And it's really mineral rich. It's really cool. I actually kind of like it. I feel like I have the best of both worlds, having my parents live there and then being in New York. Has anyone here ever been to Whistler before?
Sorry, I was texting Zaina. Congrats on the Vauxhall position. Why do you think
Oh,
Tim Tanner got suspended? I'm starting to get nervous.
oh. Yeah, I don't know. That is a weird thing. Does anybody in here know Tim Tanner?
DJ, if you want to come up, please feel free. This is a very kind crowd. And I'm sure they'd love to learn about your art. I know we don't know each other that well, but this is just a good group, and there's usually a space open because Mike, our gracious host, also known as So You Want to, attract funding, who's been conspicuously quiet. I assume there's some Python coding happening in the background. Mike, say hello.
I just zoomed in on Mike's PFP and I am like, I can't, I'm dying. That is fucking awesome.
Isn't it great? I made that for him actually. DJ
I
invited you up
want
to
one.
speaker.
I want
You want
one.
one? Yeah, I can do you up. Do you want an NFT? I can do you one up.
Hurls,
Might be a good little project.
can I have one too, Hurls?
Oh, look, we've got a demand. Yeah. What do you want? Do you want a unicorn launching one, or
No. Not.
what do
I
you
don't
want?
need rainbows coming out of my ass. I already have a lot of that happening.
What would you do
Yeah.
instead, though? The rainbows coming out of your butt, launching you off, are actually really funny.
I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
something like lawyerly and professional, but like that.
Oh, I think you're gonna need another artist for that. I'll see what I can do.
I
I'll
don't
see
want
what I can
anything
do.
Debauchery
professional.
works as well, Hurls.
I don't want any. I don't want anything. I don't want anything professional. Make mine as absurd as possible. Like,
Well, we have to
ha-
get to know you first. So, what? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hurls, have you not met Septima? She's famous.
Is she?
I'm
That's
not.
all
Britney
good, but that
Spears
doesn't that
follows her,
doesn't
Hurls. Britney
that
Spears.
doesn't tell me much about Septima herself. You
Okay,
know?
let me finish. Britney Spears and Barack Obama follow her. I think that's all you need to know.
No, see that I'm not in that sort of Twitter following
No,
thing
neither is she.
like we're
That's the best
talking.
part. I'm sorry. I'm being silly because I didn't get much sleep last night, and I'm like slapstick,
That's all right.
and I may cry because I get weepy when I don't get enough sleep. Ugh.
That's all right. I just finished the task, so yeah. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Septima. Or are we putting you on the spot? I don't want to
I
put you
don't
on the
know.
spot.
Where do you want to start? What do you want to know? I don't.
What did you
I
want to
feel like
be
we
when you
covered.
grow up? What did you want to
I
be when you grew up? You know, when you were a kid, what did you want to be?
I think I wanted to be a doctor, but only because my best friend wanted to be a doctor. I didn't legit want to be a doctor. I think I always wanted
Right.
to be an artist and a writer, which is what I am.
Okay.
So,
Oh, great. So, in what age do you think you came to that conclusion?
Earls, just he
Shush,
asked me this
Richie.
yesterday. It
Shush.
made me really uncomfortable for some reason.
Yeah, I
I
know
don't
it
know
did, but
why.
I'm not talking to you, Richie.
Oh, really? Okay, thanks. I'll just drop down to listener.
No, you can stay there. I'm just talking to Septima for a sec. That's all.
I don't know. I found my first like writing project, which was like a 4-page autobiography that I wrote when I was 8,
Wow.
um, and art. I don't know. I've been drawing and like going to art school and stuff since I was, oh God, I don't know, 11 or 12 years old. I went to an art high school, like an art focused high school, and then I did my degree in art history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Richie, get back up here. You can still talk in this conversation. Don't feel like you got to drop down to listener. Can't believe you dropped yourself
She
back
always
down to
does
listener.
this. She always does this. Come back up here, Elizabeth.
I'm not sure why, but yeah. I feel like sometimes I may be being a bit abrupt with Richie, and I don't know if she gets shy or embarrassed or coy. I'm not sure what it is, but yeah, you're still very welcome in this conversation. Um, so at the age of what was it, 8 or so, you wrote your first autobiography. Is that right?
Yes.
A biography, sorry, and then it all went on from there. So in that instance, did you have like your parents' involvement and encouragement, or is this something you just pushed through and just it
So
grew from there?
that's where things get a little bit complicated. So my parents divorced when I was 4, and my father was always
Right.
like adamantly against like the whole be an artist or whatever, be a writer, all of that
Okay.
stuff.
Yep.
But my mom and my stepdad were all for it. So my mom did her degree in art, and my stepdad was a journalist, a photojournalist. So they wanted me to like pursue whatever I wanted to. But because I went back and forth because of the disapproval of my biological father, I actually had a career in business development and partnerships and marketing for about 10 or 12 years before I quit it all to become a writer. That's
Right.
that's all of it in a nutshell. That's all my baggage.
Yep. So your passions are within writing. So have you done anything in particular that you hold close to your heart, or?
I don't know, not really yet, which is interesting. I write a lot for clients, and there's stuff that I really enjoy that I've written for clients. Is I mostly write in like innovation stuff, like AI and robotics and genetics and stuff like that. But I wrote a pilot last year with a co-writer that I really enjoyed doing. It was a dystopian futurist pilot for
Oh, that.
yeah, so I really enjoyed that. And I'm working on 3 other projects. One's on the Ukrainian genocide from the 1930s, one's on architectural theory, and one is on Marilyn Monroe. So those are like the 3
Okay.
projects that are like my longer term ones. But I quit everything to become a writer like 3 or 4 years ago. So
So in this
I haven't had
dystopian
time.
pilot, were there any characters that come to mind that you enjoyed playing around with or creating, or?
Oh, interesting. Yes, yes, I did.
Oh, is that something you don't want to share with us?
No, I think so. I'm just trying to think of which character that I was like most excited about. One of them felt too foreign to me. Like I thought he was hard to write the whole time, but he was one of the characters my co-writer came up with, so I just rolled with it. But I don't think
Mm.
we wrote him that well. I think that mine is probably like the poor rough around the edges girl that moves to New York. I liked her. She was a little like she was edgy and cool. But we killed her sister in the first episode. So she found
Oh,
her
okay.
her sister like brutally slaughtered. So that part's not cool. But
No,
I like her character. I think it was like the most interesting one to develop.
that is interesting because in a pilot, like you've got that emotional connection straight away. So dystopian Meaning, like, tell me about what's happening in that world.
Well, it's basically just like present day, but it's dystopian in so it's called If, and it's got four converging plot lines. So there's four main characters that you're kind of like following what's going on in their life, and they all experience some like insane life incidents that results in a lot of grief. So one of them is an immigrant whose family gets deported. One of them is a woman whose husband walks out one day after they've been together for like over a decade, and he just leaves. One of them, her sister gets murdered like brutally while she's visiting her in the city, and then one of them, he gets into a car accident and becomes a paraplegic. So, and then basically, like they get the opportunity at the beginning of the first episode. They get the opportunity to go into this sort of experimental therapy, which to us now exists as like maybe like a Neuralink or like a virtual reality or something, and you can basically get plugged in and start over a new life in this like second life or this metaverse or whatever you want to call it. It didn't really have a name when we were writing this, but but essentially, like the concept behind it is like the stories. The script is called If. The concept behind it is like if you were given the opportunity to kind of rid yourself of all of the challenging things in life, like the grief and the loss and the pain, would you take that? And if you did take that path, what are you still human if you eliminated that from your experience? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it's sort of stripping these things away, is it? Or I just
Well, every character has the opportunity to go into the therapy and remove all of that stuff from their life, like all the painful stuff. Some characters choose to stay in it. Some characters stay in it for a little bit and go in and out, and some characters decide to just go through the grief.
right.
So it's sort of
Okay.
like a
Interesting.
philosophical,
Yeah.
like what would you do if you had this opportunity, and if you did take it and go like fully into it, are you still human?
Yeah. What are you foregoing? I often ask that question.
Yeah, so that's what we wrote. We felt like it was timely. Anyway, so that was a long like that's the character that that I liked. Okay. Are you trying to figure out how to draw this unicorn farting thing?
Yeah, it's just about just creating a conversation with you, getting to know you a little bit. And I thought there might be some sort of like character that you identified with, or what you liked about the character. Picked up on that little thing, rugged sort of the rugged rider entering the world of New York. Got that sort of image in my head. Maybe a little bit loosely dressed, not really uh, casual, kind of casual sort of look, comfortable. I don't know. See where I go with it. See what happens. Leave it with me.
Is this a time-consuming project? Does it take a long time to come up with these things?
Well, okay, so
Characters?
this is the Syndicate, right? And if it was so you, he'd probably be giving you the image right now. But I'm a nearing 50-year-old rural Australian who envies the things that people can do in these spaces. And a wise man once told me, if you're going to do something, you've just got to try. So, crook as a dog, not doing much. I've done something for KC today. KC, congratulations, by the way. Selling his is it your first NFT, or it's
No,
just the first of this
it's the
project?
first of this project.
Oh, it's not your first NFT.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
But it's
All
one
right,
of the
cool.
few. So if that matters.
What chain
So, yeah.
do you mint your NFTs
I'm
on?
just lazy minting on OpenSea, and I opened the board to almost everything they offered. So
Oh, so you don't care what people mint on. You're
we kind of,
yeah.
well, I mean, it's Ethereum based L2s. So I'm like, well, it's all Ethereum anyways. It's all measured in Ethereum. I can just say Ethereum, but if you actually dive into it, you'll see that I accept like Matic, Chainlink, all the supporting aspects of OpenSea. Yeah. So I guess to your answer, no, I don't care.
When I started with NFTs, I didn't know anything about them, and my first NFTs I bought were on uh, Polygon, and it seems that seems like that's the direction we're all moving now
Well, it's so
with
cheap.
the DDoS.
It's so cheap to do.
Well, Tezos is
Oh
still.
yeah. You know what always made me sad was that Near Protocol never updated their user interface because that thing's cheap. But their user interface makes it hard to use, I think. What have you been minting or just buying or what are you doing?
I own a few, but I do mint some on Tezos. I haven't been very lazy about like getting my art into digital form, but they're mostly on Tezos.
Was it the price point that drew you into Tezos or was it like the overall aspect of having it on chain versus, waiting to go on chain? Do you know what I mean? Okay.
Neither. I really just liked the community because I used to be a street artist. Um, and as part of like our culture and street art, used to just like we used to just give each other art or like buy each other's art for really cheap. And that was just like that was our way of being able to collect our friends' work. And then, some of our friends would get really successful and then we'd have some valuable stuff. But it was never really about that. It was just always about like artists, like supporting artists and be like making art like an attainable at an attainable price point or just trading. And so the community in Tezos seemed really similar to that. It was just a lot of artists collecting other artists. And I had a few friends that were really successful in the gallery world and some friends in street art that were looking at it and had started using it. And they just really liked the community. So I ended up going over there because I really hated the hype projects and shit that are on Ethereum. I would come into Twitter spaces and listen to all these like crazy hype projects. And it just like was a bunch of douchebag, like financial guys launching PFPs. And I just didn't like the vibe. So I went with Tezos. I do own some ETH stuff, but most of my art is on Tezos.
Did you know what's crazy to me is the mechanics behind Tezos and how, they'll run burns on Tezos. And that's why a lot of the art is like, well, I'm going to burn, I'm going to burn, I'm going to burn. I was like, wow, that's interesting. Why are they burning everything? And it's part of the economics to the platform. I think it's a great blend. It's awesome.
I don't really understand it from an economic standpoint, but they do things as part of the community. They'll have like Taze events. So you'll do like hashtag Taze for Taze or Tezos for Tezos, or like there's like horror Taze or whatever that you'll do around Halloween and stuff. And you'll put up like an edition of 100 or 500 or something for like one Tez each, which is like $1. And so it just gives you an opportunity to collect like works from some of your artists that you wouldn't normally be able to collect because they're more expensive, or just to discover like new up and coming artists. And then at the end of those events, usually if there's any unsold editions, they get burned. But I didn't know about the economics behind that. Can you explain a little bit more?
Yeah, so like are you familiar with the concept of burning? Where you're
Yeah,
right?
I burn. I burn my pieces sometimes. Yeah.
So in tokenomics, when you're burning, you're usually sending that to like a dead wallet so that it's kind of forever removed and increases the overall value of the remaining tokens. And I believe that Tezos has a large volume of tokens, and one of their mechanisms is a consistent burn to the token supply to increase the value over time, is the idea, I believe.
Oh, interesting. I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised. So the thing about Tezos is like I've I just started like when I started in NFTs, like I just really wanted to. Sorry, you're gonna hear the bag in the background. I started my self tanning in in anticipation for New Year's Eve tomorrow. So you're hearing me self tan right now. Anyway, so yeah, so one of the things that I thought was really interesting about Tezos was I was finding really good art. So everybody talks about Ethereum. They're like, oh, the art, the art, the art. I'm like, yeah, but it's like cartoons, it's graphic art. It's like, not that graphic art isn't art, but I came from a really traditional art background. Like I was a painter and a printmaker and stuff. And so I wanted to find artists like that because the artists that I love were like painters and pop artists and stuff. Not that ETH didn't have pop art like to the teats, um, but I actually found like more of the traditional contemporary artists on there. And I liked the variety of art, and there's some amazing photography. So I just started like every time I got paid, I'd be like 10 or 20 bucks, like buy some Tezos art. Because I just wanted to start a digital art collection. And it's actually an amazing collection now. Like I could probably sell one of my pieces on Tezos and get back everything that I've ever spent on Tezos. Like the increase in value, like crazy. Some of them, if you buy the right artists. But I didn't know that about the burn. So I have a theory about Tezos. I actually think that Tezos is going to become like our what like the physical world has for like high end sort of contemporary or independent galleries. I think ETH is going to end up being like the blue chips, the Sotheby's and the Christie's, but I think that there's going to be a ton of opportunity for artists on Tezos and collectors on Tezos to do very, very well in that sort of like middle range, high end kind of space. Um, and that's the direction I see Tezos going. I don't know what you think about that, but it's interesting to hear about the burn because the burn is going to potentially like move us in that direction.
So I'm just pulling up the about Tezos on Coinbase or CoinMarketCap. I'm just doing a little reading here. So it's based on smart contracts, similar to Ethereum, but it's aimed more towards infrastructure. Fear of hard forking. This is gonna take me a minute. You guys chit chat. I'll come back to you.
I also think that I don't remember where it's based, but one of the AI artists that's in these spaces a lot has said that it's based in a country where crypto is actually regulated. So it's likely treated more like a legitimate currency. I just think the art is cool though, so I recommend anybody who just wants to fuck around and buy some art, just go on Tezos because you won't lose any money really. You'll lose like $5 or $10, but you'll just have fun and get to know how to mint and buy NFTs.
Wondering if Richie fell asleep.
Isn't that what art is supposed to be about? Fun?
I think so.
Yeah, especially when you like go back to like you said, like early 2000s, late 90s. It was like there was communities. There were like art communities. There were um just buildings where people would gather, and it's like they stopped doing that in the late 2000s, and then I don't know. I guess I was really excited about all the NFT, all this stuff when it first started out, but I just got so like turned off by it all because it took away that that just that environment, where people would bounce off of each other. Creativity would just bounce off of each other. It was like everyone was just out to grab a fucking dollar. And, the whole crypto market when it first started out, that's all I was like, not when it first started out, but, mid, that's all it was about for me. And I didn't know anything. No one ever talked to me about what crypto, what Bitcoin's capable of, so I had no idea. But, now that I see these artists coming out in the NFT market, like you said, you have a good eye for art, so you pick really neat things, and most of the people in this that come into the syndicate space are really creative, artistic people, so they're have a great eye for these things. So the things that everyone here is posting just blows me away, So it kind of brings it back since like even when I first met Mike the Unicorn, it's like there was that sense of, you know, we're building art, we're building music, we're building businesses, we're building things, and that kind of brings it back to what it used to be like.
So, yeah, I mean, so I like to liken it to what happened in music um, prior to probably about the 2000s, I would say. So I don't know how big of music fans people are here, but like when you think about like big music movements, there's like, the hip hop in LA in the 90s, and there was like the New York hip hop of the 90s, and then there was like the grunge of Seattle in the 90s, and there was, the LA Sunset Strip in the 80s. And so there was all these like movements where a lot of really talented people ended up in one place and they collaborated and they made really, really like fucking phenomenal music. But it was all like highly centralized. So everybody would like, I remember everybody was flocking to Seattle to try to become a successful musician when Nevermind got famous. And that was just like a thing. But now we're in an environment where I think there's a demand for those types of communities, but they're decentral, right? So like you can be a talented musician hanging out in Portland, and you can find somebody to collaborate with in Sydney, and you can find someone else to collaborate with in Johannesburg, and you can start these like bands in virtual reality, and you guys can like go into virtual reality and create albums, write albums together in virtual studios, and become successful that way. And then you build your community around that. Your community can like come from all over the world, and you can hold virtual events. And like, so I don't think we're ever going to get like a Seattle grunge or a Compton hip hop or a Brooklyn hip hop, whatever mass mass scene again. But I think that that's just going to be like distributed now. So it's going to be a different type of art and a different type of movement and a different type of vibe, just um, because so many people are going to bring so many different types of experiences from all over the world to these. So it's just going to be a different thing. But I think that that's kind of the direction we're heading with arts, culture, communities, and stuff in Web3, if that makes sense.
Well, if you look at like the cycles that we've gone through, and we're just talking about what we know, maybe the 60s and then the 90s, maybe and it goes thousands of years back. And I believe if you look at it, there's these cycles, and I think we're actually coming up to one. That's what's really exciting. And the way that we can all talk about it is the best part.
Yeah. Casey?
All right, so I've got information for you if you want it for the Tezos.
Yes, I would like to know about
All
Tezos.
right, so it's based off of a staking protocol where you have 8,000 Tezos and you become a validator, and it's called baking. And then the burn rate is at about 2%, and the print rate is at about 1%.
You're telling me these numbers, but with them, can you tell me why that matters?
So it's designed to burn a little bit more than it makes, but slowly over time. And to our
Interesting, but why do you think they would do that?
To decrease the overall supply available and drive up the value of each individual token. So it allows you to start with a low barrier of entry, which is why you can buy, a 50 cents piece of art, right? And it creates a low barrier to entry. And then over time, as the natural burn rate plus whatever the community kicks in will start making those coins or tokens more rare and more valuable. So it's a way to have value in the future is the effort.
Interesting. So you're saying stay a holder on my Tezos collection.
Yeah, and like I'll say this in the worst way to give it the most thought. Like beware the burn, the community burn, because there's a drive in the community to burn, 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 speed up the burn process, and it's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm like less concerned about that. I mean, I personally think that like anything I bought on Tezos, if it goes to nothing, it goes to nothing. I don't really care. It's just I wanted to support artists at the time.
That's awesome.
So and I really do genuinely like the art. The user interface on Object where you can see your gallery so clearly is way better than any of the other NFT marketplaces in my opinion. So I just kind of like going in and looking at my virtual art gallery all the time. It's really pretty art. I don't think it needs to be more than that. Like the utility is the art on Tezos.
Have you played around at all with any like the immersive galleries?
I toured some of the immersive galleries, some on my computer and some at like a film festival thing. They're really cool. But I haven't put any of my art into an immersive gallery, which is actually something that I want to do in the future. I want to take my art collection that I've purchased and put it into one. Is there any software that does that?
There's people that do that, and there's a couple like free use, easy platforms. So you don't have to pay to do that.
Ooh, fun. Yeah, I think I'm going to build myself an art gallery. I think my collection's big enough now.
I do a lot of stuff in Spatial. That's my platform that I've been using. So yeah, it's free use, easy to use, easy to do.
Very cool. I've never used it. Again, I'm like a little bit of a tech Luddite. So I don't fully understand like the mechanics behind all these different cryptos and stuff. I understand like the principles of blockchain technology, but that's about it really as far as it goes for me. And I know the difference between Bitcoin and Ethereum. So that's pretty much it. Everything else is just like, ooh, that shit looks cool. Let's collect it. And hopefully these collectibles will mean something in the future. And maybe they will, maybe they won't, but it's fun while we're doing it.
That's probably the right attitude to have. That's my guess. Hey, is Hurls saying anything by chance? You there, Hurls?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
here.
okay.
Yeah, can
Yeah,
you?
no, I saw your mute was off, and I'm like, I wonder if he's talking to us and just like talking to dead air. Or, yeah, no.
I'm doing the Soyu thing. I've got this little caricature going on for September, seeing if I can get it done on the fly. So yeah, just listening in the background.
Fun. This is so fun. I don't know if you're gonna beat this farting unicorn, but
well, it's a pretty hard one to beat. It all came together quite nicely, that one.
Although,
do you want a costume?
Oh, I was gonna just show you my most recent NFT, and I was gonna that I just purchased, and I love it.
Okay.
Speaking of absurd art, I'm gonna drop it in the comments.
Yeah. Okay.
It's hilarious. Cool.
Masquerade parties, that's where they wear a mask, right? They wear a little... Is that a masquerade party?
Yep.
Yeah.
Or am I getting that confused?
Yeah, they wear those like fancy, like Venetian type masks.
Oh dear. Right. So Casey, we've got to do that exchange too, buddy. I don't know if that's happening today.
You just gotta send me your OX.
I do. Right. Okay, hang on. Let me do that first. I've got a list of things.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's pretty easy to do, isn't
Yep.
it? I think it's pretty easy to do. Hang on.
Just open it up and it'll be sitting at the top.
Yep.
Touch it and it'll auto copy.
And that'll be right. You know what? It's just frozen. let's try that again.
It's easy. It's simple. It's easy
Excuse
to
me.
do. Just it's frozen.
Yeah. No, for a 50-year-old nearing. Oh, what did I say? 50-year-old nearing
Wow,
50.
you are just
Not quite
really
there.
hammering on that nearing 50 rural Australian.
Yeah, that's I'm getting into that's the episode that people want to watch. I'm trying to come up with a title for it. That's why I'm playing around with it
Oh, you
in my
practicing
mind.
son of a bitch. All right. Okay. Smart.
You know how you want titles to sort of play on words and things like that, and you want it to sort of have a flow and a sound, and it can't just be, plain. It's got to be catchy. All right, here I am. All right, so I got to get into my Ethereum network first, and then I need to share my public address. Is that right?
Did you guys see
No?
Did you guys see my new NFT?
No. Is it? It says you said it's in the
Give me a second.
comments.
Give me.
I
What
put
are
it
you
in the
laughing at,
No, I'm
Casey?
laughing
I
at
Is
put
that
it in the
everybody. I'm
comments, but
laughing at
what's
you. Oh,
funny?
nice. Nice.
Is this public address something absurd?
No. No,
no?
I'm
This
laughing
is
at him
this is
fumbling to
this
get
is
it.
what we're talking.
Yeah,
That's what it is, though. Yeah.
it should be. Yes, it is. You see at the top of your MetaMask screen, you see the address that starts with OX.
Oh,
If you just
no, it's not there. Oh, yes, yeah.
yep,
Just copy and paste that.
just tap on it. It
Okay,
should
right.
auto copy and then send it over. You
It
got it.
does. You're right. Yeah, is this safe enough to do through Twitter DMs?
Yeah,
Or...
yeah. A lot of people
Right.
put it in their bio.
There you go. Done.
My
Tick, tick,
my
tick.
username is my ENF.
There you go.
It's yeah.
Now, let's go and check out the chat for a bit of inspiration. Where is it? Okay. That's funny. you bought that.
Yeah, but I bought it on Tezos, so it was like $2 or something, but well worth it. And I bought something from the same artist that was like a claymation of the Godfather with the chopped off head in the bed. It was so cool. It's like a claymation version of it.
The horse one?
Of the beheaded horse in bed with like the Godfather guy.
Wow.
It's gruesome.
It's crazy.
It's gruesome, but also funny because it's claymation. So it's like a brutal scene in The Godfather, but Wallace and Gromited. Wait, did you guys have Wallace and Gromit in Australia? Maybe
That's the that's the little clay animated thing.
Yeah, like
is that from the UK? That was from the UK, wasn't it?
It was a UK cartoon. So I assume you guys would probably have it in Australia because not that you're the UK, but you were the prisoners from the UK. So I figured it might be something similar. Do you not like that?
Let's go.
Those
Are
of
you
us that
going to share that one too? You're going to share that one with us too?
What the Godfather one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I probably should. Except it's it's like it's animation, so I don't know if it. I'll see if I can.
Oh,
Hold
okay.
on. Let me see if I can make it happen. It's pretty cool.
Sorry,
Those of us
someone
that
was
are
saying,
reaching, yeah,
yeah.
I was gonna say those of us that are reaching 50 watch. We know Gumby and Pokey.
Oh, yeah, Gumby. I know Gumby.
Gumby and Pokey.
I know Gumby and Pokey. We had those in Canada. I had the little figurines. I think I still have the little figurines. They were like those weird plastic flexy fabric.
Yeah, that's what I'm sort of thinking. That doesn't look like that doesn't look. Uh,
You guys should be doing your like New Year's stuff. I feel like you should be
oh no.
brunching and beaching and doing fun stuff. It's New Year's.
Yeah, I'm crook as a dog. I'm not going out anywhere. That's why I'm chilling.
Getting ready for the kids' bedtime here in a couple
Yeah, I
minutes.
told them they
Read
could have
some.
one episode,
Yep.
and then it was none.
The
Are
good
we
old
listening?
one episode.
We're listening.
Yep. You know it.
They'll just be like one more and one more and one more. My niece and nephew do that to me all the time.
Yeah.
Did somebody new come back?
Let
Hello?
me know because I'm not look. If someone comes in, can you see if someone requests or?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm not. I'm not
Or
watching the
wait,
screen.
I can't see if someone requests because I'm not co-hosting.
Yeah.
But
Oh, do you want to co-host while I'm doing this in the background?
um,
Some people get really. You can drop down, jump up whenever you are, like while you're hanging out. But if you're not looking at the screen, it's all right.
no, I'm distracted right now. But
Yeah, me too.
yeah, no, I co-host all the time in other spaces, but I feel like I'm too distracted to co-host right now. I'm trying to find the Godfather
Yeah.
information so that I can share it with you guys.
It's all right.
The learning to code with Chat GPT does sound interesting to me.
Mm.
If I may say, if I may talk, I'm just throwing things out there.
What's interesting about it?
Well, I'm a crypto person, of course. I built crypto mining rigs. I built a lot of stuff. I'm an engineer, and now it just intrigues me to what I could possibly learn there.
Oh, you can do anything with ChatGPT. There was a guy in one of my spaces a couple weeks ago that was talking about how he is like an AI and robotics expert, and his wife is like not interested or doesn't even really care what he does at all. Anyway, so he told her about ChatGPT, and she's like, okay, fuck it, like I'll try it. And she's a yoga teacher, so she had a class in a couple of hours, and she's like, write me the perfect 10 pose sequence or something, and it spat out like a perfect yoga class for her. So yeah, definitely it's capable of doing some crazy stuff. I love ChatGPT. Like whatever you want to know in the whole world, ChatGPT knows. You just need to you just have to put your creative spin on it to collaborate with ChatGPT.
Yeah, it's interesting which because for the simple fact of from what I've heard of it, but could it have saved me time on building my mining rigs and stuff like that? That's what I'm trying to figure out. If I can put information into it that would actually help me.
So, real quick, two things before I hop off. Hurls, I sent that thing over to you, kid. It's on its way. And
Right, so that's hang
yep,
on. Let me add that to my list. I gotta.
yep, should
Gotta,
come in the next like minute or two.
so then you're gonna have to give me enough so I can buy all of chapter 1 and
What?
chapter 2.
No, you get to buy it. No,
Yeah.
one page. We're not working with a big budget here.
What? Right. Look, listen.
No.
It's not worth $6 for one page.
Well, give me a chance to adjust it before you buy then, would you? I'm already.
Yeah, I want to buy it, and then you can adjust it back up. So then you've got some fractals, some price
Do you
fractals
know?
going on in you.
I think the minimum on ETH is like $2.08, something like that.
Really?
I think so.
Is that including all the gas and everything?
No,
All right. Well,
no,
I'm gonna have
it'll be
to.
that plus gas.
Yeah, okay.
But
Yeah, let's do that. So what's that like? $20 or something like
I don't
that?
know. I sent like $12 worth, 0.01.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
All right. So I'll just buy $12 worth. Let me finish this this little caricature
Whatever.
and
I just I knew you wanted to practice and try, so there you go.
yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Practice away, my friend.
Because I want to NFT this caricature for how do you say it? Septima. Septima or Septima?
Septima.
Septima. What is that word? That's like a seven of what? Septima.
7. Yeah, so it means 7th in a sequence, and I was born on September the
7 and
7th, so
okay, 7.
and I'm the 7th grandchild.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
7 and 7 in sequence. Cool.
Yeah, it's the thing. Hey, did you see the Godfather thing that I put into the?
Oh, I know. I forgot to check. Hang on, let me have a look.
I just put it in. It didn't share as an animation, so you can't see him rotating, but it's a screenshot of it.
Okay.
So you can.
Oh,
see
I just got a notification. All I've got is. Did you put it in the chat?
No, I put it in. Oh, I don't know. I put it in the.
Did
comments.
you put it in the fridge?
I put it in the comments.
So up on the fridge.
Up in the fridge.
Yeah, that's what I call it. Yeah.
Oh, I should pin it.
Hey, real quick, Richard, try giving
there it is.
GPT temperature readouts of your rigs and see if it comes up with an analysis. Would be my thought. Hope you guys have a good night. I'll catch you on the flip.
Yeah,
Bye.
that's cool.
Fun chatting with you.
See you, Casey. Thanks, Casey. Had fun. Cheers for that. Wow, who would have thought you could have like a fun morning when you crook? Like just spaces. Are you extremely fucked with nausea, headaches, sinus? You just don't want to go out into the world? Why don't you come to Syndicate? The best episode ever. Where you can just bitch and moan with your friends, talk a bit of shit, and maybe do something in the meantime. Like create a caricature. Oh, now I've got ear ringing.
Now you've got what?
I've got ringing in my ear. I think I have to go see the doctor. This is just not right.
That doesn't sound good.
No, something's going on.
I pinned The Godfather to the top too because I think everyone should just enjoy the glory that is that adorable slaughtered horse head in Climation.
Yeah,
that's a crack up, and it's all in 3D and stuff like that. So with that NFT, can you could is that actually done with 3D modeling?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so I think Casey, so you know how to throw that up in like a what's that? Not spatial. You heard of spatial?
Yeah, I think that it would be fun to do a project like this though, because this artist stopped doing it. It would do fun to do a project like this where you actually sculpt them in real life and then have to like set up all the fancy photography and stuff because this photography would be really hard.
Yeah.
But I think it would be super super fun to do an NFT project like this.
Mm.
Because this artist hasn't been active, I think, since October of last year. So I think they're MIA. I haven't seen anything else like it in the space. Hey,
Do you know
Rich is back. What, Hurls?
Do you know Casey at all? Like, have you met him before?
No, I haven't. I just came into the room because E-Rich was in here. But then she left and then now she's back.
Yeah, I hope I didn't offend Richie before.
She's just shy sometimes. It happens.
I think I can come across as being abrupt sometimes, and
I don't think you offended her. She's totally fine. I'm sure E-Rich has heard way crazier things in the space than anything you could have ever said to her. These Twitter spaces have some some funky content on them. Yes, no, I hadn't really met anybody in the space except E-Rich, and I've met Peter before, I think, through E-Rich, but that's it.
okay.
This is not my regular space.
Check out. Is it up? I'm just wondering if I can share it. Try not to get distracted from creating this caricature. But I should be able to do one a lot quicker after I've done this one for Richie. How do I do this?
Are you trying to pin it to the top?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it first. This is
Oh,
so
you can.
it's on. So I think he DM'd me the link. What was that? Was that a cat?
Yeah, it's my friend's cat. I'm watching it this weekend.
Oh, Richie, you got your hand up. And you're
Not
co-hosting.
offended.
Thank you,
Not offended.
Richie. I really
Yeah,
appreciate
no, I'm
that.
not offended. I was like in the DMs and then I got a call from someone and then I was talking to them and redirecting some things on I was redirecting a website URL to my Dispatch Justice site from my web hosting,
Ooh.
yada yada, DNS, yada yada, blah blah blah, tech.
Oh.
Actually, something that I was talking to Jake from Radio Shack about. I guess he's doing, I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but he's really a good kid. A little abrupt when he speaks to people. So I don't know what he's doing, but he was gonna show me about a free tech audit. So I was happy to talk to him, even though I just literally got my tech audit completed yesterday by someone else.
Aw, little Jakey. I haven't seen little Jakey for a while. Last
what I
time I
said.
talked to him, I think I went into a space with him and his mom.
No.
And I met Jake's mom. I think it was Thanksgiving because you guys were all in the Lonely Thanksgiving, in Josh's Lonely Thanksgiving space. And I took a little break from it and went and met Jake's mom in his space.
That's amazing. I didn't know he hosted his own space. That's everything to me.
He did. It was him and his mom. It was really cute. She was kind of drunk.
That's really funny. He doesn't live with his parents anymore, right?
I think he lives with his dad, and he was visiting his mom for Thanksgiving.
That's so sweet. I mean, actually, though, like when you think about it, when you're that age, like do it. Live with your parent. I did. It was a great way to save money in general. Sorry, Pete. That was for you.
Sorry, I'm looking at new Tezos art to buy now every time
Every time it gets mentioned, I go on object and buy new pieces.
So
So now I'm interested.
I have found out that I have a wallet and I don't know where any of my shit is.
Can you hear me?
That sucks.
No, no. What'd you say,
Sounds like you're in
Hurls?
the right place. I just started laughing and said, "Can you hear me?" Because I'm doing something in the background.
No, I couldn't hear you because I don't know. I'm tired.
So you trying to find it? Oh, it's probably not a good time to do
Yeah,
it.
no, don't do it on tired. I'll never get it back. But
Okay.
Hurls, I heard you. I wasn't offended. I just I was responding to some DMs when you invited me back up, and it's also I'm in an interrupting like mood, like being very selfish as far as hogging the mic today. So it kind of gives me the opportunity to listen as opposed to give my side of the thing, if that makes sense. So yeah. And then, like I said, I got on a call with Jake, which it takes twice as long as it needs to because of communication styles. But I love that kid.
Copy. Right. So here we go. Back into spaces. I come going into the chat, down to the tweet you reply, pasty the link. So that's Casey's NFT. So we worked on an NFT project. So that's one of, I think, 20 little pages. So he did some artwork, and then he was sort of inspired to create a script. Instead of sort of creating the script and doing the artwork, I think he created the script, did the artwork, and then he asked if I could do the voiceover narration for it. And then he added a bit of music and made an NFT. So we've done a series of them, and then he's working with other people who we hang out with in the Syndicate to, I think, create a series, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
that is so fun. I love that. I feel like we should just take our script and do like use AI characters.
That's a great idea because you can play around with it, especially when you got a group of people like who are just sort of hanging out at times. You just never know where it could quite go, right? So you could get these ideas and incorporate it and take it, and creating that work creates that discussion point, right? So and that's what people are here to have.
Oh, I love this. Rich, you had your hand up. I'm sorry I interrupted.
No, I was gonna say, are you gonna buy one of Casey's pieces and get the financial literacy course, and then he reimburses you after you go through it? Because isn't that great?
Yeah, so I'm just about to buy. I'm doing this caricature first, and then I'm going to go through and buy. I want to buy the whole series, but he's charging way too much. So he's ripping people
Which
off
series
left, right,
are you
center.
in?
So it's chapter 1 and chapter 2, but it looks like chapter 1 and chapter 2 might be split, and then another character is going to be added in, and I think Lagatha might be narrating that
I'm
one.
talking about something completely
Or I don't
different.
know
I think. Sorry, like I was talking about.
Yeah, so he's got a lot. He's got a lot going on. I don't know what else he's done. I know he's doing another project. I think it might be. Is it with Kit or I don't know. I don't know how many things he's got
He
going
needs
on.
to come in here and do this. We're terrible salespeople for his work, I think. But he's such a good guy.
Oh, I'm not trying to sell it.
Oh, I was trying to sell. Oh, fuck. I was.
Oh, were you?
Girl.
Oh yeah.
We're having two different conversations at Septima. How are you?
Well, I'm just trying to shit because we're just talking about experiences, right? The things you do on spaces, and that's what I was sort of talking about.
He's Finlit. We're making financial literacy hip with our Finlit. You're gonna do Finlit. I just wrote that. You're welcome.
Wow, that's just full on geeky, and I like it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna remember this later. I'm
Finlit.
next level sleepy Liz. Just for the record.
All right. So did you get that? Did you see that clip? Septima, sorry.
No, I didn't see the clip.
So it's in the chat. I think it appears at the top, sort of up at the top.
I put it in the nest for you,
Yeah.
Septima.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I only know I only know how to give you one. Casey's got a whole series of them. I can only get to one, so it's.
He does need to update his link tree to make that easier. You know who else should do that? Peter. Peter should do that.
Wait a second. I don't know how to do this though.
Don't worry about it,
I don't
Septima.
have
Okay.
It's
I
distant.
don't have.
It's
No, I just don't have OpenSea on my phone. Well, I mean, I don't have my wallet on my phone.
don't
You shouldn't need your wallet though, should you?
Hurls. Yeah.
because
You
you still have
just
to pay. Yeah, because you still have to
just
pay a gas fee.
no. I don't want you to buy it.
Hurls, you're a
Well,
terrible
Would you have to pay
salesperson.
gas? What? Are you trying to
okay,
buy
so
it,
I looked
Septima?
at it. No. I was just like, am I supposed to go in and purchase this? It was only like 0.005 ETH or something, probably just like the gas fee. But I was like, am I supposed to go in and
No,
buy
just go
this?
press play.
No. You just go in and press play. So there should be a little play
I
button,
didn't.
and then
I'm not gonna lie. I didn't really want that to be part of my art collection.
no, I'm not talking about buying it. Stop. We're not selling you. I don't even know why Richie even said that. It was just about the project that Casey and I did together. Put some earphones in your. If you got earphones, throw them in and hit play. It's just good to get feedback too, like while we're talking about this sort of stuff.
Charles is.
It's amateurish. It's too like what?
I'm just thinking it's so funny. I just think it's so funny.
What's so funny?
That I was like, am I supposed to?
And
buy
I was
this?
trying to get her to buy something,
Yeah.
and you're like, "Don't buy it. I just want you to give us feedback." Charles is a one-track mind.
Well,
He's very excited about this, and he should be because it does sound amazing.
we're geeking out about it. Me and Casey, we're proper. This is so much fun. We're like in the background, like we recorded the session. I don't know if we recorded that bit, but Casey was like, dude, I am geeking out about this. I'm like, me too. This is really, a lot of fun. So yeah. Anyway, so that's all. I'm just showing it. But I don't know, Richie, I don't know how to get to the chat. He's only given me the link to one series.
I
Like, he hasn't
cannot
given me
help
a
you with
link to the
this even a
story.
little bit. Like, there's nothing I know. That's why I didn't want to have any information when y'all were doing it last night. I was like, nope. As soon as you guys said Google Drive and shared access, I said, guys, bye. Because I am not the person for this. You just wait, Septima, come visit when Casey's in here so he can do it properly. But it is really freaking cool. I'm sorry, I'm bad. I'm not a tech guy. I have the internet, girls.
Oh wait, Casey is a financial guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the Fin
Mm-hmm.
Lit. Fin Lit.
Oh
Get
damn,
Fin
this
Lit.
is good. This is good. I was gonna ask a question about tax loss harvesting or tax loss harvesting, and I think he could probably answer that for me.
Maybe. All you got to do is buy the NFT. Right.
Did you guys sell your lost stocks today? Like your
No.
stocks that were in the red today?
No.
Oh, yeah.
All of mine were in the green today. But just
no, I
today.
mean like anything that I lost money on during the bear market this year, I sold today because you can write that off against your taxes.
Maybe I did not do that. I'm hodling my BlackBerry stock, and I'm hodling my Sirius satellite radio stock, and I'm hodling my Carnival Cruise stock.
So you're claiming your losses on tax, Septima?
Yeah, you claim your tax losses.
Yeah.
But you have to sell, like you have to close your position by the end of the year. So I lost on companies I was taking a gamble on during the bull market, and I know that they're not going to make a comeback, so I sold those ones. And I don't know what it's like in other countries, but in the US and I think Canada is probably similar. You can claim up to 3,000 in losses.
Right.
Like for personal. Anyway, so that's the boring adult question I had for Casey, but Casey isn't here, so I'm really sorry that I just wasted like 2 or 3 minutes of your guys' time.
Yeah, we
No,
didn't sell our stocks today, so we get to wait till next year. I can wait till 2024.
oh my god! Sorry, I just found another. Right, that's cool. I'm just gonna give it a sec.
How is this so entertained by something? I want to know what you're so entertained by.
I can't. I can't say too much without revealing my devilish plan. So I've just found something, come up with an idea, and it's perfect for another friend of mine. So I'm just noting it down so I don't forget. So that's all I'm doing, but it will be revealed all in due time. That cracks me up.
So, SBF is tweeting again, just as a heads up. This is gonna be your news feed, your timelines. And fuck. So can you please just have the ability to turn off the recorder and turn it back on? Can we get that from Elon, please?
Well, let's just do a breakout space.
No, I'll send it in a DM. It's
How,
just as
how
bad as
can
a recorded space if you think about it.
how can you do that? Can you do like a
Hurls,
what
are
can we
you?
start up a Discord? Can you actually stop recording and then recording again
I
while you're
don't
in a
think so.
space?
No, I
Oh,
think you have to
I thought
stop the
that's what you're asking
space
to do.
and then.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't know. So you would know. He's been suspiciously quiet for the last hour.
He's probably asleep. He's probably gone to bed. So he'll leave it running and just go to bed. And
At
then
7:30 on
he
a Friday.
oh okay, I didn't know it was that late. I don't know what time it is there.
What
But
time is
he
it
said he
there?
was last time I spoke to him he was answering some phone calls and he gave me a little bit of a little bit of thing. So got a lot on, but it's playing in the background and like I'm listening in at times and sometimes we talk and we'll call him out like so you, Miguel,
And
you
Dan's also suspiciously quiet, but I think I'm just being weird
and
today.
then Ali will say, oh, the gang's calling out to you. And he's like, they're fine. We don't really need you, but if you're there, we've got a question. It's more of a want than a need. Am I right? Why don't we start up a little Discord, and then you can discuss it in the Discord while this is open.
I hate Discord, guys. Do I have to join Discord or can I just stay here?
Me too. Yeah, I mean, I don't like Discord too, but it sounds like Richie wants to discuss something with So You. Do you need us to hear it, Richie, or?
No, Rich doesn't want to talk bad about anybody, especially
Oh,
SBF.
okay.
So, I mean, I'll say whatever. I don't really care.
Yeah.
But I have no opinion right now on what's going on. It's not even in my wheelhouse. So I didn't even lose any money on FTX. So I'm not even concerned about what's going on. And it's sad, but I don't know. How'd the guy get 250 million? And if these tokens are being burned, where are they being burned to? A safe wallet? They're saying the U.S. government has the wallet that all the money's on. So it's like, it's insane. I think he got set up. I don't think this dude was smart enough. Because I mean, I'm not saying I'm smart enough to run a fucking a crypto exchange, where you're doing derivative trading and shit like that. I mean, I don't know. It was pretty intense. It's a pretty intense, like, if you really look at it. That's why I don't look at it, because it just drives me insane, because there's so much to look at. But when you get that technical, I mean, I don't think these and I'm going to call them kids. I mean, they're 30 years old, but, I can call, as me being, her, me nearing 50. They're
Yeah.
kids, you know what I mean? Like, look at all, like, I don't know. So I have no other comment other than, like, they were just along for the ride, and it was easy to get caught up in it. Because
Is
once you
Mike
got it. Yeah.
is Mike drunk?
No, I'm just really high. This fucking.
That was my second question.
Yeah, that's me. That's why I'm going back to listener. No, just kidding.
I'm driving down to listener.
No, it's okay. I had an edible earlier too, so we're good.
Did you say you had an Adderall?
An edible.
Oh, an edible.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what else too? I do like masonry work, so I was doing stone veneer today, and I didn't eat anything all day, so that's probably part of my. Maybe I should go eat.
You sound like you're from Jersey.
Yeah, say, hey, bunch of galoops. Hey, how the fuck are we? All right, that's it. That's all I got.
What am I doing? Why isn't this working?
I'm trying to decide if I should do a bottomless brunch before the New Year's Eve festivities or if I should just like not drink at brunch tomorrow. What do you guys think?
What is a bottomless brunch? This sounds very New
Oh,
Yorky.
it means endless cocktails for I don't know.
Oh,
They give you like a period of time. It's usually like 90 minutes or 2 hours, where you can. It's like all you can drink for like $20 or something.
oh, definitely.
But then I'm gonna be tired for the actual party tomorrow night. So I don't know.
A couple of Red Bulls, you'll be right.
Yeah, that sounds really unhealthy, but it probably is the best plan of attack. Okay.
Oh, wait, hang on. So if you do a bottomless brunch, like this is what we do in Australia, like you would have,
Then you're like drunk by 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
yeah, but you generally, like I don't know about you, but generally you'd go to bed earlier. So you're primed and prepped for New Year's Eve tomorrow. All you need is a hair of the dog.
Oh, I can't do that. It doesn't work for me.
Oh, doesn't it? Okay.
No. No. I need like vitamin C in bed and like blackout curtains and lots of water.
Okay, so maybe you could have that set up. So you do the old vitamin drop before you go to bed.
Yes, something like that.
Yeah,
Anyway,
so maybe have that all set up. Go and do the bottomless brunch, and then the only
recover.
challenge in that is calling the recovery time, like setting an alarm maybe. So
Yeah,
this is my time,
This is my
and then
time. I
like
gotta go.
being a bottomless brunch.
I gotta go to the
It's
fancy party.
there's a fancy party on off after the bottomless brunch.
Yeah. Yeah. It would be a shame to waste the tickets.
Is it a fancy dress party?
Yeah, it's a fancy dress party. Like black tie.
Oh, what are you
Kind
going
of.
as? Oh, as in fancy, as in stylish type.
Yeah, just like nice.
Yeah, dress code. Gotcha.
Yeah. I don't
Okay,
know.
so
Suits and long dresses and stuff.
right. Okay.
So
here we go.
I don't know if doing bottomless brunch is worth risking like missing that.
Definitely. What time does it start?
Like 8. I don't know. What if I timed the recovery wrong?
That's a bit of a gap. That's a first. Yeah, I reckon a couple of Red Bulls. Maybe what if you arrived late at the bottomless brunch?
Oh, and like just did a straight through like a marathon.
Yeah.
Not two sprints, a marathon. That's an interesting idea.
I would call that a marathon. I would say that was a half marathon.
What if I could make it from like 1 or 2 p.m. to midnight?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, when I was in my 20s, that would have been like
No,
a half
I'm
marathon. But now it feels like a marathon.
yeah. So I'm thinking like do that, but then only go till 10:30 or earlier. Like your body's probably not going to take you there anyway. It's going to tell you you've had enough. But I think you could definitely get to 8. Surely you could get to 8 from 1 to 2.
I mean, potentially, but Then you gotta think
Generally,
but then you gotta think like makeup and attire, right? Gotta take a break, come back to my place, figure out like the makeup and attire. Because I'm not gonna wear a floor length like fancy dress to brunch, right? So
why not? It's the silly season. Because then you've only got to do a bit of a touch up, right? I'm like, yeah, you've got your gear on, you're ready to go. You're on a marathon. It's a half marathon we're talking about here, and so you're gonna have to get your gear on, ready to go. You can't be going home during a marathon. That's just not right.
that was my point though. Like I'd have to come home because there's a massive attire difference between, you know, New Year's Eve brunch and New Year's Eve party. I think when you live in the city, there is. It might be different in rural areas, which is cool. I would really prefer like a pajama New Year's actually, but yeah, definitely an attire change. And that gets complicated because then I have to go into Manhattan and then come back to Brooklyn. And if I come back to Brooklyn, I'm going to take a nap. And if I take a nap,
You're done.
I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with that recovery time. It's really like playing
Okay.
roulette, right?
Yeah. I think you need to prioritize things here by the sounds of it. You've got your New Year's,
You
you've got your
understand
fancy
my dilemma,
dress.
right? You
Yeah, you've
understand
got
my
your
dilemma.
bottomless brunch. Who are the people? Do they require your attention? Because I mean, New Year's is about friends and family or whatever and having a good time, but mostly it's about you having a good time. So yeah, it sounds like you're gonna have to prioritize old girl.
I guess so. I guess. Oh my God, this sounds like this is like the quintessential first world problem kind of thing. Remember first world
Definitely.
problems? God, I sound
Definitely.
like God, I sound like an idiot. Sorry, I'm just sitting here eating my dan dan noodles because I had an edible and I'm enjoying talking about fucking nothing.
What's in the edible? What do you mean by edible?
Delta 8, it's synthetic weed.
Oh shit. That's potent stuff, right? Is it the potent?
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Huh. Right. So I'm nearly done there. Who have we got in the syndicate at the moment?
What is Syndicate? Is that like what we call? Is that what we call the show?
Oh, this is the syndicate. Yeah. So it's a motley crew of different minds getting together and doing things like, say, creating a caricature of yourself. So what I was going to do now, but I don't think there's anyone in this space who can teach me how to do it, was I was going to create an NFT out of it and put it up there, but it doesn't seem like there's anyone.
You don't know how to make an NFT?
No, well, I'm told you go into OpenSea and do
I know,
all
but
that.
wait though. Do you even have a crypto wallet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you have a Tezos wallet? You should just mint it on Tezos because Tezos is cheap and easy.
But isn't OpenSea's free?
Well, it's not free because you have to pay gas fees. Or I mint it when you send it to me. I don't know. How does that work? Wait, this is I don't have the right answers for you right now. Casey's back there. Casey might.
Just mint it on MetaMask.
Okay.
That's the easiest. MetaMask.
Invite to speak. We'll see if he comes up. I thought he might be in the middle of putting his kids to bed though, I think. Casey, we need your help, buddy.
What's good? What's going down?
I'm in OpenSea now. Let's see if I can. So I think if I create an OpenSea account.
How are you accessing OpenSea?
Through Chrome.
Negative ghostwriting. Well, are you using a MetaMask extension on your web browser?
Oh, I do have a MetaMask extension, but I don't think they're linked up. Because I got because I got told not to. It's not a good idea to do that at some stage, I think.
Do you have MetaMask on your phone, right?
Yeah, so I've uploaded the images to Drive, and then now I can access those images through Drive now on my phone, and then do it through my MetaMask wallet on my phone, right?
Access the images through Drive. So your goal is to go to OpenSea and buy one, right?
No, create one.
Oh shit! Oh.
That's the next one. So we've got
Okay, you definitely need to connect your extension, your MetaMask extension to your OpenSea account to make one from your computer, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, so I've got to go into my browser.
Otherwise, you could access OpenSea through your MetaMask browser if you have the images on your phone.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it through my phone.
Okay, you can go through your MetaMask browser directly to OpenSea and just load up your image and lazy mint with no cost.
Cool.
Okay.
And are the gas fees expensive? Because Septima and I were talking about which one we should use. And
It depends. Like Tezos has got a pricing advantage in general when it comes to gas for sure. With OpenSea, it's a little easier to get to. Not once you're set up, but to get set up and then access. And meant can be a little more challenging. So to make it easy and convenient for a first step, because eventually you're going to mint on multiple, start with OpenSea and just start minting there. And it's when the person buy it, how much do you think you're going to sell it for? Because it's partially price dependent.
No, it's just a minimal amount. It's more about just getting
it out there. Okay, so you're not going to load it
for nothing.
All right, so you're not loading a contract or anything. So it's just a picture. That should be super cheap in gas. Like that should be how ballpark? What are you going to sell it for? A couple, $3, $4, $5?
No, not even that.
Minimum
20 cents.
I don't.
10 cents
you know
minimum.
what?
Yeah.
I'm still. I'm trying to reset the chapter 1 right now, and I'm not at that stage. But I still think that the minimum is like $2. I think.
Okay.
I think I could be wrong easily, but anyways, go into your MetaMask, click on the browser, type in OpenSea.io, and then it'll have you connected because it's in your MetaMask.
Oh, so that's why I can't log in.
Yeah,
so I'm already logged in when I go to
right. And without your
that's where I'm at.
on your laptop without your extension.
I'm there.
You got it. And then top
so
right,
menu
top right, create, upload,
explore calendar. Oh, I hear it saying connect wallet.
Yep.
Connect wallet. MetaMask, because that's popular.
Just DM me your seed phrase. We'll take care of it for you. What up?
How do I do that?
Just kidding.
Just kidding.
I'm like, oh god, it was a joke. It was a joke. Shit.
No,
Somebody
I knew
warn
that.
him. Somebody warn him.
I was going along with it. Was I? No. Right. So here we are. All right, we're in. So it says, "Oh look, we have some money in my account from my hard laboring. I'm just gonna give it all away. All right. Okay, maybe I need to go back into menu again. Shopping cart, close.
Yep, you want to go to.
It's not giving me the. Okay, there it is. Popped up. Geez, it's very clunky user interface, mate.
I usually create on extension on my laptop. Creating from your phone's a little clunky, but.
So I'm in menu. I've got explore, calendar, bar chart, library, books, edit, create that one
There you
there.
go. You're off to the races.
All right, name. Create new item, image, video. Is this going to work? Image. There we go, Google Drive. Look at this, look at this. Tricky, tricky Trav. Bam, bam. Oh, hang on, it's taking its time loading up. Yep, there it is. Septima. Where are you?
I'm here. What do you mean? Where am I?
I I created a file with the caricatures that I did, and it's not. Oh, it's under a different user account. Oh, I'll go back. MetaMask is so slow, isn't it?
It's terrible. That's what I think that you don't even do anything on it because it's.
Where did they go? Oh, I'm sure I put them in. Here we go. Okay, it said it's there. But it's not there. Right, it's probably because it needs a refresh or something.
It sounds like a lot of work to get me my caricature.
It's done. We're just getting it into the system. Have you got time?
Yeah, I just,
Okay.
I'm sorry it's taking so long to.
Oh, look, I was looking for an opportunity to do something like this, and like you had a request. I thought I could do that. I could do a so you and get that
The poor
going
guy's never done it before.
small.
This is his first time. Easy.
He's been working on it for
Dude.
2 hours.
Well, it hasn't been 2 hours. I've been distracted and having conversations in the middle. Like, I know Soyu's capable of conversing and doing this and scratching his ass and picking his nose and in like split second of a time, but we got to start somewhere, right? So, Septima, what would you like? Here's your options. Now, let me just go through them so I can see them and describe them to you. Based on our conversations, I have for you in a black tie suit with a jacket, holding a bottle of champagne, ready to party. Casual wear, jeans, cotton jacket with a necklace, wearing some trendy New York style boots in a disco style pose with a crystal, that crystal disco ball. Sitting in a margarita glass with Happy New Year, having a ready to party in a pug outfit, and you've just done a smelly poo, or counting down for the new year. Which one would you like?
Oh my god, they're all so fun.
I thought you might like them.
I think the like masquerade one at the beginning or the pug sounds really fun.
The masquerade one.
There's masquerade, but there's also the pug.
Well, if you want my opinion, I say you go with the fancy dress and the bottomless mimosas. No, the bottomless Bloody Marys.
Yeah. All right. So you did say masquerade first, so we'll
like
start there.
That sounds like a Carrie cocktail.
Well, I've got the olives in it, like sitting in the, those big margarita glasses. I'm thinking of something for your profile pic. So for profile pic, it would actually work better. The one that would work better for the profile pic would be the dressed in the black tie with the champagne. I mean, you're getting them all. You're just choosing which one you want first. That's all. It's hard to make a decision
The
at times, isn't it?
masquerade one but then
Okay.
the pug, really excited about the pug too.
Okay.
But the masquerade one, I think, sounds cool.
All right. Let's see how we go here. MetaMask loading back up again. Did it crash everything? No, it's still there. Okay. All right.
My MetaMask is loading, but all my Polygon is not in my MetaMask anymore, and I don't know where it went.
That does not sound good.
Yeah, but that's strange because I didn't.
Uh,
I didn't.
uh,
I didn't have much in there, and maybe I converted it to ETH. I'm not sure. I can't remember.
is Polygon and ETH the same network? I thought they were different networks.
You can convert it to ETH
Oh,
in
okay.
your MetaMask because it's a layer 2 on ETH. I don't really understand how that works, but you can change your Matic into ETH.
Yeah, you can swap, but if you want to mint on, then yeah, Pearls, it's a different chain, different network. But it's easy network to
Yeah.
switch over. No big.
Yeah, I just meant the crypto. I didn't mean like an
Oh
asset.
yeah.
Yeah. But that's strange that my Matic's gone. Huh. I might have changed it to ETH. I don't know why I would have done that though. Anyway, my poor wallet. So sad.
I'm just trying to figure out how you spell masquerade. MASQUE. Is it RADE masquerade? I think that's right.
MASQUERADE.
Yep. External link. You will see OpenSea will include a link to this URL on this item detail page so that users can click and learn more about it. Description.
Are you asking for input or have you had a description?
Oh, if you want to give input, you can. I'm just putting New Year time to party. You got one?
No, I don't have one.
Yes. Time to party. Collection. This is the collection where does this thing options go on forever, Casey? Or oh no, it's
No,
not
you
that
can
much.
change it.
Where did I go? Collection. This is the collection where your item will appear. Okay, thank you. List textual traits that show up as rectangles. Skip. Star rate, bar
Skip.
chart, lock open,
Skip.
unlockable content.
Skip.
Warning, explicit supply. The number of items that need to be minted.
One.
No gas cost for you.
Well, wait.
Blockchain.
The number of items. Do you want to have one of these available, or do you want to have a bunch of these available?
September? Do you want one or do you want a bunch?
Well, what if Satima buys one and then tells people about ha, look at this thing I bought. They're like, oh, I want one.
Okay, and then you can create other ones for it because E. Richie wants one as well.
Then you should put down, say, like, I don't know, round numbers, 20.
Wait, so I could then
do it. You can do an addition. I usually do addition of like 10.
There you go.
Okay. 10. And then like on these
But that's on
these
Tezos. Does that what is that?
It's fine.
What is that to mint?
Same
Okay.
thing. So then for the second one, I can just put E. Richie's head into the suit as well. And then that would be the second one type thing. Is that
And
right?
then
or options are limitless.
Yeah, options are limitless, but that'll be a new one. You'd be making a new one, not changing the current one.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So freeze metadata info.
Nope.
Freezing your metadata will allow you to permanently lock.
Skip.
Okay, and then it says create.
Yep.
Create.
There you go.
So that's creating now. So this is obviously not where you set the price.
Nope. That's next. I'll ask you if you want to sell it. That's where you'll set the price.
Oh, I am not a robot. Lock open. What's going on now? Error. Adding your item failed to fetch. Oh, jeez. Come on. What's going on? Why is it doing that?
This sounds so difficult. I'm so sorry. It's such a hassle.
It's not a hassle, really. It's just moving my fingers around on a phone. Oh, does it take PNGs? Oh, damn it. It should take anything, really, shouldn't it?
It should be fine. It's just a picture.
It says it takes PNGs. Okay, let's go again. Let's try it again. Create. Sometimes things in MetaMask and stuff like that, when you do things in your wallet, you have to do it more than once, don't you?
Sometimes. Well, especially I know you guys have hard upload speeds there. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Good job, Rags. All right, I'm gonna go play with. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, mate.
Be
Yeah,
well.
no worries. Huh. Why is that? Why is it failing to add your item? I wonder.
I'm not good at OpenSea support. I don't know.
Hmm.
Troubleshooting.
Oh.
I've never tried to upload onto OpenSea. I've only uploaded on other NFT marketplaces and.
Oh, I haven't selected the blockchain that I want to put it on.
Oh.
Polygon. Is the Polygon network the Ethereum one, or is that the one? That's the right one, isn't it?
Polygon's a layer 2. So it's
So
like,
why doesn't? Oh, there it is, Ethereum. There you go. So just put it on Ethereum, you reckon?
put it on Ethereum. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, Polygon is a layer 2. So it's like
See if that works.
not Ethereum. It's like new gen Ethereum, if that makes sense. It's like faster Ethereum, cheaper.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but still built on like the principles of Ethereum.
Yeah. So that's like, is that what they call wrapped ETH or no?
No, wrapped ETH is a different. That I can't explain.
Well, I can see your picture up there now, and it's there.
Okay,
But
let's go to OpenSea and see if I can see it. OpenSea.
oh,
there, it's open. Their profile. It's not on my profile yet. Just see NFTs I regret buying. That's all I'm seeing right now.
it sounds like a good segment, actually. A couple of people created a website called nilfs.
Called
NFTs
what?
I'd like nilfs,
Okay.
as in like play
Yeah.
on the word milf,
Yeah.
and NFTs I'd like to fuck, and then they got a bit of hype going, and that I don't know if they're still doing it.
Oh, that's so smart. That's so smart, actually. I'm gonna add that to our list. And I'm gonna just call it NFTs I regret buying.
Yeah,
Because you know what would be kind of interesting is that any NFT that gets featured on something like that, if it becomes like a thing, potentially becomes a collectible, and like
yeah,
it'll almost become like a nostalgia item in the future.
right. You know, like there's those songs that really annoy you on the radio station. We had one here on our like local government type radio that supports young artists. It was called Push the Daisies.
Okay.
Push the Little Daisies, and it was the most terrible song, but people just
That
when it
sounds
comes on,
actually really depressing. Pushing daisies.
yeah, it's a crazy, terrible, ear tearing song. I used to think when it used to come on the radio, push the little daisies and make them pop up. It would sing just over and over, and it was just. I might have to do this through my PC. Okay, push the little daisies.
I think
All
I'm
right.
doing this brunch tomorrow. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. Okay.
Welcome to a very serious performance. The song was
What?
push the little daisies and make them come up.
What is happening? Was that you, Hurls?
No, there's a video playing on YouTube. I'm trying to find this song. Yeah, everything's crashing on me. Well, I'm getting myself a new Chrome laptop for Christmas, so that should be exciting. Oh, we've got a requested speaker. Dan, I'm really sorry, mate. I didn't know. I don't know how long you've been down there requesting speaker. Nobody told me. So he's not here. No one will co-host. Trying to do things in the background, keep the syndicate going. Maybe I should start another space. I don't know if Soyu's there anymore. Chromebox is crashing. Crook is a dog, and I'm feeling fine. Okay. I'm approving your request, Dan. Just so you know, and it's not letting you up. So I don't even know if you're still there. The
Yes,
space
Dad.
has been
We're
playing
losing bodies. We're losing PFPs.
Showing me Dan as a speaker. My
Is
Yeah,
Twitch
it?
it's
did
showing
that.
me Dad
Yeah.
as a speaker too, but he doesn't have like a little microphone or a.
No. Well, now we're
And is he
full.
been?
Oh, there he is. There he
Has
is.
he?
Oh,
Hey,
now he left.
Dan.
See? Oh,
Has
now
he
he
been
left.
speaker for a while,
Oh,
or?
he heard us say hi and then he disappeared.
That was the first rule in Twitter Spaces. I learned that you're not supposed to call out listeners because then they feel weird and leave. But that's not what Dan would do.
Yeah, no, he was requesting. I don't know how long he was sitting there for. Right. I'm just going to give MetaMask a little I'm sure it's something simple that I haven't. Give it one more try. And I'm not a robot. I've told you this many times before, and you keep asking me.
Why does it think you're a robot?
You know that little thing that pops up when you click prompts and OK buttons, and it goes, "Wait, are you a robot?" And you have to click the little checkbox.
Yeah, what type of technology do you think is behind that?
Capture.
Okay.
It's
That
called.
Okay.
Name. I've given it a name. Given a collection. This collection where your item will appear info. List, star rate, bar chart, lock, open, warning, supply, 10. No, it's not working.
Wait, you don't have to make it 10.
Ah!
Make it 10 if it's caricature of me.
What's that, sorry?
Why would we make it 10 if it's a caricature of me? Who else would want a caricature of me?
Well, that's the thing, that's what I thought with KFC. That's what I was asking KC, is like, why would I create 10 unless, because you know how Richie said she wanted one?
Yeah, but I think those are like just one for ones, aren't they? Because I don't want one of you, Rich, and she probably doesn't want one of me. That would be weird.
No, but it's the suit.
I
So
think
it's the suit.
just
the
make
suit
it one
you're-
for one.
One of one? Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
so E-Rich is one and I'm one.
Right.
I like
Done.
I like this. We're on a good path here.
Okay. I think I know what's happening. So when I click create, you know that capture, I'm not a robot. What I just noticed that time that I did it came up with little images where you've got to select the images of something, and I'm unable to go. It's in desktop mode when I go into, and I've got to select all the images that look like a bridge, but I can't scroll over to it. It's just not working. I feel like Soyu's in the background just pissing himself laughing at this, listening to me fumble my way through this. I don't know why, but
And
it's
Peter
apparently,
too.
Exciting thing for you to learn.
And Peter too. You got Peter. He's one of the lead NFT minting in Syndicate, and he's there quiet. And you got Soyu there. He could walk you through it, but I can't walk you through it unless I'm actually doing it.
Yeah, I don't think that.
I can't visualize the MetaMask. I just try it again. I think when you went through it before, you did everything right. If you're on Ethereum, you should be all right.
Yeah,
I think Polygon is to mint on OpenSea, but you can do it on MetaMask.
Oh, did we try the other one that you were talking about? You were saying there was another one instead of OpenSea.
Oh, are you talking about Tezos?
I think that's the one you said, yeah.
But that would mean you need to set up a Tezos wallet.
Oh, so you can't do that within your MetaMask.
No.
That sounds like it would take a lot of time.
Yeah, so I mean, it doesn't take a lot of time, but you gotta like set up your Tezos wallet on Kukai, which the one I use, and then
That's you got to do you got
and
to
then you gotta
verify
go to like
IDs and all that sort of
Coinbase.
stuff.
You gotta go to like Coinbase and buy some Tezos and transfer them to your Kukai wallet, and then you need to connect your Kukai wallets to Object.com and mint on Tezos.
Okay.
So like it's a little bit. It will take some time, you know.
So what I can do
I don't understand why OpenSea is such a frustrating process right now. Why is OpenSea so
being so challenging?
It's got it's got a desktop mode. When you go in through MetaMask, it comes up as you can see the web page of OpenSea, but it's in a desktop mode, so it doesn't have like a mobile. Like I need the mobile. Do you know when you go into your like Chrome browser or something like that, you can click desktop mode or the mobile user friendly mode? So if I'm trying to add my NFT through that, it's just very clunky.
Sorry, I was
And
away from my phone and I couldn't unmic. I was getting some shrimp.
I can't. I want to just scroll over, please. That's all I got to do. Get to the pictures. Oh, wait a minute. Let's take off. Let's put it on auto rotate. Let's see what happens. No.
It might also be too much. Maybe it's too much. Would you say it was JPEG or it might have too much data? Casey was having a problem one time where his file had too much data or something in it, and it would have been.
It's in there. It's up there now, and it does take that. I did read. There's a little thing that says it does take PNGs. So
PNGs, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, maybe this is the one. Let's do it. This is. Ooh. Okay. No. Oh, dear me.
What is it doing now?
So I'm getting those little pictures pop up, but I can't scroll over to them to get the whole picture in front so I can select what it's asking me to on the image. I can only see half of the grid. It comes up with that image and it's got all the grid lines through it. And you have to select like the traffic lights or the
capture images we were talking about.
Yeah.
OpenSea's UX does not sound as nice as the Tezos object ecosystem.
It's MetaMask. Oh yeah, so yeah, right. It's got to be the UX. I wonder if there's options in the MetaMask wallet that can change your. Oh, it's asking me. Open in browser. Okay. Let's see if I can do it this way. We have a new option. Explore, create. There we go. MetaMask, that's popular. Yes. Oh, there's an update for MetaMask wallet. Maybe it's that. You guys are being very patient with me. Thank you.
I'm just waiting for my pizza, but I gotta go eat it.
Oh, what kind of pizza you got?
I just made frozen pizza, buffalo chicken pizza, and a supreme.
Yum.
Yeah, when you live, see by us, we have like great pizza places. So when you kind of want to have the frozen pizza once in a while. Plus, like during the pandemic, that's what we went to. We went to street frozen pizza.
Yeah. Yeah,
rather than.
we've got a corona thing going on around our town at the moment as well.
Yeah, we
Everyone's
just
getting it
did
apparently.
too. We just did too, man. And we just went around. Everybody got it. So just stay safe and hydrate it. Make sure you're drinking water too, because you kept saying, "What are you
Yeah.
saying? You're crooky. You're crooky as a
Crook, yeah.
dog." Yeah,
Crook
I'm
as a
gonna
dog.
start saying
Yeah.
that. I'm crooked out. That's something new I learned.
Um. Okay, updated. Let's open up the app and see what happens. Automatically check for security updates. I think that's a good thing when you're dealing with these types of things. All right. So we've updated it. I'm going to give MetaMask one more try. Oh, it's different. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, let's see. Let's close that. Wow, it takes so long to load up.
Why is Peter laughing at us?
Is he laughing? Is he in the... Peter, you
He
shit.
made a laugh. I don't know what his laugh emoji is
Because Peter
for.
minted 19 NFTs
At the same time.
He's got a whole new collection, and it's up in Spatial.
Apparently these son of a bitches really like watching me struggle through this shit. They really enjoy it. They get a kick out of it. Fuckers.
I was just laughing at this taking forever to load part.
Oh, mate, it's just a pain in the ass. Have you ever done it? Have you ever uploaded anything through your phone?
Yeah, it's a prick. Not to OpenSea or whatever, but like just in general, uploading from my phone is always a pain in the ass.
Yeah. How hard is it? Is it a big process to do it through your Chrome browser?
It's about the same, but it's easier because you're at a computer.
Yeah, but we'll see.
Yeah, the phone screen only has so much real estate, so you're fighting with that.
Yeah, I mean,
What are you trying to upload anyway?
oh, now it's saying I'm offline. Come on. All right, I'm gonna go through
It's
it all
like
again.
send it to Google
Upload the
Drive and then
photo. Oh, collection. So there's one part there that says collection. This is the collection where your item will appear. And it's only giving me the wizard option. Do I need to create a collection first or?
Yes.
I think that might be the problem. So how do I create a collection? Do I just type it in? All right, so I'll go back to the main menu. Maybe it's in the main menu. Explore, calendar months, bar chart, library, books, resources, edit, create, account circle, account balance, language, night mode. It says nothing about creating a collection.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to go about creating a collection on the phone. It's not too hard on PC, but
It's just there doing it. Okay.
Is this your real time lesson in how to mint your first NFT? Pearls? Or have you ever minted before?
Septima, can I just? I might just DM you. DM you the link if you want. He's still there.
Yeah, that's fine. You can do that. Do you want to share the drive with me with the images? Or
Share.
yeah. Do you want me to mint them? But then they would mint under my name. That would be weird.
Access, because I know how to do that.
Oh, I haven't minted on OpenSea. I wish I could be more helpful about the OpenSea thing. I can mint them on Tezos for you. And then they could exist. Attributed to or collaboration. Huh. I wish I could help you. But yes, you can just DM them to me if you want. I'm excited to see them.
All right, that's that done. If you like me after the hardest. Make a copy. There it is. It was somewhere. There it is. Copy link. Oh no, hang on. Septima. Manage access. Anyone with link can edit. Let's see. Now we go to share. Try again.
Wait, did you share it with my
Copy link.
email
There we go.
address? Or how do you share it? Can you share it with? I don't.
Right, that'll do. I can't create an NFT. It's just. It's just not working for me. Okay.
Oh, I
Is
got
anyone
it.
there?
I
Am
like
I
the
being
party.
rugged?
No, I like the party in style and the pug. Sorry, I was looking at them.
Hello. Oh, Sandra's in the space. Give us a sec, Sandra.
They're so cute.
Prove. I'm having trouble with approving people, Sandra. I'm not sure. I think this space is running. I'm gonna jump out of this space and but Septima, if you can hear me, I don't know if anyone can hear me. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
probably rugged.
I can hear you.
No, I can't hear you, Hurls. Damn it. You left before I could joke on him.
Oh no, are we rugged?
No, hopefully not. Although I do got to get on with my day. I basically slept through all of that, so yeah.